I'm not sure about how I feel with the Georgian folk music as a backing track to this reading. It seems a little ungermane, as it were. I wanted one. I forget which one it was. That so for like credit purposes, this is, how do I even say that? Entity, Threnity, Threnity by Avaz, EYWA3, 3NITY by EYWA3. That's a lot of music. Maybe I should. I obviously don't have the license to use any of this, so just trying to give credit. It's like if I bought it, it's like, it's not like that gives me the license to use it. But shouts out to them. I'm actually gonna try just reading it. I don't know if any music. We'll see. Where was I? Chapter 11. As Mahmoud's release date approached, my mother started preparing to welcome him back and celebrate his triumphant return. We whitewashed the house again. And she prepared fenugreek, basbousa, and other varieties of food, and we began once again to talk about the projects and ambitions we had discussed upon his return from Egypt. On the day of his release, we all waited in full gear in front of the Saraya gate. He appeared from the gate in the midday hours, and when he saw us, he ran towards us, and we ran towards him, welcoming. Oh God. Sorry, I'm gonna go with like a clean read instead of trying to save whatever that was. Maybe I need the music. I don't know, man. I'm just like intimidated by the read. You know what I'm saying? But somebody has to do it, you know? Okay. Chapter 11. As Mahmud's release date approached, my mother started preparing to welcome him back and celebrate his triumphant return. We whitewashed the house again, and she prepared fenugreek, basbousa, and other varieties of food, and we began once again to talk about the projects and ambitions we had discussed upon his return from Egypt. On the day of his release, oh god, oh, I need to stop adding in like those things. I just noticed that I was like blowing out the mic. Alright. On the day of his release, we all waited in full gear in front of the Sarai gate. He appeared from the gate in the midday hours, and when he saw us, he ran towards us, and we ran towards him, welcoming him with hugs while muttering prayers of thanks for his safety. As usual, my mother was late. Mahmoud reached her, kissing her head and hands as she tried to stop him, saying, "No, my engineer." When we headed home, heads held high, and whenever we passed someone we knew, they would stop quickly or turn to us and come over to congratulate Mahmoud, embracing him and saying, "Thank God for your safety, my engineer." As we reached the edge of our neighborhood, the whole community was waiting for us, welcoming Mahmoud like a liberating hero, and the celebrations and congratulations continued for several days. No sooner had our celebrations of Mahmoud's return from prison ended than new celebrations for his employment at the agency, where he started working as a building inspector and civil engineer on various projects. It was clear that the heavens had opened for us after a long period of hardship at the job, as the job at the agency came with a very generous salary. Just as our celebrations for Mahmoud's job concluded, another joy arrived with the engagement of my sister Fatima to one of Mahmoud's colleagues. This was followed by their wedding. On the day of Fatima's wedding, as she moved to her husband's house and we returned from the wedding celebration to our home, we felt as if a corner of our home had been demolished. Fatima had filled our lives so much that I personally felt as if my heart had been torn from my chest. But over time, we got used to her absence, especially after knowing she was happy in her marriage. Shortly after, Abdul Hafiz, our neighbor and the son of Al Abud, how do you say that? Sorry. I feel like I already looked it up one time, but
pronouncenames.com. Ab, ab,
so abd, 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 abd.
ab,
Abd. Okay, abd. Abd. Maybe I just need to talk like higher. Okay, I'm gonna try just talking higher. Abd. It's probably better. Shortly after, Abdul Hafiz, our neighbor and the son of Al Abd, son of al-Abd, who had been imprisoned on charges of affiliation and work for the Popular Front, was released. The neighborhood welcomed him with a celebration no less grand than the one for my brother Mahmoud and his mother, al-Abd, who had prepared sweets to celebrate his release. Mahmoud's reception of Abdel Hafiz was very strange. On the one hand, it was extremely warm since they had lived together in prison and had gone through the strike and suffering together, making them close friends. On the other hand, there was an evident sharp rivalry between them as they quickly criticized each other, cutting off the conversation when it touched on political and ideological positions. Months Months after Mahmoud's job started, my mother insisted on beginning our projects by constructing a new room suitable for the engineer and for his friends, colleagues, and the youth and men of the neighborhood who came to visit him. Indeed, we hired a builder, bought the necessary materials, and bought a spacious room with high walls, roofed with asbestos, featuring several large windows and an excellent wooden door. The floor was raised and paved with cement. My mother then insisted on buying a bed. Although it was second-handed, it was a breakthrough in our household's evolution. Mahmoud slept on it, and sometimes one of us would lie on it for a while. Then they bought a table and 2 chairs, marking a noticeable development in our home. Then the talk about Mahmoud's marriage intentions began to increase, and my mother. Sorry. I'm just gonna restart at months after Mahmoud's job started. My mother insisted on beginning our projects by constructing a new room suitable for the engineer and for his friends, colleagues, and the youth and men of the neighborhood who came to visit him. Indeed, we hired a builder, bought the necessary materials, and built a spacious room with high walls, roofed with asbestos, featuring several large windows and an excellent wooden door. The floor was raised and paved with cement. My mother then insisted on buying a bed. Although it was second-hand, it was a breakthrough in our household's evolution. Mahmoud slept on it, and sometimes one of us would lie on it for a while. Then they bought a table and 2 chairs, marking a noticeable development in our home. Then the talk about Mahmoud's marriage intentions began to increase, and my mother discussed with him the type of girl he wanted. Did he want a specific girl? What qualities did he seek in his bride? The resistance had begun to wane as many were arrested and many martyred, and the world opened up to people, distracting them, in addition to the significant successes achieved by Israeli intelligence against the resistance, capturing large quantities of weapons and ammunition. It seemed that their level of information and understanding of the Palestinian reality had greatly increased, enabling them to restrict and diminish the resistance. The Popular Liberation Forces began to weaken significantly as they were a military organization at their core, without the organizational depth. At their core, without the organizational depth, external support, and presence limited to the Gaza Strip without extending to the West Bank. Over time, they started to occupy the position held by Fatah and the Popular Front. Mahmoud's welcome for Abdel Hafiz was peculiar. On the one hand, it was very warm as they had lived together in prison and shared the experiences of the strike and suffering, becoming close friends. On the other hand, it was evident there was a sharp rivalry between them, quickly moving to criticism when discussing political and ideological stances. Months into Mahmoud's employment, my mother insisted on starting our projects by building a new room fit for an I don't know. I guess the point is that I'm reading it anyways. Okay. Okay. As the Civil War dragged on, my cousin Ibrahim faced a pivotal decision regarding his future education. He had the option of attending a university in the West Bank, like Al Najah or Birzeit, or enrolling in the newly established Islamic University in Gaza, which was just starting with around 20 students. This decision point underscores the broader choices and dilemmas faced by Palestinian youth during a period marked by both internal strife and ongoing resistance against the Israeli occupation. In this year, there was talk of accepting only a handful of students and about the inauguration of a faculty of Arabic language in addition to the facilities of Sharia and fundamentals of religion. The prospects for this nascent university were not clear, and any sensible person at the time would have predicted its certain failure. Given it had no buildings of its own, its students were studying in the building of Al-Azhar Secondary School in the afternoon. It lacked an academic faculty, relying instead on a number of Al-Azhar school sheikhs for teaching, with no significant budgets or any of the basic components of a university. But they still did it. Immediately after Ibrahim completed his studies and the examination results revealed his outstanding achievement, scoring 91% in the science stream. Yeah. I'm not embarrassed to say that's my mom. She's calling our cat into the house. Just give me a second. We doing no camera. Um. Okay. Immediately after Ibrahim completed his study and the examination results revealed his. Ibrahim hesitated about registering at Beersheba, which made Mahmud concerned and doubtful about ambitions our financial capabilities could not bear. Then where do you want to study? Ibrahim, uncertain, answered, I might enroll in the Islamic University. Mahmud asked in surprise and astonishment, the Islamic University? Do you mean the university they opened in Al-Azhar? Ibrahim responded, possibly. My mother entered the room, having overheard the conversation, and said, what happened to you, Ibrahim? It's like you don't want to study at Beersheba, fearing the costs. My son, you and your cousins, you're like brothers. What's sufficient for one is sufficient for two, and our provision is from God. Our situation is good, thank God. It was clear that my mother understood what was deep in Ibrahim's It was clear that my mother understood what was deep in Ibrahim's heart, but he tried to hide it, his eyes welling up with tears. God bless you, my aunt, but I don't want to leave Gaza. Mahmoud put out a sum of Jordanian currency from his pocket and handed it to Ibrahim, saying, this is for the first semester's fees, registration, travel expenses, and a bit extra for outings. Let's go and register at Beersheba. Ibrahim refused to take it and pushed Mahmoud's hand back, but my mother yelled at him, take it now, think at your leisure, and register wherever you want. We want you to register at Beersheba with Muhammad, but you are free and the final decision is yours. Take it. Ibrahim reached out his hand, took the money while looking down, and it seemed he had already decided to enroll in the Islamic University, since any calculation confirmed it would cost half as much as studying at Beersheba or elsewhere. He did not want to burden the family any further, and being in Gaza allowed him to work occasionally to earn some money that could alleviate the financial burden on the family. Indeed, he went to Al-Azhar school building where he registered for study at the Indeed, he went to Al-Azhar. He went to the Al-Azhar school building where he registered for study at the Islamic University and was accepted into the Arabic language faculty. When he returned with the news, he told me and took out the remaining amount of money from his pocket to give it to me to return it to my mother because he was embarrassed by her, but I refused to take it from him, saying, what do I have to do with this? And why should I get involved between you and the government? Go to her yourself and deal with the matter. He said, come on. And I led the way to the kitchen where my mother was preparing food, telling her, Congratulate Ibrahim. He has been accepted into the Islamic University, Faculty of Arabic Language. My mother turned to him, and before she could utter a word, he said, God bless you. Here's the excess money. My mother's eyes filled with pride and appreciation. She took the money from him and then gave him back 5 dinars, saying, spend it or save it, you need it now. He tried to refuse, but she insisted he take it. He took it with a shyness almost overwhelming him, repeating, God keep you for us, my aunt, God bless you. At the time, the Islamic University was no more than an ambition, and a few students were forced to study there due to a lack of other opportunities. It was located in the building of the Al-Azhar Religious Institute on Talatini Street in Gaza, which after the morning study period ended for the institute students, and they went home, which was used by about 20 Islamic University students who had completed their first year in the faculties of Sharia and Fundamentals of Religion, and a limited number of new students in the faculties of Sharia, Fundamentals of Religion, and Arabic Language. Each group entered one of the institute's classrooms, and one of the institute sheikhs would come in to teach them a subject from their specialty. The first sheikh would leave, and the second sheikh would enter, and so forth through 4 or 5 consecutive lectures, exactly like in high school, without any significant change. Into this educational atmosphere, Ibrahim entered without feeling that there was a university or university life like what he had heard from Mahmud about university life in Egypt, or what he had heard from Muhammad about life in Beersheba. However, he realized he had no right to impose even a single penny of burden on the family, and his own pride prevented him from choosing any other path. At the same time, he was capable of returning to work at the vegetable stall in the market, especially since his university studies were in the evening, allowing him to work efficiently in the morning. However, he realized if he even mentioned this idea in front of my mother and Mahmoud, it would cause a commotion, so he began to think of another way to work and earn money without upsetting my mother or stirring Mahmoud's emotions. One of his friends from the mosque who worked in construction and refused to work within the territories occupied in 1948, settling for work within the sector despite the low wages and scarcity of work, agreed that Ibrahim could work with him as an assistant until noon, which was acceptable to him. Ibrahim returned and presented the matter to us as wanting to learn the construction trade with his friend, not as a means to earn a living, and the family had no objections based on how Ibrahim presented it. On the days when they found work in one of the houses, he would leave early in the morning dressed in work clothes. If the job was nearby, he would return after work to change his clothes and go to the university. If the job was far, he would take his clothes and books with him, changing into his clothes around noon if circumstances allowed, or go to the university in his work clothes, where he would change there. Sometimes he had to attend lectures in his work clothes. Often they worked on Fridays, cutting work short to go to the mosque for Friday prayers, which then returning to complete their work in the afternoon. He was satisfied that Ibrahim began to cover his own expenses and needs, and eventually bought a bicycle to ease his movement between home, work, and university, saving him both effort and money. The standard of living in the occupied territories began to noticeably improve as political and intellectual blocs and various professional unions became more prominent. In the Engineers Association, the 3 main directions formed prominent blocs: the Fatah movement, the left wing, and the Islamists. My brother Mahmoud was among the active Fatah members in the association, coordinating with his colleagues to win the largest number of votes from engineers in an attempt to win the elections for the association's administrative body, just like their counterparts from the other 2 directions, as well as in the medical association and the bar association. The competition in these associations and unions was fierce, with each faction forming teams of activists who began visiting their colleagues in their homes and workplaces in an attempt to convince them to participate in the elections and to vote for them specifically. Sometimes 2 forces would ally against the third to wrest control from it. Since the leftists were earlier in union work and better at organizing themselves, Fatah often allied with the Islamists to work on overcoming the leftists. The most noticeable instance was in the elections for the Gaza Red Crescent Society, where the left was strong and established. Um, this compelled Fatah and the Islamists to form an alliance in an attempt to win and defeat the leftists, leading to clashes mobilized significantly by the Islamists at the Islamic University in the Gaza Strip, which had seen noticeable growth recently. My brother Mahmoud contributed his efforts in the Engineers Association elections from Fatah, planning to secure the largest number of engineers to win the elections. They had meetings every 2 or 3 days, sitting down to review the names of the engineers, the outcomes of contracts with them, and assess the work of opposing forces. Then they launched into action for more decisive efforts until the election day arrived. Then they deployed several of their cars to transport some hesitant engineers to come home, as well as in the Medical Association and the Engineers Union, among other professional unions. It was clear that the Islamists were focusing their efforts, especially on university students and generally on high school students across all the occupied territories in the West Bank through cultural, sports, and social youth activities aimed at gathering and ideologically and intellectually mobilizing the youth. Sheikh Ahmad personally oversaw student activities in Gaza. He would invite a number of active students from the Islamic University to learn about the students' conditions and ask them to attend once a week. They in turn invited other youths close to them to come and discuss the work of Islamic activity in the university, preparation for the elections, how to work with ordinary young people, approaches to drawing closer to them, and winning them over for the Islamists. After the elections were completed and victory was achieved, he directed After the elections were completed and victory was achieved, he directed them to work in high schools to prepare the atmosphere amongst students who would either go to the Islamic University or other universities, making them ready to join under the banner of the Islamic blocs and bear the burdens of Islamic work. Ibrahim was one of the activists at the university during that time, and Sheikh Ahmad relied heavily on him and a number of other students. He was one of the Islamic bloc's candidates for the student union elections who won. He was always busy with his work to earn some money in the morning, then studying in the afternoon, and engaging in his Islamic activities in the evening. Ibrahim was a model of dynamism and activity. When night fell and he returned home, he would have his dinner, then sit down to read his textbooks or other books, and hardly ever slept normally. He would often fall asleep with the book on his chest, so I would take the book from him, place it beside him, cover him up, and my respect and appreciation for him grew, and my determination and engagement with my studies increased in my third year of high school. Muhammad was making excellent progress in his studies at the College of Sciences at Beersheba University. The accommodation in Ramallah was not suitable, so he made sure to arrange for new accommodations in Beersheba itself. With difficulty, he found that accommodation with a group of young men from the Islamic bloc. In the same house, under one of the luxurious homes from the other rear side of the street, were 3 rooms where Muhammad lived with 5 of his colleagues. This house was completely different from the one he had lived in Ramallah. As all of Muhammad's housemates were devout young men from the Islamic bloc, the house had turned into a semi-headquarters for the bloc and its activities, frequented by the majority of the bloc's activists and used for their meetings and planning their student work at the university. Muhammad played a significant role in leading the work, which made him, despite himself, obliged to coordinate with the female students to supporting the bloc. Some of the female students began wearing the hijab, marking a near strategic shift in Beersheba University to see some of the veiled female students. He would always invite them in groups, so 2 or 3 would come, and they would stand talking in one of the university's corridors or sit in the cafeteria, lowering their gaze without looking up at them, and the women would do the same, lowering their gaze without looking up at the men. He would direct them to arrange work with the female students and explain to them their role in the work at the university. Student activism in universities was not confined within the framework of a single university, and this was the level of all student orientations and frameworks. Each student bloc in one university attempted to connect with the counterpart in other universities and institutes spontaneously. Students of the Fatah movement and Beerdsite would contact their peers in Al Najah University and others. Similarly, for the Islamic bloc students, it was common to find a delegation from Al Najah University visiting their counterparts in Beerdsite University and vice versa. They exchanged experiences or advice and coordinated joint activities. Despite the infancy and limited student activism of the Islamic University, it took its role in that activity, and Muhammad and Ibrahim often met in some of the joint activities that were organized. Activists from Beerdsite University frequently visited Al Najah National University in Nablus. There, the level of openness was less than in Beerdsite University, but increased tens of times compared to the exceptionally conservative city of Gaza, even before the spread of Islamic activity. This was perhaps one of the factors for the significant spread of it in the sector, surpassing other areas. Hebron University was in its hierarchy between Nablus and Gaza. It was less conservative than Gaza and stricter than Al Najah University. The movement of these students was far from any clear surveillance or harassment by the occupation's intelligence agencies, and if there was any surveillance, it was not apparent. Thus, these students moved freely and carried out their activities without any restrictions, especially since they were officially confined to the realms of ideological conflicts and internal competition among different frameworks and orientations, which did not have a clear impact on the occupation. occupation? The occupation. On national occasions or when special incidents occurred, and if occupation forces had information or suspicions that events would take place in the universities, they would prevent students from reaching them by placing barriers on the roads, turning back students or surrounding the universities with large forces, and preventing students from leaving them, transferring their disturbances and activities to nearby areas. Sometimes there were confrontations between the students and soldiers. The students would throw stones, chant national slogans and chants, and the soldiers would fire tear gas or bullets over their heads, and sometimes at the legs, followed by some raids and arrest of some students who were detained for a while. Some were imprisoned for not too long periods, and then life continued as usual. In Carmel High School, where I studied, the Islamic bloc students, supervised by my cousin Ibrahim, organized a trip to Jerusalem and some other tourist areas within Palestine and began registering those interested by paying the trip fees. One of the activists approached me to participate in the trip. I hesitated and promised to consider the matter and get back to him later on. At home, Ibrahim talked to me about registering for the trip and not missing out on it, saying it would be a loss to miss the opportunity to leave the sector of the West Bank, Jerusalem, and inside the 1948 occupied territories to get to know our country. He asked if I had any issues with the trip fees he could pay for me. I smiled and explained that my financial situation allowed me to afford it, and the issue is not the fees but the principle of participating in such trips. Such trips. He pressed me to participate, so I promised him I would. The next day I registered for the trip, paid the fees to the block's representative at the school, and we prepared to leave early on Friday morning. We gathered at the school's gate, each carrying a bag with food for 2 days. Knowing Ibrahim would join us and the real supervisor of the trip, he just give me nah, yeah. Wait, did I just lose my spot? So something about monasteries. Okay. Um. Yeah, we gathered at the school's gate, each carrying a bag with food for 2 days, knowing Ibrahim would join us as the real supervisor of the trip. On the bus, he recited the travel prayer, and we repeated after him. In the name of Allah, it moves and anchors. Praise be to Allah who has subjected this to us, and we could have not done it by ourselves. And indeed, to our Lord we will return. Allah, we ask you in this journey for righteousness and piety, and for works that you are pleased with. As we pass sites or remnants of Palestinian villages or towns destroyed in the war or by the Jews to erase all the traces of Arab presence, Ibrahim or another young man with him would stop and explain, "This is so and so. These are the remnants of the city of Ashkelon. The sycamore tree stands at the center of Hamama village. Here are the remains of the mosque of Asdod Park, and there are remnants of its schools and some of its houses." Our first stop was on a beautiful hill with one of the Christian monasteries. We got off there, and Ibrahim began explaining about this place now called Latrin Monastery, stating that this was the site of the Battle of Aj- Ajnadain, led by Abu Ubaida Amr bin al-Jarrah, who led the Muslim army to conquer Palestine. Obviously, apologies for not knowing how to say those names. Ibrahim bent down as he described some details of the battle and the large number of companions who were martyred in it. He grabbed a handful of its soil, which tended towards a reddish hue, and said, "The soil bears witness that it is mixed with the blood of the Prophet's companions, peace be upon him." Tears welled up in his eyes, and a profound silence enveloped the attendees, broken only by a bird's chirp or the rustle of leaves shaken by the wind. Then he said, "This soil is our soil, and this land is our land, kneaded by the companions of the Prophet with their pure blood, and it must be kneaded again with pure, sanctified blood from the followers of the Prophet, peace be upon him, until it is liberated anew." I was stunned by what I heard, especially coming from Ibrahim, who was usually so reserved and silent at home, especially in front of my mother. He's shown here as the best theorist of his idea, knowledgeable with detailed information about every place we pass by, growing in my eyes in greatness and respect. The bus set off again, covering distances, and Ibrahim's colleague pointed down to the base of the hill, saying, "Here at the foot of this hill lies the village of Deir Yassin," and began explaining the massacre that befell the village, its notoriety, and how it became a symbol of Jewish brutality against the people of Palestine. Shortly after we arrived in Jerusalem, then to the walls of Al-Aqsa Mosque and the old city in Jerusalem. We walked through the streets of Jerusalem with shops on either side of the road displaying all sorts of traditional goods, everything you could want, especially the wooden handicrafts that tourists filling the streets and alleys of old Jerusalem from all around the world buy. At every corner there were several occupation soldiers from the border guard, carrying their rifles and watching every move in stillness with their eyes. We approached one of the gates of the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque. A large number of border guards at the gate scrutinized every visitor, checking their personal identity card, sometimes recording its number. We entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque after they recorded our ID numbers, and the voice of one of the sheikh through the loudspeakers recited verses from the Holy Quran. The dome of the rock, with its vibrant colors, stood majestically atop the elevated hill, We ascended the stone steps until we reached the gate of the blessed Al Aqsa Mosque. A sense of awe and reverence overwhelmed me as I took my first steps inside the mosque. Holding my shoes in hand, we paused to perform 2 units of prayer and greetings to the mosque, then sat awaiting the Friday sermon. The preacher ascended the pulpit and delivered a typical sermon, so no different from those I've heard in Gaza. Then we stood for the Friday prayer and its sunnah, and after which people started to disperse from the mosque. We we gathered and climbed the steps to the mosque of the Dome of the Rock. Ibrahim began to explain about the mosque and the rock from which Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, ascended to heaven during the Isra and Miraj. He explained that the Isra was from Mecca to Jerusalem and the Miraj from Jerusalem to the Sidra al Mata. Just give me a second. Have I really read this many pages, or did I just like skip a bunch? I don't know. I'll have to check later. I feel like 126. Like, have I? I'm a bit of a scatterbrain. So, let's see. We gathered and climbed the steps to the mosque of the Dome of the Rock. Ibrahim began to explain after the mosque and the rock from which Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, ascended to heaven during the Isra Miraj, explaining that the Isra was from Mecca to Jerusalem and that the Miraj from Jerusalem to the Sidra al Muntaha to in heaven. He then delved into the significance of Jerusalem being the essential earthly station on this celestial journey. It could have been possible for the prophet, peace be upon him, to ascend directly from Mecca to heaven, but God's wisdom dictated this passage through Jerusalem. This was to underline to Muslims the special significance of Jerusalem in their faith, their religion, and their path to heaven. Ibrahim repeatedly emphasized that it was from Jerusalem that the Prophet, peace be upon him, ascended to the heavens. A shiver ran through my body, and I was enveloped by chills I couldn't hide, echoes by those standing beside me. For us, from the Gaza Strip's refugee camps, visiting Jerusalem for the first time, previously just a name with minimal impact, now stood in the sacred place surrounded by occupation forces, allowing entry to some and denying others. It dawned on us that the conflict had another dimension that previously understood had another dimension than previously understood. It wasn't just about land and the people displaced, but a battle of faith, culture, history, and existence. Ibrahim and those who organized this trip successfully instilled this understanding in us. Amid these reflections, Ibrahim announced it was time to head to the bus for Hebron to visit the Ibrahim Mosque. As we stood, as we moved towards the gate, extracting our feet from the ground was challenging. The sanctity of the place and the emotions it stirred made leaving willingly difficult, wishing we could stay longer. Throughout the way to the bus, Ibrahim's words about the Salah al-Din's pulpit, which he had prepared years before liberating Jerusalem and placed in front of him as a motivation and driver to move towards Jerusalem to free it from the hands of the Crusaders, kept echoing in my ears, and how it was burned by the sinful Jewish hands in 1968. I wondered to myself, is there a Salah al-Din for this era? The bus set off towards Hebron, passing through the city of Beit Jala, then Bethlehem, and then the Dahaishi camp, recognized by its densely packed and simple construction. Ibrahim, I Ibrahim identified this as the Dahaishi camp and then pointed to the other side where a tent had been pitched on an empty land with dozens of soldiers guarding it. He said, "Here camps Rabbi Moshe Levinger, one of the leading settlers in Hebron, staging a sit-in in front of the Dahaishi camp, protesting the occupation forces' failure to protect settlers on their way to Hebron from the camp boys' stones raining down on them day and night." He then passed by Al Arub camp, and after a while we reached Hebron. Entering the old city's heart, we found it resembling a military barracks for the occupation forces. Hundreds of soldiers here and there, dozens of military vehicles moving in sensitive locations, and barbed wire surrounding many sites and buildings. Since the mid 1970s, with the support, protection, and coverage of the occupation forces, Jewish settlers began to take over many buildings and locations. In the old city, evicting people and settling in them, guarded by dozens of soldiers. Then they start construction, restoration, and changing the face of the Arab area, and every day they take over a new building or location, guarded and supported by the soldiers. The bus brought us to the Ibrahim Mosque, where huge numbers of soldiers were stationed, examining huge where huge numbers of soldiers were stationed, examining the incoming Arab IDs and stopping them while Jewish and foreign tourists moved freely. We ascended that long stone staircase, walked through a long corridor next to a long prayer mat, mat-laid courtyard, and entered a side courtyard leading to the main mosque's courtyard in the sanctuary, with two other prayer halls at its other end. We saw numerous tombs with names deep in history: Ibrahim, Isaac, Sarah, and Joseph, peace be upon them, covered in green cloth. We performed the Maghrib prayer in the mosque, toured to acquaint ourselves with its corners and the history of our nation and faith. Then exited where we bought apricot, right? Then exited where we bought apricot leather, raisins, and pumpkin seeds from vendors at the doors, and then the bus headed back to Gaza. Everyone started reciting the evening supplications. We have reached the evening, and the whole kingdom belongs to Allah, and all praises to Allah. The collective voice of prayer echoed from our throats as each of us sank into his seat, giving the words we chanted a different meaning than what we were used to when mentioning Muhammad, peace be upon him, and our father Ibrahim, peace be upon him. After this journey to those sacred places, the words take on a completely different meaning and impact. From that day, I decided to be diligent in performing prayers, never abandoning them again. and I had to start serious preparation for the general secondary education certificate examination, Taji, Taji, and only 2.5 months were left, and I needed to achieve reasonable grades. Grade. Maybe. Hmm. I mean, at this point, if I accidentally skipped a chapter, um, can always go back. I mean, I could just stop right now and. It's an interesting book, though. Like earlier, I mean, this whole trip to the West Bank, um, it's interesting how it's like tied in with like education and uh like ideology. I mean, I think pretty explicitly that's how he wrote about it, saying it was. And I mean, what it reminds me of is uh in my ignorant like third hand kind of, it kind of reminds me of like birthright type stuff, like not really in the same capacity, but I mean, I guess like anytime you go on a tour anywhere, if it's like a politicized tour, uh yeah, I don't know, but um one thing though is that uh they're Palestinian, so they're not like they're indigenous. So, um, this looks spooky. Oh gosh, I hear myself so loudly now. Chapter 15. The first half of the ninth decade of the 10th century of the millennium witnessed many changes on the Palestinian scene, as well as a lot of developments in our ethics and behaviors. I finished my high school studies and decided to join the Islamic University of Gaza, despite the opposition of my brother Mahmoud, who would say, "What is that, a university? This is not even qualify." Dang, it's just like banging on the university. It doesn't even qualify. That's crazy, man. What is that? This a university? This is not even qualified to be a high school. However, Hassan supported my idea of studying there, and Ibrahim agreed. And my mother acquiesced. No, fuck. Sorry. I'm just gonna read it. However, Hassan supported my idea of studying there, and Ibrahim agreed, and my mother acquiesced to my wish, asking Mahmoud to refrain from commenting on the matter and leave the choice to me as it concerned me, and I was the one to make the decision, so he reluctantly remained silent. I enrolled at the Islamic University and was accepted into the Faculty of Science, eagerly awaiting the new academic year and the start of classes, especially since the news had come that the university would undergo significant development this year. It was expected to welcome 500 students, elect a president holding a PhD, and several PhD holders would join the teaching staff. Additionally, a building dedicated to the university was to be constructed. Throughout the summer break, Ibrahim continued to work in construction with his friend, earning a decent amount of money. He did not stop there. He had now become a professional builder, having learned the trade from his friend. They became partners, employing a worker as an assistant, and began taking on medium-sized construction contracts. It was clear that Ibrahim's self-reliance was shaping him into a man. My brothers Mahmoud and Hassan each were blessed with a child, as was my sister Fatima. Hassan's business developed as he decided to open his own lathe and milling workshop. He rented a place and began purchasing the necessary machinery for the workshop. Not lacking in funds, Mohammed was advancing in his chemistry studies at Beersheba University, finishing each semester with distinction. The university waived the fees as it offered scholarships to outstanding students, so all he needed was just a bit of spending money for living expenses. At the start of the academic year, we began attending classes in the same building of the Al Azhar Religious Institute, and much of what we heard. Now I feel like I hear myself less. Maybe that's fine. If I was hearing myself louder earlier, my ears have like adjusted to like the volume of my ears, like it's the light or something. Anyways, uh, the university waived the fees as it offered scholarships to outstanding students. So all he needed was just a bit of spending money for living expenses. At the start of the academic year, we began attending classes in the same building of the Al Azhar Religious Institute, and much of what we heard about the university's development began to materialize indeed. The number of accepted students, both male and female, was accurate, and a doctor had arrived to preside over the university, along with several other PhD holders to teach. They had started to complete a building whose foundations had been laid some time ago to be specifically for the university. All these were indicators that the university was on its way to becoming a true university, and the good omens confirmed this, making us, the students, more confident about the future. However, we still have I just really been mumbling that whole time? Um, yeah, I feel like I just like mumbled that whole thing. I'm just gonna start again right here. At the start of the academic year, we began attending classes in the same building of the Al Azhar Religious Institute, and much of what we heard about the university's development began to materialize indeed. The number of accepted students, both male and female, was accurate, and a doctor had arrived to preside over the university, along with several other PhD holders, to teach. They had started to complete a building whose foundations had been laid some time ago, to be specifically for the university. All of these were indicators that the university was on its way to becoming a true university, and the good omens confirmed this, making us, the students, more confident about the future. However, we still continued to attend classes in the institute's rooms in the afternoon. The male students attended in the sections designated for Al Azhar students, and the female students in the section for Al Azhar female students. The year we were accepted was a preparatory year where we studied subjects equivalent to our general secondary education, along with the Al Azhar secondary students. Most of these were theoretical subjects, predominantly religious, taught by some sheikhs, along with some introductory scientific subjects, but these were a few. Therefore, our level of seriousness and exhaustion from studying was very limited, and we spent most of the year playing, entertaining ourselves, and keeping up with the intellectual conflicts among students of different orientations. It was clear that the students of the Islamic trend were the most numerous among all students, the most organized, and the most capable of presenting their ideas and getting closer to the students, establishing relationships with them. Fatah youth were less capable, but were trying to develop their abilities and level well and continuously. Leftist students were a very small minority with hardly any notable presence. They formed a small introverted group with very limited movement. Just get roasted. Just throwing that roast in there. That's hilarious. Um, a month into the year, the university began to seethe with student activity in anticipation of the upcoming student union elections. Concurrently, there were parallel elections for the female students' body. Activists from various factions ramped up their efforts, reaching out to new students to present their ideas and trying to attract these students to join us. Join or do? I guess that's. The small cafeteria hall was brimming with debaters at the tables, presenting their ideas of attacking others. After a few days, we began to sense a problem among the activists of the Islamic bloc, where the majority of them were operating separately from their former leader, who had been behind the events and clashes surrounding the Red Crescent elections. Days later, we learned that he had separated from them and would run into the elections on his own list, while they would complete while they would compete on another list. The national forces from Fatah and the leftist organizations would come together on a third list. Discussions began to intensify. Leaflets were distributed, and slogans were hung on the walls. Students from the national bloc frequently pasted pictures of Abu Umar on the walls. Each list, uh, each list featured the names of the 11 candidates along with its name and slogan, and began distributing them to supporters and followers. Ibrahim was one of the most prominent activists in the Islamic bloc, and although I did not consider myself part of the Islamic bloc or a supporter of it, I had no choice but to vote for my cousin and his list due to our shared life and my personal admiration for him, which did not allow me to do otherwise, despite having some leanings toward Fatah due to its symbolism and its role in guerrilla warfare and armed resistance. Election day was my first electoral experience, as it was for many others. We lined up in a long queue, each carrying our personal ID card, which we presented to the verification committee an hour before voting. Then we were given a ballot. Wait, so is did he say this was like 2005? I don't even. I'm just guessing. Like um then we were given a ballot paper at crossing our names off the voter list, and we proceeded to one of the designated tables to make our choice. Fold the paper and place it in the ballot box under the supervision of several university employees and an observer from each contesting list. Ibrahim was an observer for his list. After after exiting the polling station, I found a commotion happening on one side of the courtyard. I went over to see what was happening and heard from Fatah activists that activists from the Islamic Bloc had torn up pictures of Abu Umar and stepped on them. No doubt this had a negative impact on some, and it might have influenced the decision of some voters to change their vote away from the Islamic Bloc. After the voting ended, the counting process began, and some preliminary election results started to leak out. I'm getting tired, man. Oh, sorry. I probably like sound so silly. I wonder what I sound like. Uh, Cause like I know I sound a little silly, but like I'm also tired, so like maybe like I'm always sounding silly even when I think I'm not. You know what I'm saying? um okay. Ooh, this looks a little spicy. After exiting the polling station, I found a commotion happening on one side of the courtyard. I went over to see what was happening and heard from Fatah activists that activists from the Islamic Bloc had torn up pictures of Abu Umar and stepped on them. No doubt this had a negative impact on some, and it might have influenced the decision of some voters to change their vote away from the Islamic Bloc. After the voting ended, the counting process began, and some preliminary election results started to leak out, sometimes suggesting a win for the Islamic Bloc, and other times suggesting that they remained at the university waiting for Ibrahim and the election results. Around 11 o'clock, the Dean of Student Affairs announced the results. The Islamic Bloc had won distinctively with a clear margin over the independent bloc that had preceded the national bloc. He returned home late that night, with Ibrahim at the peak of happiness and my mother at the peak of anxiety, waiting for us. Upon reaching home, I remembered what. Upon reaching home, I remembered what happened when I exited the polling station and asked him if it was true that one of his activists had torn up pictures of Abu Umar and stepped on them. He categorically denied it, affirming that they had immediately investigated and verified its falsity and believed it to be an uh, electoral electoral tactic by national bloc activists to pull supporters from the Islamic bloc at the last minute. For me, I believed Ibrahim without a second thought, knowing him to always be truthful, and I've never witnessed him lie. But whether those he inquired were truthful, I wasn't sure. Despite the outbreak of the civil war in Lebanon, which saw the in Lebanon, I feel like Lebanon is like I'm saying it funny. I want to say Lebanon. Lebanon. Despite the outbreak of this, no, no, Despite the outbreak of the civil war in Lebanon, which saw the Palestinian resistance as a key player, the presence the presence of Palestinian resistance in Lebanon remains strong and a constant concern for Israel, especially since the resistance occasionally launched Katyusha rockets at Israeli settlements in northern occupied Palestine, notably Kiryat Shmona, seizing the assassination of an Israeli figure in Europe as a pretext. The Israeli government, led by Menachem Begin, the Israeli government, led by Menachem Begin and his minister of defense Sharon, mobilized their army along the Lebanese border and began the invasion of Lebanon. Some expected the incursion to be limited to a few kilometers to prevent rocket launches, and it seemed that Begin, I get, I don't know why wouldn't it just be Begin? Why do I think it Begin is for some reason more right? I don't know that. And it seemed that Begin thought thought so too, but Sharon pushed the Israeli military deep into Lebanon. Sharon pushed the Israeli military deep into Lebanon. Dude, not the Sharon. Hit it with the Sharon. Oh, dude, that's so fun. Hit it with the Sharon. I mean, I guess that probably is like was her real name. I mean, it kind of sounds like Karen, you know. I don't know why I think that's so funny. Um, some expected the incursion to be limited to a few kilometers to prevent rocket launches, and it seemed that Begin thought so too. But Sharon pushed the Israeli military deep into Lebanon, besieging Beirut. Faced with the Palestinian leadership fear of the Israeli army's invasion of Beirut and Palestinian camps with the intent to annihilate their resistance, risking tens of thousands of civilian lives in such a war. The resistance decided to leave Lebanon through mediation. Indeed, the leadership and all armed Palestinians left Lebanon, leaving the camps and Palestinian civilian communities without protection and coordination, leading to the Sabra and Shatila massacre, which hundreds of Palestinian refugees, men, women, and children were killed in one of the most heinous crimes against humanity. One of the most heinous crimes against humanity. As news spread through the media, the situation in the occupied territories exploded, marking an extremely difficult and harsh period as nearly every household in the camps had relatives in the Lebanese camps, forcing them to live through the grief and anguish again amidst painful human stories of mothers unaware of their children's fate, children unknowing of their father's status, or wives uncertain of their husband's condition. At the university, we demonstrated very loudly, everyone forgetting their affiliations and disputes, clashing with the occupation forces that passed by on the 30th Street next to the university. We hurled an unimaginable amount of stones at them, and they did not stop firing bullets at us, launching tear gas grenades. Many students were injured and taken to the Al Shifa hospital for treatment. In Hebron, settlement was increasing daily. Every Saturday, settlers would take over a new house, expelling its inhabitants, moving in, and the army providing them with full protection and support, which exasperated the residents. I'm gonna, Let me try reading it like a reporter. In Hebron, I was kidding. In Hebron, I think it's Hebron, right? Like, I feel like I probably checked that, but I could have just like forgot. Settlement was increasing daily. Every Saturday, settlers would take over a new house, expelling its inhabitants, moving in, and the army providing them with full protection and support, which exasperated the residents. Dang. Meanwhile, a Fatah commando cell of 3 young men organized and began planning a strong and deterrent operation against the settlers and the soldiers guiding them in the heart of Hebron. Amidst peak security measures, they acquired weapons, a few rifles and ammunition, and several hand grenades, and began scouting locations, trying to choose the easiest and most feasible target where they could inflict the maximum losses on the enemy. After several rounds across the old city from various reasons as a disguise and cover for their real intention, they chose to attack the settlement and military gathering at the Dubois W. Do you think George Bush ever said this word? And it would be W, right? I mean, I shouldn't be making jokes. They chose to attack the settlement and military gathering at the W building. With agility and caution, they snuck into the cemetery, overlooking the building from above, took their positions, and waited for the decisive moment. They threw the hand grenades they had and opened fire with their rifles, causing screams and wails to rise from every direction, and none of the soldiers dared to return fire at the attackers until much later. Shortly after, large forces arrived to reinforce the site and evacuate the dead and wounded. Accounts of the casualties varied, but undoubtedly the number was significant. A curfew was imposed on the city, and sweeping operations, searches, and investigations began in the city to gather any information on the perpetrators, accompanied by a campaign of deliberate and intended destruction throughout. The curfew lasted many days, and when it was lifted, the occupation forces had imposed new rules on the city. In the sacred Ibrahim Mosque, which they used to visit only as tourists, they now partitioned off. In the sacred Ibrahimi Mosque, which they used to visit only as tourists, they now partitioned off parts for their use where religious Jewish settlers are almost permanently present except during Friday prayers. Segregated? Is that segregation? They placed their seats in menorah in the Yusufiya Hall, and around the clock, dozens of soldiers guarded these places, the religious Jews and their worship items inside the mosque. Routes were cancelled, houses confiscated, and the squeeze on people increased. The density of the occupying forces patrols, checking their ID cards and constructing searches on them and their belongings in every street or alley they passed through, turning their lives into a real hell. It became evident that people were almost suffocating from what the occupiers and settlers were enforcing. Jamal was headed to pray at the Ibrahim Mosque, continuing his visits despite all the restrictions, and tightening became nothing in the universe. should prevent us from praying in our mosque. Everything they do in an attempt to terrorize us and drive us out of the mosque, as long as we have a pulse, we will never abandon our mosque. Thus, the caring mother and the concerned wife had to accept reality and resorted to praying for protection and safety. In the University Graduates Association school where he worked, among a large number of teachers who supported Fatah, discussions would explode on every occasion. These teachers would start attacking him and the Islamists who stood by idly, not participating in armed action against the occupation. He would smile, arguing that for our people to truly fight their ongoing battle, they must arm themselves with the weapon of religion and faith. They must return to their religion so that the battles take its true dimension and reaches the required level. That makes religion sound like badass. Take on your true dimension and reach your required level. That sounds awesome, man. I'm just saying, like, video game adaptation. When people realize that they are struggling and suffering, when people realize that they are struggling and suffering in this life to receive reward and approval in the afterlife, they will bear it easily and will rush their children towards jihad, sacrifice, without being harmed or accused of neglecting their national duty. Um, it wasn't long before the settlers had formed a secret organization beginning to prepare and plan for attacking Arabs in Hebron and elsewhere. The group of settlers had weapons, ammunitions, explosives, and military experience, as most of its members had served in combat units in the Israeli army. Extreme rabies. Rabies. I'm just kidding. Oh, man. Wait, how do you even. Rabbi? Is that it? Yeah, rabbi. This group of settlers had weapons, ammunitions, explosives. Dude, Native Americans' worst nightmare. They're settlers, but they have like explosives and military. The ancestors would be. Oh man, that's crazy. I mean, I'm treating it with levity, but it's like actually insane. Like colonization just like happening, but with like modern warfare, more like modern colonization. Like most expensive Call of Duty ever, the the Israel campaign. Dude, most expensive Call of Duty game ever, dude. Yeah, I wonder if Call of Duty. Anyways, I'm gonna get in trouble for that one. Sorry, guys. Let's see. It wasn't long before the settlers had formed a secret organization, beginning to prepare and plan for attacking Arabs in Hebron and elsewhere. This group of settlers had weapons, ammunition, explosives, and military experience, as most of its members had served in combat units in the Israeli army. Extreme rabbis supported them, providing religious cover and issuing fatwas to kill as many Arabs as possible. destroy their homes and places of worship. In the morning hours, as a student of Hebron University gathered in the campus, a white Puget car stopped. I isn't that like a European car? Shouldn't I know how to say that? Pugo, maybe Pogo. A white Pago car stopped and three armed men emerged, opening fire with their automatic weapons on the students. Oh man, that's terrible. Within minutes, the car sped away, leaving behind dozens of students soaked in their blood, including several martyrs. After a long while, the occupying army and intelligence forces arrived, pretending to investigate the incident. They interrogated several students and standards, bystanders, while people murmured among themselves, "What do these people want? Do they think we believe that this incident was not planned and orchestrated by them?" Yeah, dude. Dude, this reminds me, dude, I'm actually quick interjection just for well, should I bring it up? I don't know. The whole like Destiny and Loner Box trip where like Yeon Levy or something. I don't know if that's even his name, but he literally said, like, do they think we believe that this incident wasn't planned and orchestrated by them? What do these people want? They interrogated several students, when the police came, right? Or the army and intelligence of forces pretending to investigate the incident. Yeah. Like the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre, dude. That I mean, should I? How? Anyways, it doesn't really fucking matter. I mean, it does. I should stop cussing. My bad. Let me just keep reading. Um, but yeah, that's crazy. Let me just get a Pugo. I'm gonna go with that. And so it makes sense. It's a Pugo car. It's because some like Israelis, right? Like how they have an expensive car, like European car. Like, right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like curious. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, it's French. Oh, it's French. Owned by Stellantis, which is an Italian American conglomerate. I like how America like just like flexes its military to like have its like American like manufacturing and like not have to bail them out again. Um how do you say this? Peugeot. Peugeot. Peugeot, I think.
Peugeot.
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 Peugeot. Oh, that sounds cool.
Peugeot.
Well, I say it sounds cool. It actually sounds
Peugeot. Peugeot.
Peugeot. A a Peugeot car. A Peugeot. A a Peugeot car. Huh. What the hell do those things look like? Who cares? All right. Oh, dude, one of these. It's just to add to the atmosphere of the story, because some of these scenes are like really captivating. In the book, but one of these. What are those, as they say? I'm out. And one of these. I mean, my car like it sucks. This one actually looks better than my car. Like no cap, but no kizzy. One of these. I mean, it does kind of look like cyberpunk police force type. Like that's what like we're the special forces who do who do undercover ops, just like terrorizing the Palestinians. We drive one of these like um one of these. I mean, if it was, I don't think this is like that one. I mean, this is like it's like a sedan, so like you can. It's like a big opening there. Like they probably weren't going with the stylish one. I mean, honestly, it was probably one of these if it's actually undercover. You know what I'm saying? The movie adaptation would be one of these. But do you think we believe that this incident was not planned and orchestrated by them? Man, more like postmodern warfare. Movie adaptation, eh? Well, I don't know. Even that, it's like maybe this one, yeah. Like this one's like clunky. This says like suburbanite who wants his kids to like look expensive or like his family to look expensive. Uh, may, maybe one of these. But anyways, what the hell am I doing right now? Yeah, movie adaptation, like the anime, like Transformer, the Cars adaptation of this story. It's crazy. And the students, shit's terrible. Like we truly live in a gerontocracy, and people don't really talk about it. It's like basically society gives. Well, anyways, I'm not gonna go on some stupid rant. um, but yeah, the students. If society just like listened. Oh man, and it's like it's not like education is gonna save like. Well, I don't know. All I'm saying is like I'm looking at like the type of education system they made for themselves in the situation they had. And it sure beats the county jail light version of school I had, you know, until I was like 18, you know. I mean, it wasn't really county version light, but one of them definitely, I don't know, man. Paddling like to the students. We gotta hit them with a paddle. Look how I turned out, man. Um, so let's see. But to the students in a pew go. All right, this is getting like stupid. Okay. In the morning hours, as the students of Hebron University gathered in the campus, a white pew go car stopped. Actually, I'm gonna put up an image of a pew go. Just let's see which one. Well, nah, fuck it. Or who cares? And three armed men emerged. All right. In the morning hours, as the students of Hebron University gathered in the campus, a white Peugeot car stopped, and three armed men emerged, opening fire with their automatic weapons on the students. Within minutes, the car sped away, leaving behind dozens of students soaked in their blood, including several martyrs. After a long while, the occupying army and intelligence forces arrived, pretending to investigate the incident. Pretending to investigate the incident, they interrogated several students and bystanders, while people murmured among themselves, "What do these people want? Do do they think we believe that this incident was not planned and orchestrated by them?" The same group of settlers had rented a house in the old city of Jerusalem and started to store quantities of advanced explosives, conducting intensive training sessions overseen by retired officers, including plans to blow up the Al Aqsa Mosque and remove any Islamic traces from it. The news leaked to the security services, and after consideration, they found that the time was not yet right for the destruction of the Al Aqsa Mosque. They decided to stop the extremist group by arrest. Oh, wait, what? Wait, like, sorry, I'm gonna shut up. The news leak. Okay. The news leaked to the security services, and after consideration, they found that the time was not yet right for the destruction of the Al Aqsa Mosque. They decided to stop this extremist group by arresting them and temporarily imprisoning them, despite their involvement in killing many and planning highly dangerous acts. Around the same time, an extremist religious movement called the Temple Faithful announced its intentions to enter the Al Aqsa Mosque compound to lay the foundation stone for their temple on the ruins of the blessed Al Aqsa Mosque, indicating they might use force to do so. Not long before, one of the extremists had stormed the Al Aqsa Mosque, shooting at the Muslim guards working for the Islamic Waqf and the worshippers, killing several of them. The news of this group's intentions to storm the Al Aqsa. Dude, this stuff is so heavy. I'm sorry. Oh, dude, this is crazy. And this is like every day. Like, this, you know, I mean, narrativizing, like, based on true event stories, like massacres and stuff. It's like, there isn't enough paper. Like, I don't know, dude. But it's like crazy. Um, Because you can just look to social media and see uh what what is called in our what the term Hollywood. They'll be like, oh, they'll say this whole like novel, um, it's Pallywood, or, and like I mean maybe like a novel, it's arguable because it's like, well it's not even Pallywood, like it's like people have written books. It's like, anyways, but like the images of like what's happening, like the most the first live streamed genocide, as they say. So, um, I don't know. Just like reading about it though, it's like feels weird. Uh, I mean, it also feels weird seeing like the clips and everything. And there's like nothing to do. like, I'm just reading this book. You know, what is there to do? Get thrown in jail for because I stopped paying taxes. No, I was kidding. I would not do that. I am a Native American though, so people the deal should be, if there's any common misconception about like a race of people, like, oh, Native Americans don't have to pay taxes. The deal should be, if there's a common misconception, it becomes true. We shouldn't have to pay taxes. I should be able to like conscientiously object to funding a genocide, you know. But as a Native American, wink, wink, like, but whatever. I'll I'll pay my taxes probably. Someone in my family will. My mom will like make someone in my family pay them. So, no, does that like? Can you just like make jokes about that? Like, I've always paid my taxes. Okay, get back to reading. I don't know. I guess the timer isn't moving as quickly as I worry it is. But like, I feel like I've been in the 30s. I feel like I skipped like a bunch of pages and have like been trapped on like 2 pages this whole time because I won't stop ranting. The news of this group's intention to storm the Al Aqsa Mosque spread everywhere, reaching the Islamic University before noon. Immediately, a number of student council members, led by Ibrahim, gathered in the university courtyard and started a speech festival about the dangers threatening the Al Aqsa Mosque. They announced that they would depart from any students willing to join them to Jerusalem. Some couldn't travel to Jerusalem without informing their families, while others didn't hesitate to give their bags and books to their peers to take home and inform their families about their departure to Jerusalem. Ibrahim and I were among those who did so. The bus took off to Jerusalem with one of the university's teachers, Sheikh Yunus, aboard. We wished the bus could fly us to Jerusalem so we could shield the Al Aqsa Mosque with our bodies. It's like, bro, I feel like I'm reading a comic book. I mean, like, and not like in a good, like not in a bad way, like in a good way. But anyways, it's We wish the bus could fly us to Jerusalem so we could shield the Al Aqsa Mosque with our bodies. Like, shouts out for San. Knights of Fursan. Shout out Nigel. Nigel Games, bro. Dude, that guy rules. Never never let a game be just called an asset flip. You can use assets in a transformative way. That's like saying every commentary YouTube video is an asset flip of whatever it's about. I'm doing an asset flip right now of this book. Okay, on with it. So we could shield. We wish the bus could fly us to Jerusalem so we could shield the Al-Aqsa Mosque with our bodies. Throughout the journey, the Sheikh spoke to us about the virtue of the sacred land and the merit of jihad in it, inflaming our emotions beyond their original fervor. Upon arriving at the Al Aqsa Mosque, we found it crowded with men, women, and children in a large, unorganized gathering. We, about 60 in number, gathered in one of the mosque's corners and formed a leadership headed by Ibrahim and the Sheikh as our guide and motivator. We were divided into several groups, each tasked with protecting one of the doors through which the aggressors were expected to come. We were divided into several groups, each tasked with protecting one of the doors through which the aggressors were expected to come. We had nothing to defend ourselves with but our hands, sticks, and stones at our disposal. We took our positions, instructed not to leave them under any circumstances, fearing that the attackers might assault the Al Aqsa Mosque from multiple locations, and the disorganized crowd would rush to the first door reported to be under attack. Each squad was split into two groups for performing prayers at their times. One group would pray while the other continued guarding. Like praying during a battle? Like video? I'm just video game brained. Um, I don't mean to be like offensive to anyone's religion or anything, but each squad was split into two groups for performing prayers at their times. One group would pray while the other continued guarding. Once the first group finished praying, it took over the guarding positions, allowing the second group to pray. As night fell and movements quieted, suggesting a potentially prolonged situation, it was agreed that the first group would sleep for the first half of the night and then return, allowing the second group to sleep during the latter half. The leadership group distributed commands to all teams to ensure unified action. Those who stayed for guard duty began to feel the night's chill, prompting several locals to bring wool blankets, providing one for each of us to wrap ourselves in. We settled by the stone walls and pillars, contem- contemplating the sanctity of the place and its historical phases, organizing to ourselves the honor of standing guard at Al Aqsa to protect it from any vile enemy. We reminisced, reminderist. My wrist remind me. Oh man, I need to chill. I need to not chill. Do I need to chill or not chill? Those who stayed guard Those who stayed for guard duty began to feel the night's chill, prompting several locals to bring wool blankets, providing one for each of us to wrap ourselves in. We settled by the stone walls and pillars, contemplating the sanctity of the place and its historical phases, whispering to ourselves the honor of standing guard at the Al Aqsa Mosque to protect it from any vile enemy. We reminisced about the prophets Isra and Miraj, remembered Saladin the victorious, and our eyes welled with tears, with some quietly sobbing. The second group replaced us at midnight, to whom we handed over the blankets for warmth and stones for defense. We then headed to the Al Aqsa Mosque courtyard, laying down some mats to lie on and covering ourselves with others until the dawn. Prayer, when we rose, performed ablutions, and joined the other worshippers for Fajr prayer. One of the Al Aqsa Mosque guards noticed our level of organization and preparedness, whispering to Ibrahim that there were hundreds of iron pipes used for constructing scaffolding available. Take them and use them if necessary, he suggested. Dude, in America, this is like what the feds make up. Like whenever there's protests, they're like, and some construction guys left a whole bunch of bricks around the place. Yeah, it was the out of town anarchists, the constructors. You know those anarchists. They all like have construction level abilities to move bricks around. Um. Anyways, I guess it was real here, but it sounds. I've heard like. Anyways, one of the Al Aqsa Mosque guards noticed our level of organization and preparedness, whispered to Ibrahim that there were hundreds of iron pipes used for constructing scaffolding available. Take them and use them if necessary, he suggested. As the sun rose, another busload of university students arrived, increasing our numbers to over 100, each armed with an iron pipe, significantly more effective than bare arms or stones. Everyone took their positions. People started flooding into the mosque again. Occasionally, rumors circulated that an attack would come from the Maghreb Gate, drawing crowds there, while university students remained at their posts. We noticed a more organized group of young men and adults and the general populace, who also recognized us and identified Ibrahim as our leader. They introduced themselves as devout young men from the 1948 occupied territories, particularly from the town of al-Fam. They immediately joined us, becoming part of our teams. Level up. Their most distinctive traits were extraordinary kindness and an incredible readiness for sacrifice. It's Final Fantasy, dude. Oh, well, I don't know, dude. It's very, very. I love it. Like I love this. This is awesome. This is a cool book, and it's reminders. It's just words, guys. But this like it's like we meet these extraordinarily kind and incredibly brave, you know, incredibly ready for sacrifice partners. We met our ride or dies. Through the power of friendship, we're going to overcome this helpless situation, to well, maybe helpless is the wrong word, but this this rules. And it's just so funny like living in a country where it's like every average person is like they're like, but yeah, Kim Jong Un, right? He's a and like all they know is they're like he tells his people, if you say Kim Jong Un doesn't poop his pants, they put you in jail. Our country's the best in the world. Like it's like they literally like Radio Free Asia or whatever the source is, just making stuff. They made up something else recently, but anyways, Dude. Um. s- Okay. Okay. It wasn't long before. Uh. They, they immediately joined us, becoming part of our teams. Their most distinctive traits were extraordinary kindness. I mean, but dude, peace be upon everyone, dude. Um, but like the like video game like anime Final Fantasy like I'm just saying the like story reality becomes story or whatever, or story becomes reality. Yeah, this, I'm just saying, dude, iconic. And I'm not saying like anything he did or whatever was good or anything, but like the images of anyways, dude, this it's like a Final Fantasy video game. It's like Transformers. It's like insane. But like that's like how like crazy it is over there. And I'm not saying anything about it, like, but it's just like the whole Pallywood thing is like, but dude, it's actually like real. Like it's real. Like what the heck? And like yeah, I mean, it reminds me of like Michael Bay movies and like Transformers and stuff. Like I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, please, please. I'm just reading a book, guys. I'm just reading a book. um, it wasn't long before one of them would start chanting or singing, elevating our spirits with the noble themes about sacrificing for Alexa with soul and blood, causing our tears to flow freely and our grips on the iron pipes to tighten. Wait, I think I skipped something. Yeah, as the sun rose, another busload of university students arrived, increasing our numbers to over 100, each armed with an iron pipe, significantly more effective than bare arms or stones. Everyone took their positions and people started flooding into the mosque again. Occasionally, rumors circulated that an attack would come from the Maghrib Gate, drawing crowds there while university students remained at their posts. We noticed a more organized group of young men and adults among the general populace who also recognized us and identified Ibrahim as our leader. They introduced themselves as devout young men from the 1948 occupied territories, particularly from the town of Al Fam. They immediately joined us, becoming part of our teams. Oh, yeah, well, whatever, I already repeated it. Their most distinctive traits were extraordinary kindness and an incredible readiness for sacrifice. Final Fantasy. Dude, I need the music back. I think that's what I need. This needs to sound more like Final Fantasy right now. Um, bah. Bandcamp being greedy. I mean, it's probably good actually. Sorry to the guys that I just play your music. I'm just gonna play Final Fantasy music. Who cares? Like, what are they gonna do? Like, make my video not get 0 views, anyways? because like we're talking about the power of friendship, dude. Like suddenly, like your situation was dire, and you needed a friend, and then you meet some devout young men from the 48 occupied territories who join your team and are extraordinarily kind to you. Man, it's like friendship. Yeah, dude. Extreme. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. But it's like, imagine meeting some extraordinarily kind and incredibly ready for sacrifice friends when you're at your lowest point. You know, and it's kind of beautiful if you think about it. Not to be flippant. It wasn't long before one of them would start chanting or singing, elevating our spirits with noble themes about sacrificing for Alexa with soul and blood, causing our tears to flow freely, and our grips on the iron pipes to tighten. The day designated by the Temple Mount Faithful passed without them daring to approach the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We stayed an additional day for reassurance. After confirming the absence of threat and performing the Dua prayer in the mosque, we sat in a circle in the courtyard. Sheikh Yunus spoke about our venture for Allah's sake to protect our Al-Aqsa, which didn't result in an encounter with the enemy, nor did any of us achieve martyrdom. He then prayed extensively, asking Allah to protect Al-Aqsa from their plots and grant us martyrdom in the merit of jihad. We all echoed, Ameen, with tears streaming down our faces and sobs rising. Then the bus took us back to Gaza, enveloped in silence all the way. Our trip to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, I'm just gonna wait for the music. Let's go. We all echoed Amin with tears streaming down our faces and sobs rising. Then the bus took us back to Gaza, enveloped in silence all the way. Our trip to the Al-Aqsa Mosque and meeting our people from the inside reminded us of another part of our torn nation, scattered across various regions. This was the first time we interacted closely with people from the inside. I had heard little about them before, but this encounter quickly endeared them to my heart, admiring their virtues, kindness, and lightheartedness. Among everything, their resilience throughout the years of occupation stands out the most. Despite all attempts to strip them of their Arab identity, Islam, and Palestinian heritage, they remain firmer than anyone who could imagine who hasn't met them and witnessed their spirit and readiness. My brother Muhammad had met some of the youths from the inside during his visit to Hebron University. As it is customary for activists from different lists, Muhammad and his colleagues would tour other universities in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, meeting with the activists for their ideological stream to coordinate activities and stances. During one of these visits to Hebron University, one of the activists invited them to a student house for lunch. There, it's a little loud. There we go. They were warmly welcomed by a group of youths who prepared lunch and dined with them. Muhammad learned that they were from the 1948 areas, from towns like Al-Fam and Kafir Qasim, And it was evident from these youths possessed incredibly. It was evident that these youths possessed incredibly kind souls, and a high level of religiosity. They're like praying during battles and stuff. It's like Attack on Titan or something. I don't know. It's like Final Fantasy. They have a high level of religiosity. It's like badass. Not to be flippant, but I mean, I'm sorry. At the end of the day, it is just a book. So, um, so sorry. But I mean, I love it, dude. This book like rules. It's awesome. I mean, at least some of the passages are like a little tedious, but you know, I obviously no hate to that. It's like, okay, I'm gonna stop with the. I'm just gonna get back to reading. Okay, where the heck was I? Their years living under occupation only strengthened their commitment to their faith and cause. Muhammad graduated with honors from the College of Science, which immediately enabled him to be accepted as a teaching assistant in the chemistry department of Beersheba University. My mother had been looking forward to his graduation and return to settle in Gaza, but his appointment at the university meant he would continue spending most of his time in the West Bank. This was a persistent problem for my mother due to Muhammad's absence in Ramallah. However, it solved another issue as he would need a new room upon returning as a graduate, and our house did not have the space. When discussing his accommodation in Ramallah, he confirmed that he would live in a shared apartment with the same students as during his studies for at least the first year. One day at our stay at Al-Aqsa Mosque, and while we were having a family gathering at home, I inadvertently started talking about that event. Despite Ibrahim's stern looks, I couldn't hold back or stop myself. Immediately, Mahmoud began criticizing Ibrahim and Muhammad Mohsen as members of the Islamic stream and accusing them of not participating in armed resistance and settling for political and mass work instead. He argued that their leadership was under suspicion for hindering the youth's potential for resistance in the name of religion. I need some like battle music. Some like tense conversation music. I don't know. It's like, how could you? How could you type music, you know? My bad. I don't know why I didn't have that shown. I guess I didn't realize. I don't really care. Like it's the name's a name. I don't know if that's what I was looking for. It's more like yeah, here we go. How could you? Muhammad, who seemed to have gained significant experience in political discussions through his involvement in student activities, responded, "Anyone listening to you would think your guns never stop firing, and that your operations will make the Jews flee within hours. You know that for years there has been nothing resembling an armed resistance, and all attempts are weak and die in their infancy, right, engineer?" The next day, as he went to pray Maghrib at the mosque, the youth sat in their usual circle, and Sheikh Muhammad asked for permission to speak. "Sheikh Ahmad, allow me, for this a question I'd like you to answer because it's frequently raised in every occasion we face. Where is the role of Islamists in national work? I mean, the resistance?" Sheikh Ahmad smiled, looking around at the faces. Fans. I was just thinking like Star Wars, like, there's some like quote of like, "In all the movies, the resistance are the good guys." And so I was just like, they said the thing. I don't know, man. I don't know what I expected from the book necessarily. But, because, it's relatively modern anyways. But I'm just, like, surprised at how much it reminds me of, like the mid-aughts type of films about the Middle East. It's like this is actually like the other like perspective for like a lot of, I haven't really watched like the more contemporary ones, like American Sniper. What a weird country we live in. A huge big movie that probably had assistance from the literal like anyways, like American Sniper, that's the movie that we're putting out. What? It's like Yahya Sinwar is a saintly poet in comparison to the crassness of American Sniper. That's the title you're going with? That's crazy, man. Anyways, I'm never gonna get any. Dude, I'm literally still. I'm like 5 minutes per page, if that, dude. Okay, I'm gonna like keep my eye on the pages and not shut up until I'm at 140 at least. Oh yeah, we're almost done with the chapter. The next day, as we went to pray Maghrib at the mosque, the youth, education and preparation. Oh yeah, let's go. Like, I don't know if these guys are supposed to be leftists, but in the stage of education and preparation, sounds a little leftist to me. Education? That's commie talk. The next day, as we went to pray Maghrib at the mosque, the youth sat in their usual circle, and Sheikh Muhammad asked for permission to speak. "Sheikh Ahmad, allow me, for there's a question I'd like for you to answer because it's frequently raised in every occasion we face. Where is the role of Islamists in national work? I mean, the resistance?" Sheikh Ahmad smiled, looking around at the faces of those present, and said, "We are now in a stage of education and preparation," and began to explain that the importance of education in building the future of nations and peoples aspiring to achieve noble goals, then moved on to the topic he intended to address from the beginning. The phrases preparation and education, or education and preparation, resonated throughout our discussions at home, at Al-Abd's house, in the presence of her son Abdul Hafiz, or at the university in any debate addressing the Islamist stance of armed resistance at the current time. Whenever someone from the national trend questioned their role, their Islamist counterpart would reply, "We are now in a stage of education and preparation," often citing the Islamist cause first man, Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, who spent many years of educational and dawah work before starting jihad by the sword. Talk about what's the phrase? It's oh, yeah, talk about a gateway. Dawa. Let's go. I mean, a sword battle, you can like survive, you know? Like just taking it literally. It would be like, well, the metaphor is they would do whatever we would do with our, Nah, I mean, a sword battle. If you gotta settle something by the sword, you know, as long as obviously like duels are like are outlawed or whatever, but it's just like silly. I don't know. Oh jeez. One day we returned home late to find our mother extremely worried. We learned that a policeman had delivered a summons for Ibrahim, asking him to report to the intelligence headquarters the following morning and warning him against delay. Ibrahim was not distressed, nor did he show any worry or fear, reassuring our mother that this was routine and many youths were summoned in this manner, asked a few questions, and then allowed to leave. The next day, Ibrahim went for that interview where he was detained in one of the booths, along with several others who were wanted. For some reason, I want to say who never waned for long hours. The booths along with several others who were wanted for long hours until Azur. I think that's how you say that. Azir. Afternoon prayer. Afterwards, he was brought into the office of the intelligence officer in charge of our area, known by the nickname Abu Wadi. The officer started asking him ordinary social questions about his family, relatives, residence, studies, and Ibrahim gave very brief and concise answers. Abu Wadi tried to draw him into more extensive conversations, but Ibrahim stuck to being succinct. I cannot relate. Ibrahim stuck to being succinct. A better man than me. After a short while, the question shifted towards student activities at the university, to which Ibrahim responded with either yes or I don't know, provoking Abu Wadi, who yelled, "Do you think we don't know about your activities and relationships? That we don't know your head is as hard as a rock?" Ibrahim remained silent, further infuriating the intelligence officer, who started pushing Ibrahim or giving him light slaps. It's not funny. That's crazy. In America, it's like anytime someone like even touches you, like barely, it's like, "I'll sue," and that goes for the cops as well. So it's kind of, it's a little bit like watching a movie, but like it's kind of crazy. You can just get pushed. An intelligence officer can just accuse you of something and start slapping you for remaining silent. That sucks. Yeah, Ibrahim did not react and his face turned red. Abu Wadi yelled about education and preparation. Why education and preparation? Just like, that sounds like Villain ass thing to say. Villain. Ibrahim looked at him and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Abu Wadi laughed. I knew you'd say that. I don't expect anything else from you. But just so you know, we're aware that you repeat these words and that you've said it hundreds of times in response to the National Bloc students' questions about your role in sabotage activities against the state of Israel. Be informed that we are monitoring you, and we know every breath you take. In the moment you think of doing something other than talk, we'll know how to put you in prison. Abu Wadi handed him his identity card, saying, all this hatred filling your eyes like a mule's. Don't bring it with you when I call you again. Leave it at home. Ibrahim took his ID card and left the room, smiling a smile that was not easy to hide. Bruh, let's something go. Dude, that is so badass. What the heck? Bruh. I'm such an idiot, dude. But, dude, this... Bro. Someone make this a movie, dude. Yeah, I swear, if in one of the later chapters, Ibrahim and Abu Wadi like meet again, bro. If he brings that back around later in this book, I cannot wait, dude. Dude, this is such great foreshadowing. Oh my god. This is, I mean, I'm like just, dude, even from a prison cell, we got time, dude. Pallywood is like a terrible phrase that in how it's been used, but like, this is better than Hollywood. Like, dude, I mean, I don't know, man. This is hilarious. I mean, it's not hilarious. It's just, I don't know what I was expecting. But this whole like villain speech, and it's like, I guess if you think about it, like getting interrogated is like a perfect literary like object to do a whole villain speech. And so that's like why resistance writing is so easy, because like all you have to do is have some authority over you that can just like, you know, detain you and, you know, sort of like streamers. If you allow yourself to watch streaming, kind of just like willingly doing that to yourself. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I know what to listen to. Let's go. Chapter 16. Aunt Fatia was blessed with a daughter named Mona, and despite the newborn's beauty, cheerfulness, and charm, she never distracted Aunt Fatia from her son, Abdel Rahim, who had started to crawl and speak. They began preparing him to start school the new year. I don't know if this is a good background music. I just like the movie. Maybe I should just, yeah. Let me turn the music off again. Just try to give it a clear read. I'm eating blueberries. And this is the part of the stream I'd interact with chat. If I had one. But that's why you have a point for the content, just for the archive's sake. And if your viewers, if you ever get any, have a problem with it, they can just like press JJJ or L to a timestamp or something. All right, here's the karaoke version of this part of the stream. Would you eat on me? I will ride away until there's nothing to judge. Would you ease up on me? I have felt it, everything I've ever tried. Would you ease up on me? Crystalline angel's voice flawed in my blood. Would you ease up on me? Yeah. On me. I will ride away until there's nothing to judge. Would you ease up on me? Crystalline angel voice flooding my blood. Would you ease up on me? I felt everything I've ever tried. Would you ease up on me? I will wait until there's nothing to hide. I don't know what that was weird. Let's go. Would you ease?
20 pieces on in the booth, nigga.
Who's for one, that's it.
Stop playing.
When are people gonna start saying peace be upon them about Draco?
Not the truth.
They really should start doing that.
Courageously slaying any op that's in the way of me. I know you done fucking with that bum, she can't wait to leave. Any niggas say you got a problem, I can't wait to see. In the booth mad cause he can't rap off methamphetamine. I make 50,000 in a month and still go run the streets. Even when my back against the wall, I still go undefeated. Anytime I'm down in the dumps, I just go to Nemus. You could try and do the things I do, but you'll never be me. Hopping out the GLE Benz, rocking 20 pieces.
Alright, fuck it. Why do I cuss? Just stop doing that. I just let silence drift over my mind. I've failed at everything I've ever tried. Chapter 16. Aunt Fatia was blessed with a daughter named Mona, and despite the newborn baby, chapter 16. Chapter 16. Just want to make sure the transcript picks it up. Okay, let's go. Chapter 16. Aunt Fatia was blessed with a daughter named Mona, and despite the newborn's beauty, cheerfulness, and charm, she never distracted Aunt Fatia from her son Abdel Rahim, who had started to crawl and speak. They began preparing him to start school with the new academic year. Abdel Rahim was a handsome, dark skinned child with a sharp sense of humor. If someone upset him, he would sulk and remain sullen until he could vent his anger by hitting the person who upset him. He was particularly attached to his uncle Abdel Rahman, who had gotten married after finishing his university studies and had a daughter named Rakaya. Or Rakaya. Maybe? I don't know. W. Rakaya. Uncle Abdel Rahman adored him greatly, and whenever he had the chance, he would take his little hand after his mother had gotten him ready and take him out of the house, either to the mountain or for a stroll in the village in its tranquil evening after sunset. He would buy him what he liked from a nearby shop and often took him to the mosque to pray Maghrib with Abdel. Right, I need to look up how to pronounce this Maghrib word, because I guess it's like a prayer. So it's like a, yeah, it's like a pretty fundamental thing. What the heck? I just want to, how do you say it? How to pronounce. Not my pronouns, how to pronounce. I don't care about your pronouns. I want to know how to pronounce Maghrib.
We are looking at how to pronounce this name, as well as how to say more interesting and related names as well, so make sure to stay tuned and consider subscribing for more learning. How do you say it? Maghrib. Maghrib.
Maghrib. Maghrib. Maghrib. Maghrib. Maghrib. Maghrib. Okay, Maghrib.
Pretty straightforward once you know. Maghrib.
He sounds a little British, but I don't know if that's. I guess a lot of people sound a little British. Maghrib. He would buy him what he liked from a nearby shop and often took him to the mosque to pray Maghrib, with Abdel Rahim standing next to his uncle mimicking him in prayer. If his uncle prolonged the prostration during a son of prayer, Abdel Rahim would lift his head to check his uncle's position, and if he saw him prostrating, he would return the prostration. Then he would sit with him in the mosque alongside a group of young men who frequented the mosque to discuss a jurisprudential issue, a historical matter, or an event from the Prophet's biography. Abdel Rahim would sit cross-legged, slightly bowing his head, then raising his gaze to the speakers, resting his head on his hands supported by his knees. His uncle would also take him to Hebron to visit his friend and colleague Jamal, where they would sit in the house engaging in conversation with other friends who would join them to discuss religious, political, and other issues. Sometimes they would go to one of the mosques in Hebron or to a friend's house for a visit. Political awareness in the occupied territories had clearly developed, especially among youth segregations. Oh, slip up there. Segregation is relevant, though. but it's the one place on earth where we get. Oh, never mind. Is that too Hollywood to do that accent? Like just because it's the one place, it's the one state of its type, you get to do whatever that you want, including like apartheid. Yeah. That'll be $25 billion. Or you're racist or something. The United States is definitely, dude. The United States is holding on by a string with not being the only thing keeping the U.S. from not being a racist country or from being a racist country is its support for Israel. Like it's the U.S. is hanging on by a thread. The second, like that's like we're like right on the edge. Everything is like not racist technically, but it's like the conditions are there for the U.S. to be a racist country, and that's like the straw that will break the camel's back. That's the one thing keeping the. You don't want the U.S. to be a racist country, do you? It's the one state of its kind on the planet. You, and then, oh, what about indigenous rights? You support Native Americans, don't you? And so that's why I have a right to talk about it. Because they're like, we're settlers who are indigenous. We're indigenous settlers. By the way, we the right of return only applies to us, and not the people who were here, who were made refugees and have remained refugees since. They don't have the right to return, but we do because we're indigenous. Yeah. You support the Native Americans, don't you? Okay. Abdel Rahim would sit cross-legged, slightly bowing his head, then raising his gaze to the speaker, resting his head on his hand supported by his knees. Well, that's did I accidentally? Oh, uh, he would. Okay, yeah. His uncle would also take him to Hebron to visit his friend and colleague Jamal, where they would sit in the house engaging in conversation with other friends who would join them to discuss religious, political, and other issues. Sometimes they would go to one of the mosques in Hebron or to a friend's house for a visit. Political awareness in the occupied territories had clearly developed, especially among youth congregations and specifically in universities, institutes, and high schools. The competition between political forces and political thought was gradually escalating, especially as each force attempted to secure the largest number of positions for itself. For example, in universities, each current trend to win over the students to ensure its victory in the student council elections. Like, even student council elections are like a big deal. Dude, being like a student in Gaza is like being like a superhero, dude. Like, holy, it's like democracy's cool over there, and not just like a boring job for like the geriatric like nursing home. During this competition, small and limited clashes always occurred, but were quickly and easily resolved. However, as the power of the Islamic current began to compete in all areas, a severe sensitivity arose among the national current, especially led by Fatah. The national current representing the different factions of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, considering itself the extension of the organization, which is the legitimate and sole representative of the Palestinian people. Wait, are the Fatah the collaborators and scouts, and the PLO are like the national current represent the national current representing the different factions of all of the Palestinian Liberation Organization consider itself the extension of the organization, which is the legitimate and sole representative. Okay, this has been the recognition of the Palestinian people we're accustomed to over decades, acknowledged by the Arab League, Arab countries, the United Nations, and other international institutions. Oh, okay, I mean, I think this is just like history type thing. I mean, I guess I don't know. Like, no, it's Kim Jong. He's an evil dictator. Suddenly, the Islamic current emerged in the occupied territories, growing significantly and competing in many positions against representatives of the PLO factions, winning many of them or achieving good percentages in others. This situation was extremely worrying, further aggravated by two other concerns. Firstly, this group did not shoulder any operational responsibility in the armed struggle against the occupation. Secondly, it did not recognize the PLO as the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Although its leaders and chiefs did not explicitly state this, they also did not clearly acknowledge this fact, providing diplomatic answers that were neither a clear no nor a clear yes when asked. Got a little bit of a rhyme there. They did not acknowledge the fact, didn't give a clear no or a yes when I asked. Okay, dude. Anyways, with the growth of this current off. Sorry, just give me a second. My throat. Remember when there was a Pew Joe? Remember when an undercover, like, whatever, like Pearl Harbor and those were, you know? False flag? No, I'm just kidding. Remember when there was a Pew Joe? Dude, it's literally like reading a James Bond film or something, but it's like Star Wars Resistance style. Yeah, we gotta go camping sometimes. It's undercover work. Gets a little complicated. Oh, okay. Let's go. Allegedly. I don't even remember what event I'm talking about. I just remember there was a Pew Joe. Suddenly, the Islamic current emerged in the occupied territories, growing significantly and competing in many positions against representatives of the PLO factions, winning many of them or achieving good percentages in others. This situation was extremely worrying, further aggravated by two other concerns. Firstly, this group did not shoulder any operational responsibility in the armed struggle against the occupation. Secondly, it did not recognize the PLO as a legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Although its leaders and chiefs did not publicly state this, they also did not clearly acknowledge this fact, providing diplomatic answers that were neither a clear no nor a clear yes when asked. With the growth of this current across the occupied territories. Man. Sorry. With the growth of this current across the occupied territories, especially in Gaza and specifically in the Islamic University, which came under almost complete control of the Islamic current through student council elections and staff body elections, the situation became increasingly concerning. Serious attempts were made to rebalance the situation, likely following directives from the leadership aboard to earnestly resolve matters This led to sharp frictions in many places, occasionally escalating into clashes that started in universities and spread to streets and alleys of areas and refugee camps. Attacks from one side on members of the other, followed by retaliatory responses. Okay. The attacks. I'm just trying to do like a little sound test, cause anyways, I just like worry I'm being loud. It's like, what kind of son is he? He's reading a book. His poor mother. Um Okay. In this atmosphere, everyone was aligning themselves with their groups and organizations, showing loyalty, even if just through words, and defending their positions. This immediately reflected within our home. My brother Mahmoud was a Fatah supporter. My brothers Hassan and Muhammad and my cousin Ibrahim were from the Islamic bloc, and our neighbor and relative Hassan's brother-in-law was from the Popular Front. The moment any conflicts or clashes of this nature erupted, it directly impacted our home and relationships, turning discussions into heated arguments and shouting matches about who did what, questioning each other's actions and beliefs. Let's go. Drama. I mean, yeah, sorry again for being flippant. My mother would try to mediate and cool things down to at least avoid physical fights, and I usually stood by her side. Mahmoud's wife would stand by him, and Hassan's wife by him, and eventually everyone would disperse to their rooms, deliberately avoiding each other, clearly upset and angry. Ibrahim's presence in the university and his leadership role in the Islamic bloc earned him an extraordinary level of respect, almost sanctified. Being at the university myself and close to him, I noticed this clearly and was often concerned someone might attack him, so I tried to stay close whenever possible and permitted by my schedule and his movements. He would sometimes disappear or be sitting or standing with bloc activists where I wouldn't intrude, guessing they were discussing private matters which they wouldn't want me to hear. Those are so annoying. With like, this is a A-B conversation. See your way out. That's like my trigger, man. That's like, I'm like, child mode activated. I'm gonna throw a tantrum. But that's why I need to turn to God. What's so wrong with turning to God so I can be better to my fellow man? What's so wrong about that? Occasionally Mahmoud tried to engage Ibrahim in conversation, holding his temper to prevent an escalation. Oh wait, no, I definitely skipped something. It seemed information about Ibrahim's role reached my brother Mahmoud through Fatah activists at the university who considered Mahmoud one of their leaders. I could see the irritation and anger on Mahmoud's face towards Ibrahim, unable to approach or even speak to him without causing upset, which was a red line for my mother since upsetting Ibrahim was akin to a disaster, as we had been taught since their mother left him. Yo. Yeah, I mean, maybe family might have reasons for keeping that quiet. Occasionally, Mahmoud tried to engage Ibrahim in a conversation, holding his temper to prevent an escalation. My mother would intervene, pouring her wrath on Mahmoud's head, prompting him to argue that the situation wasn't as Ibrahim and his group portrayed, implying they bore some responsibility for the clashes. Ibrahim would smile and say, "Man, you're trying to pin this on us? We didn't start the clash, and you're not ready to acknowledge our existence as a popular force and a political and social stream different from yours." Mahmoud wouldn't counter My food wouldn't count, bro. Mahmoud would counter. You're inclined to violence, using sticks, chains, and batons. You don't recognize the PLO. Don't carry your weight in armed struggle and attack representatives of. Okay, what is he saying? Man, you're trying to. I'm just gonna start over at the beginning of. Ibrahim would smile and say, "Man, you're trying to pin this on us. We didn't start the clash, and you're not ready to acknowledge our existence as a popular force and a political and social stream different from yours." Mahmoud would counter, "You're inclined to violence, using sticks, chains, and batons. You don't recognize the PLO. Don't carry your weight in armed struggle and attack representatives of the national movement with the occupation watches, while the occupation watches." Ibrahim would look at him reproachfully. Ibrahim would look at him reproachfully. Where was that? Questioning if this was an accusation of collaboration. Whoa. Uh-oh. Accusation of collaboration. Uh-oh. Crazy. Oh my god. Ibrahim would look at him reproachfully, questioning if this was an accusation of collaboration, that they were the occupation that they were the occupation's favorites. Mahmoud would try to backpedal. "I'm not accusing you, Ibrahim, not you, but perhaps your leaders have personal agendas." Ibrahim would respond, "We never initiated a clash. We've always defended ourselves. The core issue is your unwillingness to recognize our existence as a competing force, as if the mandate for Palestinian work and control over institutions and associations is registered solely in your names. You must acknowledge there's a competing force that disagrees with many of your views and positions." At this point, my mother, who had been paying attention and monitoring this discussion, would intervene, asking to stop this conversation and not bring street problems into our home disputes. On one occasion, the military governor sent a notification requesting the presence of Ibrahim and other activists from various factions at his headquarters. When Ibrahim arrived, he found a group of about 10 activists. Were the activists? Activate activists. It's like everything that's like boring here is like superhero. And I'm just kidding. The most excited thing an activist will ever do is get honeypotted into a night in the county jail. That's but in Palestine, being an activist is cool. At least this book makes it seem that way. Well, I mean, cool isn't the right word, but like, I like the drama. At this point, my mother. Okay, on one occasion, the military governor sent a notification requesting the presence of Ibrahim and other activists from various factions at his headquarters. When Ibrahim arrived, he found a group of about 10 activists. The governor started calling them into his office one by one. When it was Ibrahim's turn, the governor began to speak with him and held him responsible for the ongoing events. Ibrahim objected to this approach, clarifying that he had no connection to the clashes taking place. The governor then shifted tactics, questioning how, as a people under occupation desiring independence, they could fight and quarrel among themselves, implying they were people undeserving of life. Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah. Ibrahim found himself in a dilemma. Not responding would be a severe blow, and responding might affirm the ongoing situation or his part in it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Firstly, I want to affirm that I have no connection to what is happening. However, I believe you are aware that all peoples living under occupation, or those with sovereignty and institutions, like our people, experience disputes and clashes. This has happened among you repeatedly, both in ancient and recent times, including the Haganah's actions against the Urgun." Is that like a dragon or something? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. um, the governor was taken aback, unable to hide his surprise, and asked, "Where did you learn this?" Ibrahim responded, "It's written in books." The governor, dude, is like a superhero. This is like literally like a superhero story about like the power of education. I mean, I'm just saying there's a reason those T guys in in Asland, you know, there's a reason why their name is students. It's like being a student in Islam is just like a badass thing. It's like Ibrahim is like anyways. And as a lifelong learner myself, I think that's cool. This is inspiring, dude. This is like they should teach this in classrooms. The average bot be like, "Nah, we gotta. The book we should teach in every single classroom is one with the N word, and we have to spend many days talking about why the book is still good, even though it uses the N word like it does. And we have to read the whole book, everyone, everywhere. And you know what? A white guy's gonna be the lawyer that fixes everything." Or he won't even fix everything. Just so you know, dude. And look at how far we've come. We're making anyway, dude. I'm on one, dude. It's like every 30 seconds, I'm literally like psychosis, streamer brain. But yeah, no, this book rules. It's like inspiring. Making education look cool. Been doing I mean, and to be fair, like both like Christianity and Islam and Judaism, like religion, like education and like religion like sort of sprouted at a similar time. Like education for like reading the books, but like doing singing and stuff. At least like singing for sure. Like singing education started with the church. So I mean, like other than like folk songs, but like institutionalized education. Uh, and I guess Islam has that too. Uh, anyways, math or something. It's written in the books. The governor tried to turn the tables on Ibrahim, saying, "I'm proud that someone like you considers the Jewish people a role model, an example." Ibrahim retorted, "I did not mention that as a role model or example, but rather as a historical model. And I reiterate to you once again that I have no connection to what is happening." And it kind of reminds me, like, you know, when they visited, like, the West Bank earlier. I think it was the West Bank, but, like, when they visit, like, the occupied territories, um, you know, they did it, like, it was sort of birthright esque thing. I mean, not really, but it had some of the elements and like being like a historical model of the right of return, That's sort of like like the first step to a right of return is a trip like that, probably. Which obviously both Jewish people and Palestinians deserve a right to return. Build a taller building. Build a taller building. All right, everyone gets the right to return. Build a taller building, and everyone just get along. But I mean, obviously, it's none of my business. But that, if anyone's curious what I think, that's what I think. um, I'm proud that someone like Ibrahim retorted, "I did not mention that. Yeah, so day by day, my respect and admiration for Ibrahim grew. Yeah, that guy rules. He was orphaned by his father, who was martyred when he was 4 years old, and later abandoned by his mother while still young. Raised among us, he became a self-made man and a true leader, despite his young age and the challenging circumstances under occupation. I watched him as he moved around the university campus, talking to one, directing another, issuing orders and instructions, and managing affairs as he wished. Then you'd find him engaging in thoughtful discussions and debate. Above all, he was modest, blushing easily, his face quickly turning red with a rush of blood to his cheeks. The occupation was preventing construction at the university in an attempt to contain and restrict it. It's like they're all like, the universities are like, it's like X-Men, like super, like mutant school. And like they learn the power of like prayer to like fight their battles and stuff, and like, dude, casting spells and shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, dude. I mean, I guess university is cool anywhere, but I mean, cool isn't the right word. Anyways, let me just read it and stop ruining it. The occupation was preventing construction at the university in an attempt to contain and restrict it. However, it was necessary to impose a policy of creating a fait accompli. The number of students, both male and female, had exceeded 1,500, and the number of academic and administrative staff had increased to such an extent that no one, neither students nor observers, could doubt that the university had passed the stage of danger and was now on the path to becoming a formal institution. Da 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 da. This turned to a challenge against the occupation, which fights us in everything, including education. Thus you saw us erecting tents and palm frond arbors to study under, with Ibrahim overseeing the work with the great seriousness and attention, instilling in the students a spirit of perseverance and challenge. Each of us came to the university feeling it was part of our national duty first, before our academic interest. The number University of Tents began to imprint itself on the Islamic University, and this became a source of our pride and dignity. The occupation could not stand against the will of the people for education and began to accept the reality, pushing us to move forward. Suddenly, without prior warning, several trucks entered the university, unloading. Dude, it's like people are just like learning stuff, like learning how to read, and then it's like, here come the settlers and their carriages, or but modern warfare style. I mean, maybe it's a nice several trucks entering suddenly without prior warning the university. unloading large quantities of building materials. Ibrahim transformed from a student and oh no, it is good. Wow, oh dude, Ibrahim, let's go, dude. I had that completely wrong, dude. I'm literally ruining my reading of this. Anyways, Ibrahim transformed from a student and activist into a contractor. With him, a number of respectable students and hundreds of us helping them to build brick classrooms with asbestos roofs. Thus, a fait accompli was imposed on the occupation, and several classrooms were equipped for study. After a while, several other classrooms. Oh yeah, I guess that's the whole like fait accompli thing. Is that like proving your national identity of like having independent like land and active like culture and yeah. After a while, several other classrooms were prepared, followed by a third batch, making it clear that they had become independent of the palm frond arbors and tents. All of this only elevated Ibrahim in my eyes and in my heart, adding to his greatness, nobility, and love. That's sweet. Ibrahim was studying and excelling in his studies. Ibrahim was studying and excelling in his studies, engaging in his student activities, and held a prestigious position among his peers as a leader in his group. Above all, he was involved in construction work, earning money that sufficed for his expenses. But it didn't stop there. One evening while we were sitting at home, he turned to my mother saying, "I want to suggest something, and I don't want you to be upset with me." She replied, "You know I don't get upset with you, and I know you wouldn't say anything that would upset me." He said, "But it seems this is the first time I'll do that, so I hope you'll forgive me." My mother looked at him in surprise and wonder, asking, "What's the matter, Ibrahim?" He answered that while he answered while that. He answered while reaching into his pocket and pulling out a bundle of money. "I want to contribute to the household expenses." Dude, he's such a nice guy. He's like, "I'm sorry. Um, nice. Better man than me. I want to contribute to the household expenses. I'm now a man earning a lot of money, and I must contribute to the expenses. It's enough that you," my mother interrupted Ibrahim, exclaiming, "What's gotten into you? Have you lost your mind?" Ibrahim mumbled, "Auntie, I'm now." My mother shouted again, "No, not now or ever. Forget about this nonsense. If you have extra money, give it to me and I'll save it for you, because you might need it tomorrow or the day after. Anyway, it will be needed when we marry you off after you graduate from university." Then she began to speak to him tenderly. "Whenever you have an extra penny, bring it to me to save for you. It will be needed, Ibrahim." Yeah. Saving money. Probably a good idea. It seems the refusal did not sit well with him, as I would see him every few days returning home carrying an envelope or a bag filled with groceries, fruits, vegetables, or sweets, bringing them home as a form of participation. My mother would look at him with admiration and respect, muttering, "Ah, what can I do with Ibrahim? May God be pleased with you." Armed resistance had significantly diminished, and the saying, "Every death of a Jew causes so and so," became so popular to illustrate the rarity of non existence of such events. Every what of a what? The only good Indian. Not only did deaths among enemies decrease, but any form of resistance did. The signs of military alertness dwindled. The number of patrols roaming the street reduced, and curfews were rarely imposed. Nighttime curfews were lifted, allowing people to be on the beach at night in many areas. Man. Buses filled with Jews began to come to all areas, for example, to the heart of Gaza City on Saturdays for outings and shopping due to the cheap prices, despite the significant negative impact on the conservative level of the country when dozens of buses carrying scantily clad girls and women arrive. They just want to be gay in Gaza. They just want to brat in Gaza. It's crazy. Oh, tourism. Seems nice. For the tourist, tourism really seems like a step forward. What can I say? I'm a bit of a tourist. Intelligence officers responsible for the areas began to roam the streets in their Subaru cars. Fucking Subaru. Peugeots and Subarus. Even stopping at any time of day or night, anywhere, calling over passerby to check their ID cards, interrogate them, and converse without any fear or caution. Sometimes, if they saw something suspicious in an alley, they would chase down those alleys, a stark contrast to the large forces that couldn't invade the camp before. Now you might see them shouting at or even slapping and kicking young men they stopped, then driving off without returning their ID cards, demanding they follow him to his office. And woe to that young man if he did not comply. Dude. Americans be like, they know how to handle border security. You take their papers and tell them what's what and how to jump. Oh man. They don't have their papers. They're criminal. That's crazy. The movement of workers to the inside became unrestricted. And many workers and craftsmen formed friendships with their Jewish employers. Well, that's nice. It wasn't limited to work relationships, but extended to social ones. Even better. If a worker requested a week off for marriage, the employer would inquire about the date and inform him that he would come with his wife to congratulate and bring a gift. Let's go. It was common to find an Israeli car with a yellow license plate entering the camp, stopping and asking in Hebrew or broken Arabic for the house of groom so-and-so, where they would park, enter with gifts, and leave without anyone objecting. And then the spokespeople for like I'm thinking of the mayor of I think the mayor of Tel Aviv, like that lady. She's like, we gave back Gaza. We segregated. And then they come and resist the occupation. There is no occupation. There's only segregation. Like, we gave them back Gaza. We segregated. But this makes makes it seem like everyone should just live together. Build a taller building. Build a bigger city. Anyways, the occupation's intelligence had begun to infiltrate the camp gradually, systematically, and deliberately. Anyone opposing or objecting would find the intelligence officer responsible for the area sending dozens of summonses to young men and men to his office. They would sit in the waiting rooms for hours, then be called in one by one to be beaten, threatened, warned, bargained with, consoled, and efforts made to recruit them. Sometimes it succeeded in ensnaring some of the weak-willed. Anyone wanting to travel abroad for study, to visit relatives, work, needing a building permit, to open a workshop or store, or not needing anything at all had to go through the intelligence officer's office where bargaining began and services were offered in exchange for very simple tasks from the citizen. If initial cooperation is found, it is understood that it could be developed into collaboration and betrayal. The situation did not stop there, but exceeded to a point where a number of agents became famous and known, carrying pistols on their sides, roaming the street at will. There's always the collaborators. Roaming the streets at will. Entering the intelligence officer. Entering the what? Entering the intelligence office whenever they wish, harassing and assaulting people. Someone in need of a permit or license, which is denied by the intelligence officer, could turn to one of these well-known agents, seeking their mediation to obtain their needs, for which the agent would demand a commission. One of the neighbor's sons had gone to study medicine in Turkey. After 6 years and only his internship year left, he was prevented from traveling. Repeatedly visiting the intelligence officer, who refused each time to issue him a travel permit, his feet became worn out from so much walking. Advised by someone, he approached one of the agents for help. That agent demanded a large commission of 500 Jordanian dinars. When the man argued that the amount was too large, the agent sarcastically replied, "I'm an agent for the Jews. If you could, you would have killed me. So I must suck your blood before that happened." Whoa, chill, bro. I'm a literal vampire. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. That's crazy. Some opened offices for issuing permits and similar transactions that could only be done with intelligence permission, making commission, accumulating wealth. In driving luxury cars, it became clear that through its agents, the occupation's intelligence started promoting the trade and use of hashish, drugs, and alcohol. They considered this a means to destroy the nation and kill any spirit of resistance, while the agents saw it as a quick way to make money with their appearance protected. The agents began to promote corruption and immorality by spreading obscene pictures, magazines, and sexual videotapes among boys and girls. Aware activists from various organizations saw these dark, murky images, and not only could they not act against this phenomenon, but they also all came under constant surveillance by these agents. Since my brother Mahmoud and my cousin Ibrahim were well-known activists, an agent closely monitored our main house's door, not knowing we had another door, previously my uncle's. Thus, Mahmoud and Ibrahim would quietly leave the house through the back door, while those suspects, they thought they were still inside. Stealth mission? Stealth side quest? All the youth in the camp knew many stories of women and girls who had fallen into collaboration and started working with the intelligence as prostitutes to trap young men into sexual activities. They would then be photographed in shameful and compromising positions, and the intelligence would attempt to blackmail and threaten them to work with them. Stories became known about beauty salons or photo studios owned by agents turning into dens for moral entrapment as a prelude to security entrapment. These stories were particularly exposed. Can I do an Alex Jones? mRNA vaccines. Oh no, I probably shouldn't be loud like that. These stories were particularly exposed after several suicide incidents of girls who wrote letters to their families saying they had been deceived into going to a certain salon where they were drugged and found themselves violated and photographed in disgraceful poses. Oh shit. That's bad. They were threatened to cooperate with the intelligence or else be exposed, leading them to prefer death and suicide. That's crazy. I guess it's not really crazy. Wanting there's things that can happen where it's like living is yeah, I mean, we just read there there are things so bad that it's like uh many of these stories with names of those who committed suicide, names of the shops, and the names of those who engaged in these disgraceful acts became well known. It was clear that the occupation's intelligence using its agents systematically practiced spreading organized corruption to destroy the people and end any hope of a future for liberation or resistance. Every day, their methods in this field evolved to the extent that one of the well known agents' offices would announce registration for a tourist trip to areas inside the Green Line. During these trips with dozens of naive young men, several prostitutes known for their collaboration with the occupation's intelligence were taken along. During the trip in those tourist spots, attempts were made to entangle those young men in scenes and situations that were photographed, thereby threatening them with scandal and informing their families unless they agreed to cooperate with the intelligence. Dude, what does this remind me of? mRNA vaccines. Um, One young man from the camp who went on one of the trips got entangled where they took compromising photos of it. Okay, so one young man from the camp who went on one of those trips got entangled when they took compromising photos of him. The intelligence office responsible for the camp summoned him to his office and proposed he collaborate with him, which he refused. The officer then showed him those photos, threatening to expose him in the camp and tarnish his image. The young man persisted in his refusal. Abu Wadi, he said, I'll give you a week to think. After a week, I'll summon you again, and if you don't agree to help me, you'll see how I expose you. Getting the exposed. The young man left in a panic. Is he gonna suicide, boy? Never do that. The young man left in a panic, feeling he had fallen into a trap. If he refused to cooperate, he would be disgraced throughout the camp and his reputation would be tarnished. If he agreed to cooperate, he would become more entangled, forced to betray his people and his homeland. Eventually, he turned to one of his friends seeking a way out. His friend, finding himself in a dilemma due to lack of patience with such matters, accompanied the troubled young man to Mahmud, hoping he could offer some advice. They explained the situation to Mahmud. Mahmud scolded the young man for going on such trips in the first place, for getting close to the collaborators, and for getting himself into this mess. He assured him that the problem was already solved because he had the courage to talk about it with his friend and sought advice from Mahmud. Intelligence agencies typically do not publish such photos but use them to threaten naive young men. Their fear of public exposure could make them agree to cooperate. If the intelligence officer called him again, he should make it clear that he was not afraid of the scandal, that the officer could publish the photos, and he himself would distribute copies around the camp if necessary. Let's go. That's called the double down. That's called the double down. Call the bluff. Let's go. Is it Ibrahim who said that? No, it's Mahmoud. Yeah. We ain't no naive young men. The young man was summoned a few days later and did as Mahmud advised. This infuriated Abu Wadi, who began threatening him, but eventually he dismissed the young man from his office, stating that he would give him more time to reconsider. If he still refused to cooperate, Abu Wadi warned he would make his life miserable. One evening, as Abu Wadi was patrolling the camp streets in his car and spotted the young man shopping, he stopped to call him over. Realizing this, young man turned and fled into an alley, with Abu Wadi chasing after him. I don't like where this is going. Mahmoud and his Mahmoud and his colleagues often discuss these topics in their meetings, deliberating on how to counteract the intelligence activities and their collaborators without finding a feasible solution. It seemed the situation had apparently reached a point where the proverb, the rip has expanded beyond repair, applied. Their dilemma worsened when Hassan, a cousin, returned to the camp. His Jewish lover had kicked him out after their business with her father collapsed, leading to bankruptcy. Wow, like what a side story. Dude. Hassan. I remember seeing his name earlier in this book, but I don't remember anything like that happen. Well, anyways. Wandering aimlessly, he decided to return to the camp. When he arrived home, it was clear he no longer belonged among them. He had become more like the Jews than his own people, and no one could bear his presence. Despite this, Mahmud proposed giving him a chance to reform and reintegrate into the natural setting. They cleared out the guest room for him and tried to make him feel the warmth of returning to the family. However, he was incapable of feeling warmth or affection. Every day he would cause trouble with the neighbors or infringe on their honor, leading to complaints. Mahmud tried advising him without success until they unanimously decided to expel him from the house, with Ibrahim being the most adamant about it. Dang. When Hassan returned from one of his escapades in a similar state, Ibrahim confronted him sternly and made it clear he had no place among them. He should leave wherever he wished. After a decisive conversation in which all participated, Hassan picked up a few of his belongings, including his television, and left muttering curses mostly in Hebrew and some in broken Arabic. They thought that they had finally rid themselves of the trouble he caused with the neighbors. Days later, they learned he was living with a notorious woman, and news began to circulate that he was involved in drug trafficking and promoting indecent materials, clearly indicating his ties to intelligence. Dude, it's like the crack epidemic in the 80s. These are like Grand Theft Auto. This was confirmed when some of Muhammad's friends informed him that Hassan was regularly visiting Abu Wadi's office without any restrictions. Their family's reputation in the camp had always been impeccable, with Mahmud's status and Fatah and Ibrahim's in the Islamic movement, positioning them as pillars of national work and religious integrity. Suddenly, Hassan's reappearance threatened to tarnish this image. Hassan, known for his corruption and suspected dealings, caused the greatest harm to his brother Hassan, as people would become apprehensive upon hearing his name, associating it with the notorious Hassan al-Salih. Every time his name was mentioned, Hassan had to explain the situation from the beginning, though listeners were not always convinced. I mean, I guess Hassan kind of deserved it, maybe. But I'm like, I guess they offered him retribution and he just wasn't capable of it. And I'm just like, oh, that's me. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Well, maybe it is. Anyways, I wish I wasn't Hassan, but that's why. Anyways, I'm just reading this book. um, let's go to this next paragraph. I'm just looking at that. This crazy. Hassan had to explain the situation from the beginning, though listeners were not always convinced. Hassan became our primary concern, and despite the neighborhood and camp's familiarity with us, we began to feel the need to walk with our heads down, ashamed of the stigma that had befallen us. How could we rid ourselves of this curse? We had to act, but our helplessness was evident. Ibrahim came to me one day saying, Ahmed, I need to discuss something with you, and I ask for you promise not to tell anyone. I promised, and he said, We must kill Hassan. I was shocked and looked at him in disbelief, speechless. He repeated, Yes, we must kill him. Either we do it publicly to erase the shame that has befallen us. I have to bring this clip up. There are other clips I want to do, but this one's just too perfect.
You got anyone you want to call out?
So this paragraph was just, Oh, Hassan became my primary concern, boy. And despite the neighborhood and camp's familiarity with us. Wait, let's go. He said, Ahmed, I need to discuss something with you, and I ask for you to promise not to tell anyone. We must kill Hassan. Yes, we must kill him. Either we do it publicly to erase the shame that has befallen us, and I'm ready to pay the price with a life sentence, or we do it secretly. The important thing is to erase him from the face of the earth. That's terrible, but
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hassan Piker? I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam Hyde!
Bloody.
there's more to that, but that's the point. Let me just finish this chapter. I understood Ibrahim's pain and what we all suffered from Hassan's actions and reputation, but I was not ready to go to such lengths, even in thought. However, a solution was necessary. I suggested to Ibrahim that we ambush Hassan and break his legs so he would remain bedridden in that house and stop harming others. I made it clear that I was not willing to go any further, and he agreed. We informed Hassan of our plan, and he immediately agreed. Wait, what? Readying 3. Is that different, Hassan? Anyways, readying 3 iron pipes and 3 masks for us. Indeed, we lay in wait for him, and one night, as he returned drunk to his ominous house, we pounced on him. Ibrahim struck him in the head, and he fell. I whispered to Ibrahim, Don't hit his head, just his legs. And we pummeled his legs and arms senselessly, then left the scene. Then Hassan hitting the pipe, with Hassan hiding the pipes and masks. By the next morning, news had spread that a group attempted to kill Hassan. He survived with severe injuries, both legs and one arm broken, and a skull fracture. He was taken to the hospital and we showed no concern. Everyone looked at us, their eyes saying, You did it. God bless your hands. A few days later, the police came and took all the young men from the house for interrogation. Regarding the attempted murder of Hassan, we did. Just give me a second. Gotta go feed my cat, but it's just one more page. Man, they settling this problem. This is the old ways. A few days later, the police came and took all the young men from the house for interrogation regarding the attempted murder of Hassan. We denied it, arguing, how could we kill our cousin, our own flesh and blood? His blood does not turn to water. We were detained for about 2 weeks and then released after no evidence was found against us. Despite our 2-week detention, Hassan remained in the hospital wrapped in casts for over 2 months. Upon his release, he was left with a limp indistinguishable even in the dark. However, he bought a white Peugeot, there we go again, 504, and continued to move around, but we no longer heard about the scandals in the camp. Solve that problem. Let's go. A little bit of street justice. A Peugeot 504. This is what he got. I mean that's actually kind of fly. That's kind of cool. Low-key. So that's what he got for collaborating and being a freak. He could do worse. I guess there's a bunch of them. Wait, what year? 1985-ish. Let's look at a 1985 one. So 80 to 83. Oh, maybe it was like that one. That one looks alright. Yeah, I mean, I'd drive that. Okay, whatever. In 1985, a prisoner exchange took place between Israel and the General Command Ahmad Jibril, releasing many Palestinian prisoners who had spent years in jails, mostly from Fatah and the Popular Front, and some from the Islamic movement in prisons who were originally from the Popular Liberation Forces. The release turned the occupied territories into a national celebration across the homeland, with celebrations and well-wishers everywhere. On the other hand, this represented a clear boost in national and security awareness among the Palestinian people. The release of these experienced and seasoned individuals had a significant impact on the political debate on various issues. When these freed individuals were present in councils, our home and at work, but patrols by suspects around the house did not cease. Instead, they intensified and became more frequent, happening throughout the day and night. My brother Sheikh Mohammed became acquainted with one of his devout female students, and it was clear he was drawn to her. Reciprocating glances filled with modesty and a clear message of mutual feelings. He returned to Gaza on Thursday, stayed with us until Friday when he informed our mother about the girl and sought her permission to take the first steps. After some hesitation, she consented, insisting she must see the girl first, as she considered Mohammed to be like a blind cat who might not find the girl beautiful enough. Mohammed returned to Beersheba and asked the girl to allow him a 2-minute private conversation. Almost bursting with shyness, he asked if he could propose to her parents for her hand in marriage. Her cheeks flushed with blood, enhancing her beauty, and she nodded in agreement, providing her family's address. The following Friday, Mohammed took a family delegation, including our mother, my brothers Mahmoud and Hassan, my aunt, and my sisters Fatima and Tihani, to the girl's house. My mother was undoubtedly impressed and later joked about Muhammad being like a blind cat, which turned out to be a disaster. The girl's family agreed, and the engagement was announced with the marriage contract and wedding planned for after her graduation in 1.5 years, which suited Muhammad and us. Well, that's nice. I'm going to end it here. Who knows? Maybe in like an hour or two, let's like get back on it. But yeah, so what do we read about? There's a really cool guy named Ibrahim who makes being a student. It's like the universities. It's like X-Men ish. A massacre with a Peugeot 5, maybe a Peugeot 504, some kind of Peugeot. Riveting. It's a riveting book. Riveting is how I would describe it. What was I looking at earlier? Oh yeah, dude. Dude, the US, dude, the Biden administration is not going out gracefully. Let me just say that. Not going out gracefully. Why do I have such a baby face? I'm 50 years old. All right, we're gonna leave it like that. Let's see. Yeah, let's. The Biden. Let me hide these. Oh, that looks kind of cool. I'll just leave it like that. Bro. And like, is there like a full, okay, yeah, here we go. So like, I don't know if like this guy like interrupted at some point and then like 5 minutes later they brought in security, or if they just like pulled him out just like without him even interrupting. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's watch the clip and then maybe we can find the context. Does this have the different cameras? It sort of does. It probably
supporting videos and evidence.
Should probably look on X. I don't know.
Not always the most enjoyable thing, but it is the most necessary thing in our democracy.
It's democracy, dude. Look at the cracks.
Our democracy.
The cracks are showing. That's Zero Nick. Call me Zeronic. Okay.
End of your bombs. Why did you keep the
So,
bombs flowing when we had a deal?
I'm happy to address questions.
We had a deal. Everyone in this room knows.
So this is Max Blumenthal. Let me bring it up on X.
I'm happy to address
Why did you
questions.
sacrifice the rules-based order on the mantle of your commitment to Zionism? Why did you allow my friends to be massacred? Why did you allow my friends' homes in Gaza to be destroyed when we had a deal in May? You helped destroy our religion, Judaism, by associating it with fascism. You waved the white flag before Netanyahu.
And this is like classic American democracy all the way to like the small towns. Every office has like a staff member like this lady, who at first it's like, maybe like, sir, can you like respect the decorum? And then next it's like, okay, no, sir. Okay, and then, and then, I mean, at least like This is like totally rational. I mean, it's not like a woman thing or anything. It's just
flag before Israeli fascism.
this is just American democracy at work.
Your father-in-law was an Israeli.
We got to respect the process. We and like, so to be fair, like Anthony Blinken is saying the same thing. Is like, we can just ignore everything and say we don't comment on that when, and like if you even dare to like disrespect the process where we give you no comment forever and ever, this is what happens.
Lobbyist, your grandfather was an Israel lobbyist. Are you compromised by Israel? Why did you allow the Holocaust of our time to happen? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? You too, Matt. You smirk through the whole thing every day. You smirk.
Yeah, Matt Miller is like truly. He's one of those blood-sucking vampires, bro.
Through a genocide.
His smirk is kind. I mean, I'm smirking too. I'm not. I've never claimed to be a good guy. At least not in a not in a long time. Maybe when I was younger, and when I was only 31, that's when I claimed to be a good guy. But like he's like smirking here too. But like Matthew Miller's smirk in particular is like crazy. He goes wild. It's like, it's dubious.
You too, Matt. You smirk through the whole thing every day.
But this next guy, he isn't even making a scene like Max Blumenthal is. Like, I don't know what precipitated this next one. It's crazy.
Smirk through a genocide.
Thank you. Answer a damn question.
I look forward to answering questions in 2 minutes.
You know about Israel's nuclear weapons, everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled by 2 or 3 people.
Yeah, and so that's what they clipped it out, but like he said some stuff before that, but I can probably find the clip on X, but here's how they clipped it.
You pontificate about a free press? You pontificate about a free press? You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I'm asking questions after being told.
I carry in my pocket the names of those. I carry in my pocket the names of those who have been arbitrarily detained and unfairly held hostage, unjustly held hostage, and bringing them home, returning them to their families, returning them to their loved ones.
Okay, so
the names of those who had been arbitrarily detained and unfairly held hostage, unjustly held hostage, and bringing them home, returning them to their families.
You'd think if there was something that precipitated that, they would have put it in that Guardian clip. But here's just so you can see this perspective.
The names of I carry in my pocket the names of those who have been arbitrarily detained and unfairly held hostage, unjustly held hostage, and bringing them home, returning them to their families.
And just like the phrase unjustly held hostage goes so crazy. Like I always think they're like misspeaks. Like when like Kamala's VP pick, Tim Walz. When he said like Israel's right to like expand its territories or something like that, or Israel and its proxies. Like I think that's a misspeak, but it's like unjustly held hostage. Is there a way to justly hold hostages? Like probably not, but then they start having a conversation about like all the Palestinian prisoners without without trial and no ability, like no path to a trial and they're just in jail, they're held hostage, one may say. But anyways, so yeah, unjustly held hostage. What a crazy
and unfairly held hostage, unjustly held hostage, and bringing them home, returning them to their families, returning them to their loved ones. Finally,
get your hands off me. Get your hands off me.
Yeah, and so like this guy's just sitting here, like he's not interrupting. Maybe somewhere earlier he joined the interruption somehow, or maybe he was just like, I mean, has he? What do you have to say for yourself? I'm gonna have to look on like the actual website, but
get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Answer a damn question.
I look
Do you know
forward to
about the
answering
Hannibal
questions in a few
Directive?
minutes.
Do you know about Israel's nuclear weapons? Everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled by 2 or 3 people. You pontificate about a free press. You pontificate about a free press. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I'm asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asking
Please, sir,
questions.
respect the process. We'll have an opportunity to take
Wasn't
questions
the
in a few
IC,
minutes.
wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders. You
Please, sir, respect the process. Thank you.
Oh, respect the process. Respect the process while everybody from
Hey, what's up, everybody?
International, from Amnesty International to the ICJ is saying that Israel's doing genocide and extermination. You're telling me to respect the process. Criminal, why aren't you in the Hague? Why aren't you in the Hague? Why aren't you in the Hague?
That's crazy. Collaborator. Not him, but the people dragging him out. So let's see what might have gotten him thrown out. I mean, does he work at the gray
defend
zone?
itself, it has the right to take action against.
Is it just because Max earlier spoke out that they're like, we're gonna get this guy before he?
Baby, I am not going to speak to Saeed, I'm going to speak to what the U.S. government can verify, which I've done with a number of U.S. citizens. I will let Israel speak to the number of Israeli citizens that have killed, as well as the number of Palestinians that have killed.
Do you acknowledge that 80 Palestinian children have been killed? Do you acknowledge that? Will you even acknowledge that?
Let me finish.
80 Palestinian children killed.
Trust the process. You're gonna have to ask Israel about that.
You know
this
what?
week?
Again,
Babies? Do you acknowledge that?
You asked a question. I will answer the question.
Okay, well, that's my question.
Israel has the right to secure its country the way any country does. It has the right to defend itself against terrorism. It has the right to hold terrorists accountable. And I will say, ultimately, the
Okay, whatever. The other crazy thing that happened today. Flashback. Oh. So, wait, what's his name? So Colton Moore, apparently like a MAGA guy. Wait, is he pretending like he went to the hospital now? I mean, he did get pushed and the cops didn't do anything. Like, he did get assaulted, but the American version of, like, assault is not, like... I mean, it's fine he went to the hospital. I don't know if I would have went to the hospital.
At the hospital here at Emory Midtown, receiving incredible service. Really proud of the staff here at the hospital. Did take a bit of a beating on my hand. It's a bit swollen and purple. We're waiting to get some x-rays to check it out. Appreciate all of your support, all of the warm comments from all over the country, all over the state of Georgia, and proud to represent the people from Northwest Georgia. I mean, today they took my freedom and liberty away as I was fighting for your liberty and freedom. But I tell you what, we still have a constitutional obligation to do work. We'll still be in that legislature come tomorrow morning. Thank you all for the support. Senator Colton Moore here at the hospital here at Emory Midtown, receiving...
Average American politician. But it is kind of funny, like... It's just crazy that they're like, well, we don't want you to be here. So we get to, like... So this guy right there, he's like... he's just some city employee, just like pushing this guy around because of a it's like the Second Amendment, like senator, like auditor senator, bro. But it just goes to show, like, the police are all standing there and they're letting the city employee just push this guy around. And then, like, the city's lawyer joins in. He's the one who really pushes this guy.
You don't have to be in the way. You're breaking the law too.
Whatever, I forget what he's doing, what he is, but oh god. Well, that escalated. But yeah, the big guy that was like pushing him around at first, yeah, he's like a facilities manager or something like that. There's like this is an employee we're gonna task with keeping. He's the door manager. This guy, if he was like a Second Amendment auditor, he's like, is that a law or is that a policy? Is that a statute? Is that a statute or is that a policy? But instead he just gets pushed around and then he's the one that gets arrested. These guys just get to push him around for like 5 minutes. But he's the one that gets arrested.
Stop. That's it.
States' rights.
It has gone too far. I have an obligation to be in that room. I represent 200,000 people in Northwest Georgia who duly elected me to be here today. And you're hindering that. Unconstitutional.
Go ahead.
You have no respect for the Constitution.
I need you to step away.
Complete disrespect to the Constitution.
I need you to step away from this door now. Okay. I don't want to go
I
down
am the Constitution.
I have a constitutional obligation.
I understand.
So you approve the House. Gentlemen, I'm allowed in.
But in North Korea, they tell the you get sent to jail if you say the leader poo-poos. Their country, you go to jail if you say he poo-poo. It's like, meanwhile, our democracy, oh dude, ours is like so perfect, dude.
Let me in.
And so they put him under arrest. Did he already like? Just give me a second.
let me in.
In America, all you have to do to get under arrest is for some old guy with a southern accent be like, well, you're under arrest. You didn't comply. We gave you a chance. He should have been like, is that a policy? Is that statute? Is that a statute or is that a law? Is that a law?
Back up, please.
We have a concern about it.
What are those outfits, dude? What part of the uniform makes a hat like that useful? We just like it because it looks cool. Like he's pushed around by a guy who's gotten fat over 30 years of working for the city and sitting at a desk. They're like, he insulted some guy, so it's like, why isn't the police? And then it's like fucking Backup McGee right here, who's a lawyer.
You don't have to be in the way. You're breaking the law too. Coach?
It's like, what is this guy's look right here? And it's like, why the hell is the city's lawyer doing this in front of like 10 cops? Like, what the heck? And this is the guy that gets arrested? What?
Stop, that's it.
It's like, where in our democracy did it mean that the city's like two biggest a-holes can push this guy around like that? Because like, isn't that the police's job? Like, what the heck? Is like a second minute. He should have been like, is that a law?
It's gone too far.
It has gone too far. I have an obligation to be in that room. I represent 200,000 people in Northwest Georgia who duly elected me to be here today. And you're hindering that. Unconstitutional.
Go ahead.
You have no respect for the Constitution.
I need you to step away.
Complete disrespect to the Constitution.
I need you to step away from the door now. I need you to step over here. Okay. I don't want to go down this road.
Major language. I have a constitutional obligation.
I understand what you're saying, sir. I understand what you're saying. This has gone too far, so we need to stop it.
So you're preventing me from...
And he almost did the Second Amendment thing by being like, oh, you're doing an unlawful arrest by preventing me from doing my duly elected duty. know there's like a jail and stuff, but that looks kind of badass.
Here we go.
Like, imagine if American like apartments were built like this many stories high instead of like just underwhelming like 5-story ones. Wow.
Thank you.
So what happened?
Well, I mean, I don't really know what the state of the state is.
They want us to walk back over here.
I don't know what the state of the state is, but I know we're certainly not the peach state anymore.
Dude. We're certainly not the peach state anymore.
We're the banana state because we reside in a banana republic. No matter who you are or where you're from in the state of Georgia, your representation was denied today. Because if this authoritarian Speaker of the House, John Burns, can stop a member of a General Assembly from entering a joint session, which both chambers unanimously voted to create and to have, then he is by definition a tyrant and authoritarian. Who really controls this state? Is it John Burns or is it Brian Kemp? Today, I don't know. I didn't get to attend the State of the State address. You know, it's absolutely unbelievable that this is the state that we live in, considering nothing like this has ever happened in the history of the state of Georgia. So let all Georgians be warned that freedom is being taken away. I don't believe that they're after me. I believe they're after what I stand for. You know, just like President Donald Trump said, you know.
Yeah, just like my buddy Donald Trump.
They're not after him, they're after you. Because when you start fighting for America first and for Georgia first, this is what the Rhino Republicans try to do for you. You see, it's so ironic that it's the America First patriots that end up here on Rice Street. Donald Trump, myself. You know, Brian Kemp, the AG Chris Carr, John Burns, they've done absolutely nothing but try to hinder the voice of good, sound policy in this state. I'll never back down. I'll never give up. They'll have...
Bro. Dude, wholesome peso.
A lot's going on in LA right now.
Is this like a part of his, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna check about that.
Now, I mean, how are you doing? How's your family doing? Have you had any, how are you doing?
I'm good, shit. I'm good. My family's doing alright. We took a little blow, you know. My aunt's house burned down and shit, and it was a lot that was gonna happen right then and there. You know, my niece's first birthday party was gonna get thrown right there, and everything just burned down. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but we staying positive, you know, we trying to do whatever we can to uplift the city.
I know, so we saw your post. I mean, how much supplies would you say you've, like, passed out so far? I mean, look like a lot.
Yeah, a lot. Enough to feed the city for sure.
Oh, my God, that's good to know. Okay.
A lot. Yeah.
I know, 2024 was a huge year for you. I mean, you were on Kendrick's, you know, GNX album. I mean, what were you doing when you got the call? I mean, huge call, right?
Yeah, I was in bed, shit, laying down, and they called.
In the wake of the devastating Los Angeles wildfires that have scorched over 36,000 acres, destroyed more than 10,000 structures, and displaced approximately 180,000 residents, local rapper Peso has stepped up to support.
Gave out clothes, left buckets of food and water for animals. All thanks to God for putting us in position to give back. Y'all stay blessed, safe, and prayed up. Thoughts and prayers cool and all that, but we need all hands on deck. We gathering up tomorrow and giving back again. So for my boys who are doing financially better than others and who can kick some off to a good cause, hit me up, food trucks, etc. Them boys fighting. Oh, dude. Them boys fighting fires, 48 hours, no sleep, no food, respect like a motherfucker. They for sure need a weekend in Hong Kong after that one. Fuck it, let's throw a show and give all. Okay.
His community. He was recently
That's
seen
cool.
distributing essential supplies, including water, food, clothing, and hygiene products to those affected by the fires, arriving with a large U-Haul truck filled with donations. Peso's efforts have provided much needed relief.
So I guess that first part of the video.
In the wake of the devastating Los Angeles.
So I guess those are the supplies. I mean, I'm sure people appreciate that. That's cool. Oh, what the heck?
Thank you.
Nothing like seeing the head of the troops be this guy, bro. This is gonna be funny. Let's check it.
Every time I'm here, it's made me so damn proud to be an American.
Why is Joe Biden always talking to people like, "No, you're the love of my life"? He's like regressed to some kind of like romantic, like, oh.
And must all of you as well. 1% of you are defending 99% of us. We owe you big.
It's not the people, by the way. It's the nukes and everything else.
Over 240 years ago, George Washington gave his farewell address to the Continental Army. Still astonished by their victory and by their unity.
And George Washington, he talked to his... No, I was kidding.
Washington asked, and I quote, "Who that was not a witness could imagine the men who came from different parts of the continent would instantly become one patriotic band of brothers." That's what you are, one patriotic band of brothers. Vice President Harris, Jill, Doug, Secretary Austin, Secretary Brown, two of the best decisions ever made in my career by my dad. Service.
Dude.
Jill, Doug, Secretary Austin, Secretary Brown, two of the best decisions ever made in my career by my dad. Service secretaries.
He said his dad. He's a human being.
Members of Congress, and most importantly, this patriotic band of service members before me. Serving as your commander-in-chief has been the greatest honor of my life. While I'm deeply grateful for your
What'd he do?
thanks and affection, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for your service to our nation, and for allowing me to bear witness to your courage, your commitment, your character. As I listened to the choir sing, I thought about it. You all represent what America is: character, honesty, integrity, commitment.
Wait, did they have the choir sing? Oh, what the hey? Bro, what the heck? Why do they have... Why are they playing... Why are there red coats? What's next? Some Indians? Like...
Red, right?
Ready, go.
distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
In a different world, that'd be just Kamala. Is he gonna make it? God, what is this?
New mercies I see now and not
We defeated the British.
Commander-in-Chief, President Biden believed in and invested in the United States military, securing historic funding.
So our military could just have everyone around the world do it for us in exchange for our weapons.
For the Department of Defense to ensure that the United States will have the capabilities that it needs to defend itself and lead far into the future. His extraordinary leadership left America safer and will ensure that the United States military remains the strongest fighting force on Earth. The distinctive accomplishments of President Biden reflect great credit upon himself, the Department of Defense, and the United States of America.
Dude. Look at our... Dude, Xi Jinping is like... He's old too, but he doesn't look like this.
Dr. Jill Biden is recognized for distinguished public service in support of members of the United States Armed Forces from January 2021 to January 2000.
Voice teacher reacts.
Please be seated.
Comments like, yeah, I can rap to this. I can bop to this. We in the club. No, I'm just kidding.
Of the Lord, he is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
I guess it sounds okay.
His truth is marching
If only the US didn't have like a separation of church and state. Instead, there'd be like badass like American Christian music. Instead, like whatever this this is. What the heck?
God bless America.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
For across the sea.
Why is it on Biden? Wow. That's really something. I mean, it sounded okay.
Providing historic pay raises and implementing new.
He reinforced NATO, which is now larger, stronger, and more united than ever. He shored up Israel's security after the vile October 7th.
Okay, wait, let's go. He protected Israel, our closest friend and ally. We have not yet fought a war on our own land, but we're really doing a good job abroad when we can just pull out of the country and act like we didn't get defeated.
Stronger and more united than ever. He shored up Israel's security after the vile October 7th terrorist assault by Hamas. He helped defend Israel from outrageous direct attacks by Iran. And he's prevented the Middle East from erupting into an all-out regional war. And he has just secured a ceasefire that will stop the fighting in Gaza, surge more humanitarian aid to suffering Palestinian civilians, and reunite the hostages with their families.
Yeah, I did that. Is that a joke? I did that.
In Afghanistan, he ended America's longest war, one that spanned 4 presidents, and he refused to hand it over to one more. And he has always understood that the power of our example counts for more than the example of our power. President Biden showed the world the strength.
It's like I feel like it's literally double speak. Because the power of their example is like one of decline. But the example of their power is why they're still on top for like a little while. It's like literally the opposite. It's just gaslighting.
And the resolve that only a democracy can muster. Now, as I said, his leadership is rooted in his decades of expertise. President Biden processes policy at graduate levels. And I learned quickly that
at graduate levels. It's like that's how Americans talk about like education versus like the literal like comic book superhero of the Thorn and the Carnation of like what it means to be like a student. President Biden, he could have a master's. He processes things really well. I've seen dumber graduates with a master's.
Whenever I went over to the White House, I needed to be prepared to dive deep on key issues. Because inevitably,
Yeah, I'm not a big old dummy. I'm not an old dummy halfway in the grave in my mind. Because my
I
mind's
needed to be
gone
prepared
senile.
to dive deep on key issues. Because inevitably, the president will send a question your way. And he'll ask something that takes it to the next level. He insists on hearing a range of views, and he's not afraid of making the big decisions. And he also has a secret weapon, because he's not just the president, he's also Dr. Jill Biden's husband.
Oh, yeah, that's my wife. I still got my wife. Don't got my brain much more, don't got the memories, but my... Dude, it's so... I mean, it is sweet, but it's like, get serious. Like, when's the last time... I mean, I have no idea, but like, when's the last time someone in Xi Jinping's cabinet made a joke about his personal life? Or like, for Russia, that matter, like... Oh, it's because their personal life isn't cute and wholesome like ours is. Like, get serious, man.
America knows Dr. Biden as a great educator and a role model. But at the Department of Defense, we also know that she's a proud daughter of a World War II veteran. And she's a long-time champion of our military families and veterans. Dr. Biden, we are deeply, deeply grateful for your continued leadership.
And so, like, I'm just looking on X right now, but didn't Israel, like, delay the ceasefire? So, like, they're, like, trying to take all the credit they can get for the ceasefire when, like, it hasn't even been, it's been delayed, bro. You know? As airstrikes continue.
Well, the eyes of the world are on the Middle East this morning again with the ceasefire between...
So even though the ceasefire deal was agreed, we are told last night it has not been put into practice yet and has not got through the Israeli cabinet. So it is not there until it is there. That is because we have been here in this position.
It's not there until it's there. But we got our old grandpa we're trying to let down slowly. Is that a joke? I get credit for it before it's even happened. I still deserve credit for it even if it ends up not happening.
Of joining forces. Your work increased employment opportunities for military spouses. It improved education for military children.
But I mean, it seems like people are reacting to the ceasefire like it's a real thing. So hopefully it does happen, but it's just it has been delayed, so it seems a bit preemptive. At least from Biden's side, but I would never like judge anyone like in close proximity to Gaza for taking it. I mean, they seem to take it seriously, so I think it should be taken seriously. So
it enhanced military family health and much, much more. And it was great to get to visit Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama with you recently, where we got to see a universal pre-K class at a Department of Defense school up close.
Wait, the Department of Defense has its own school. What do they teach? Are they preparing the kids to like be in the military? Isn't that what the bad guys do? Said it like somewhere was like Maxwell or something. What the heck?
For more than 30 years, people have been trying to figure out how to fix public education in America. One place no one would ever think to look is the Pentagon. Why would we?
Let's go, let's go!
Well, everyone knows that the U.S. military trains soldiers for war. How many know it also trains its children for life?
Try to use some of the vocabulary words that you see hanging around the room.
It turns out that the Department of Defense operates some 200 public schools on bases in the U.S. and overseas.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I guess, like, yeah, base schools have always been a thing. Yeah, I mean, whatever. They probably aren't, like, it's not like the Halo books. They're like Ender's Game, probably.
Our first family is also a military family. President Biden and Dr. Biden know firsthand what our military families carry, both the worry and the pride. And you can see it in their fierce love for our troops. And I've seen it over and over again. I've been there.
Fierce love for our troops. It's a weird way to talk about war. Like, love. I don't, I mean, like, I guess, like, in the Sinwar book, he was talking about, like, how kind and friendly, but I don't know if he even, like, used the word love. It's just, like, the power of friendship to overcome foes, and collaboration, and, you know, camaraderie for sure. But love? Being the head of the military, the head of state, is about loving the military. Your chief, or your commander-in-chief loves you. Like, what?
President, when you've reached out to grieving families, I've seen you focus your entire being on a service member, a military spouse, or a military child.
What?
And by the way, nobody
It's so important to be present.
is going to stop Joe Biden from wading into a crowd of troops. He loves to grab a service member's cell phone and call a stunned loved one. And of course,
It's like being a president just became about being a de facto celebrity. Like winning American Idol and being the head of the free world. Like pageantry type-ish. But this is just crazy.
nobody is going to stop Joe Biden from wading into a crowd of troops.
Oh, but yeah, it's like Joe Biden, and like Trump is just a better celebrity than Joe Biden, and he was a better celebrity than Kamala Harris, and so Biden being like, I mean, there's like struggle. It's like, oh, he takes a phone. He's a man of the people, even though he's the leader of. It's like you are a bunch of like has-been like celebrities, dude, and it's like, I don't know. Who knows how the government actually works, but
He loves to grab a service member's cell phone and call a stunned loved one. And of course, everyone
what do you think about that? Talking to the president.
gets a selfie. Mr. President, that's just who you are. You've pushed hard to make life easier for our troops and their families. Base pay for our troops is up almost 10% since you were sworn in. We're expanding access to affordable child care. And we're doing far more to help military spouses excel in their own careers. President Biden has also worked hard with Congress to invest in America's future. The department's budget last year was $100 billion more than in his first year.
And 25 billion was to Israel. I don't know if it's that year, but
And that will help keep our United States military the strongest fighting force on earth.
yeah.
Now, President Biden always ends his speeches the same way, with the same 5 words. He always says, "May God protect our troops."
That's been like a tradition for a long time. It's like Americans are so, dude.
And he means every word, every time. Mr. President, it has been an honor to serve with you. And I hope that future presidents and secretaries of defense will enjoy similar relationships of trust, candor, and friendship. Our entire department stands together today. We salute your service to the republic that we defend. And we are deeply, deeply grateful for your love of our troops. Thank you, Mr. President and Dr.
What is, dude, this is, I mean, I guess it seems silly to like ever take like this representative politics thing seriously, but it's like, it's just so like such a trip to the nursing home, dude.
Your service to the republic that we defend. And we are deeply, deeply grateful for your love of our troops. Thank you, Mr. President and Dr. Biden. May God bless you and your family.
Your commander-in-chief
and may God
loves
continue
you.
to bless the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce one last time the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
So you gonna make it? It's like, imagine every time imagine every time you like stand up to walk, people just like, is he gonna make it to where he's walking to?
Every time I'm here, it's made me so damn proud.
I'm so damn proud. I'm a man of the people. I say damn. I say heck. But I tell them, I love you.
Being American. And amongst all of you as well. 1% of you are defending 99% of us. We owe you big. Just over 240 years ago, George Washington gave his farewell address to the came from different parts of the continent.
We talked about the choir.
We instantly become one. Here by my dad. Service secretaries, chief, has been the greatest honor of my life. While I'm deeply grateful for your thanks and affection, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for your what America is: character, honesty, integrity, commitment. Like Washington, you left me astonished, and I mean it. Over the years, you all thank you for your service to our nation and for allowing me to bear witness to your courage, your commitment, your character. As I listened to the choir sing, I thought about it. You all represent what America is: character, honesty, integrity, commitment. Like Washington.
Honesty, integrity, commitment, truth, love, reconciliation. Wait, what?
Left me astonished, and I mean it. Over the years, I've frequently seen you in action in war zones in Bosnia, Baghdad, Fallujah, Kabul.
Bro, he's shouting out Fallujah? Why would he? What, Fallujah? Bruh, chill. Have some shame.
I'm going to bore the hell out of you, but Helmand, Kandahar, and other places. I remember one trip to Afghanistan as vice president. I was at a forward operating base, Wardak province, which is in eastern Afghanistan.
All right, whatever. Let's let's go back to the book. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Well, how many pages is it? So this is 152. So like 10 pages or something. Oh, so this is the end of the part. Okay, well I might as well finish. Yeah, it's like 9 pages. Let's go. And the last like couple chapters were like super good. Like, I don't remember anything from like the first 10 chapters really like being entertaining or like engaging like the last couple chapters. So let's see. I might have just forgot. Chapter 17. Jamal and several of his brothers from Hebron drive their cars heading to Sarajevo to visit their friend Abdul Rahman. Knocking on the door, Abdul Rahim, living at the door, rushes out to find his uncles and his elder friends, most of whom he knows from visiting them with his uncle since childhood. He greets them with a smile. "Welcome, please come in," and makes way for them to the guest room while his uncle Abdul Rahman comes rushing, welcoming them. They sit and talk, and Abdul Rahim considers himself one of them despite the age difference of over 25 years. The women prepare lunch and bring it to the room's door, where Abdul Rahman and Abdul Rahim come out to bring it in. After lunch, they go out for a walk at the edge of the village, with Abdul Rahim accompanying them. The land is fertile plains but lacks good cultivation and has remains of wires stretching over it long distances. Abdul Rahman points to the wires, saying, "This is the ceasefire line. Beyond it are the Palestinian territories occupied in 1948 and 1967, and part of our village lands to the west of the wire. Our family had 40 dunams confiscated in 48, and this part continues our land by a few dunams, which we cannot farm due to its proximity to the border. Don't forget this, Abdul Rahim." Abdul Rahim nods, muttering, "How can I forget, uncle? How can I forget?" Jamal murmurs, "How can he forget? How can we forget? How can one live without his heart and limbs?" They drive back to Hebron with Abdul Rahim sitting next to his uncle. On the way, dozens of cars bearing yellow license plates indicating they are Israeli move in both directions. Jamal lets out a frustrated sigh, saying, "Then what about these settlers? They have swallowed the land and are never satisfied, never stopping at any limit." Entering the city as Maghrib prayer call begins, the driver heads towards the Ibrahimi Mosque. The car can barely move due to the congestion as hundreds of settlers and occupying soldiers guard their way to the mosque. They walk to enter the mosque with tens of guns drawn by the occupying soldiers, the Jewish settlers wearing small decorated hats on their heads, long unkempt beards, and wrapped in stripped cloths with many threads dangling, hurry to the mosque, jostling its people and stopping them at every barrier. The young men enter the mosque, where the carpet has been removed from the back part, and the barriers of iron pillars with thick ropes define the prayer area. Only a quarter of the mosque is for prayer, with the other 3/4, along with the outer courtyard and 2 attached halls, filled with Jews. It's Saturday, Jamal mutters. In every corner, a Jew stands reading from a book in an incomprehensible and rapid manner, swaying back and forth. The call to prayer is made, and Jamal leads the prayer. The congregation stands behind him, responding thunderously to the supplication, "Not of those who have incurred your wrath, or of those who are astray. Amen." Jamal begins reciting with a beautiful, resonant voice. "Exalted is he who took his servant by night," until Allah is saying, "And we have prepared hell for his disbelievers as a bed." Al-Isra. They bow, and the Jewish worshippers behind them sway while chanting from their Torah. I left the lecture hall for my last lecture, which was late as the sun was about to set, and found my cousin Ibrahim in a nearby hall. Greeting him with peace, he returned the greeting. I asked if he was heading home, and he replied yes. We set off together, each carrying our books, surrounded by many students heading home, with a bus parked at the university gate, gathering students from southern regions to return to their homes. We walked back home on foot. From a distance, a military jeep stood watching the students leaving the university. Ibrahim glanced at them and said, "Who would have believed that Gaza would actually have a real university as it does now? Do you remember, Ahmad, when I decided to enroll in the Islamic University, what your mother's reaction was?" "That ain't a real university." I nodded in agreement. Across the street, a car filled with members of the Islamic bloc, Ibrahim's friends, called out to him. After exchanging a few words, he returned to me, handing over his books, saying, "Take these with you. I'm going on an errand with the guys and might be late, so reassure the government," referring to his mother. Smiling, I took his folder and books, thinking about our government, my mother, her way of dealing with Ibrahim, her love for him, and his for her. As memories began to flood my mind, I was jolted back to reality by the honking of a car that nearly hit me as I crossed the main road without paying attention. Surprised, I dropped the books, scattering them under the streetlight at the corner. As I bent down to gathering them, mixing my books and papers with Ibrahim's, I tried to sort them out. A paper from Ibrahim's documents caught my attention. As I was placing it back, I noticed the report's title, a report on Hassan al-Saili's movements and practices. My curiosity piqued. I quickly gathered the rest of the papers, allowing myself to read what was written in that tightly sealed intelligence report carried by Ibrahim and signed "Your Brother, 23." So Ibrahim and his group's activities extend beyond student activism, party rivalry, and mosque prayers. Espionage. Ibrahim was unusually late that night, causing my mother to worry. I reassured her by jokingly saying he'd be fine, but inside I wondered what danger he could possibly be in. My mother, with tears welling up in her eyes, expressed her deep concern, insisting that a mother's intuition is never wrong. I watched as her worries couldn't be easily dismissed. As after performing the Isha prayer, my mother sat on the prayer rug for nearly 3 hours, visibly anxious until Ibrahim finally returned home. She immediately questioned him about his whereabouts and his late return. Trying to lighten the mood, Ibrahim jokingly asked if she preferred a written or oral report. However, his attempts to calm her failed as she pressed for answers. Eventually, Ibrahim explained he had been helping a friend resolve a problem, but my mother was not easily convinced, warning him not to stay out so late again. While observing their interaction, I knew how to confront Ibrahim about the report I accidentally read. Once my mother went to bed and after Ibrahim prepared his own meal, I sat next to him, whispering my apology for reading the report on Hassan. Ibrahim was taken aback, unsure of how to react to my accidental discovery. I assured him his secret was safe with me, but inside a storm of questions raged on. It's just like such good storytelling. Okay. The next day, Ibrahim insisted on accompanying me to university, using the opportunity to confide in me about his concerns regarding Hassan. I realized he was trying to divert my attention from the true origin of the report. I confronted him, making it clear I knew the report's information was too detailed for an ordinary observer. Our conversation shifted to what actions might be taken against Hassan, revealing Ibrahim's deep-seated intention to rid the community of Hassan's menace. Despite the gravity of his words, Despite the gravity of his words, Ibrahim reassured me that everything would be handled in due time. Ibrahim was saving up with my mother for the surplus of his earnings from his construction work. That day, when he returned from the university, he approached her requesting 1,500 dinars from those savings because he wanted to buy a car. I know how that is. This car would help him in commuting and transporting his work tools, saving him time between work and study. I was aware that he was deeply planning to end the matter with his brother Hassan. My mother gave him the money and informed him that there was still about another 1,500 dinars left. Ibrahim bought a Peugeot 404, a very popular and widely prevalent type of car in the sector, all of which were used and old at least 15 years, but by the standards of the camp, it was a luxury. A Peugeot 404. Dude, this thing looks badass. And that's like a mint condition one, I guess, but I mean, how wrong can you go with? It just looks cool, like as a silhouette. Well, that's cool. Mohammed leaves the apartment he rents with a group of students in Beardside heading to the university. Upon entering, he immediately notices that the atmosphere is tense, unusual as his students, both boys and girls, prepare themselves for clashes with the occupation soldiers as usual. They prepare piles of stones at different corners, ready their masks, and set up barricades when they organize into a massive demonstration that marched out of the university, chanting against the occupation and settlement and for Palestine. It wasn't long before the occupation patrols arrived and the clash began. The soldiers took cover behind their vehicles and the students retreated behind stone walls. The stones rained down on the soldiers, who began firing bullets and tear gas at the students. Another clash. I'm saying this would make a super badass, like, Japanese style RPG. Make this an anime. It has like a video game type of repetition with the clashes between the students and occupation soldiers. It's just like, it's kind of crazy just like reading about like setting up barricades, readying masks, piling stones. It's like security is like kind of out the window in this situation. Like, it's like brazen. It's like that's the stuff they have to make up about protesters in America. All student forces participated in these events. In such instances, when all student forces participate, the clash becomes more intense and violent as the spirit of competition fuels the students' readiness for the clash and ignites their enthusiasm. The confrontations lasted several hours, forcing the soldiers to retreat several times while dragging one of their own bleeding from his head or face after being hit by stones. The soldiers began firing not just to disperse the protesters or to injure them, but with a clear intention to kill. Within minutes, two students, Jawad Abu Salami and Saeed Diab, as usual, the students' fury was unleashed, and they began chasing the soldiers, who were forced to retreat to the outskirts of the town, away from the university and the students. The bodies and the wounded were taken to Ramallah Hospital, and night had fallen. By morning, news of the martyrs and clashes in Beardside had spread across the nation, igniting demonstrations in all areas, declaring a general strike, and extending confrontations between the protesters and occupation soldiers everywhere in the Islamic University. The students erupted in massive protest, hurling their stones at the occupation soldiers, and the events spread to the camp and across the city, especially the Shujaiya neighborhood where martyr Saeed Dahab resided, as well as to the south of the sector, especially Khan Yunis, where martyr Jawad Abu Salami lived. The events continued over the following days, with stones being thrown at the occupation soldiers stationed beside the university and passing by it. A large force from the occupation army arrived and besieged the university. It was clear they intended to discipline us to become good and calm boys. Hundreds of soldiers surrounded the university and attempted to storm it multiple times, but retreated every time before the flood of stones raining down on them. Time passed until evening approached, making it apparent that we would have to spend the night in the university. And I mean, just thinking about how all those like videos of them like demolishing universities. It's like they don't even want the building, like they actually serve as a point of stability. And so they think the Palestinians don't even deserve that, like like a stability enough to have a university, because when they do, I guess they don't take the discipline very well. However, a vehicle carrying some dignitaries was allowed into the university, and they negotiated with the student activists and university officials. Let's see, maybe it will all work out. They informed them that the military governor did not object to the students leaving the university in specific groups of 10 every 5 minutes, so as not to cause a gathering and extend the protests into the city. They were assured that the soldiers would not harm any of the students. Everyone agreed to this, and we began to exit in groups of 10, with the soldiers directing the movement to one of the side streets, with each group followed by the next. I was in one of the groups, and when we reached a fork in the street, the soldiers directed us to turn, and we found hundreds of soldiers standing with their batons and their vehicles blocking the street, turning it into a detention camp. Under beatings, we were forced to squat on our knees with our hands over our heads and faces towards the wall after taking our ID cards for verification. It seemed they had lists of activist names as they sorted them into a nearby area under beating and kicking, then allowed the rest to leave after returning their ID cards. I was not classified as an activist for any of the student forces. I took my ID and fled from the place. Ibrahim was detained along with about 100 other students for 3 days, where they were severely beaten and subjected to unimaginable humiliation. The military governor thought he had disciplined us and taught us a lesson to become good, smart kids. Several days later, upon entering the university, it was immediately clear that conflict was imminent. A group of activists led by Ibrahim were preparing for confrontations. Once the students gathered, stones began to rain down on the patrols and military vehicles passing by the university. Within half an hour, the university was surrounded, and military bases began to amass hundreds of soldiers. It was evident that this time the beating we were to receive would be multiple times multiple times what it had been previously. But every incident has its own narrative. It was time for a confrontation. And we were ready to face it as needed. Boom, 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 boom. Battle music. Let's go. Battle music. Okay, that actually kind of sucks. Just, it's old. What's this? Okay. The majority of students masked themselves to avoid the cameras and binoculars mounted atop a high-rise building opposite us, and stones began to rain down on the soldiers hiding behind their vehicles and plastic shields, who responded with gunfire and tear gas. It was clear that the students were seeking revenge for the beatings received days before. A large armored vehicle was brought in to spray hot water. It approached the university's gate and, despite being pelleted with stones, managed to break through the gate and advance towards us. We countered with a heavy barrage of stones. The soldiers couldn't advance alongside it, so the vehicle retreated, and the situation became a back and forth of attacks until the afternoon. Then the sound of a military tank tearing through the ground and breaking through the university's back gate was heard. A student screamed through a loudspeaker, "A tank has breached the university from the back gate." Suddenly, more than 700 students turned towards the tank instead of fleeing, racing toward it in a scene close to madness. There was a clear understanding among the tank's crew that they would be crushed under its tracks by dozens, but they were confident that the mob climbing atop the tank would tear them apart. The tank turned around and exited the university. The crowd reached the torn gate and began to seal it with whatever they could find: stones, concrete blocks, barrels, and tree trunks. Most of them returned to monitor the soldiers from the wall. As evening approached and the mediators came for negotiations, their attempts were rebuffed with harsh words. We waited, wondering what would come next. Ibrahim tried to hide a wide smile unsuccessfully. The situation calmed slightly when suddenly the loudspeakers of dozens of mosques across Gaza City blared in unison, screaming for jihad. The occupying soldiers are surrounding your sons and daughters in the university. Come out to rescue them. God is the greatest. God is the greatest. The community from every neighborhood started to gather, forming massive protests from all directions towards the university. The entire city of Gaza had erupted in chants of "God is the greatest, God is the greatest," and "death to the occupation." A state of security chaos prevailed, and immediately orders were given for the forces surrounding the university to disperse and secure the city. The forces turned and spread out, only to be met by throngs of angry people in front and thousands of enraged university students behind, feeling victorious. Ibrahim exited the university in his car, saw me, and stopped to take me with him. He said he wasn't headed home, but he wanted to take a tour of the city to observe the situation. The city was alive. Men, women, children... excuse me. The city was alive. Men, women, children, and elders were out on the streets, burning tires everywhere, barricades closing off roads, and groups of panicked soldiers were spinning around, clueless about what was happening around them. It was a pandemonium. Ibrahim's smile was broad, and he made no effort to hide it now. God be praised, the people are fine, thank God. He continued, noting the thousands of citizens and students headed towards the military governor's headquarters, pelting it with tons of stones with the soldiers, while the soldiers couldn't protect their heads or shoot indiscriminately. A few of Mahmoud's friends came over for a visit, clearly concerned. They sat down, and shortly after, I served them tea prepared by Mahmoud's wife. They continued their conversation, discussing a young Fatah member who had recently been arrested and was responsible for one of the specialized military groups. He had confessed to everything during the interrogation. Mahmoud asked how that was possible, having heard that the young man was strong and stubborn. One of them explained that although he was indeed resilient, he had been taken to the birds, a slang for informants or spies used in interrogation, and there he confessed. Curious, I interjected, asking what the birds were. They explained that these were large groups of spies who assist in interrogations by pretending to be patriotic prisoners in regular jails. They attempt to extract information from detainees who the intelligence services have been unable to break. Absolutely, what's his name? The guy that Kafka-esque. Kafka-esque. The pretext they used was the need to extract information for the officials, fearing the arrest of the cell, or for any other reason. Sometimes when they see a detainee defending himself as respectable and not an informant, they continue to accuse him. Thus, some detainees feel compelled to reveal their secrets to prove they are not informants, falling victim to such tricks and deceptions. You hate to see it. At the Islamic University, there's a complete separation between male and female students, each studying in their dedicated sections without any mixing. However, when going to and from the university, they meet in the streets, parking lots, and bus stops where most adhere strictly to public decorum, even going above and beyond in compliance. Despite this, a few students might interact more freely once outside the university premises. Female students are required to wear the hijab as per the university's rules, with the majority wearing it sincerely due to the conservative nature of Gaza's populace. Some, however, wear it only upon entering the university or remove it or push it back once they leave, revealing parts of their hair. When one of the girls from my neighborhood who attended the university often crossed my path to and from the institution. Without exaggeration, she was truly as bright as the full moon. Occasionally, I would steal glances at her as she walked, her gaze fixed to the ground, headed towards her destination without a hint of hesitation. Gradually, I found myself drawn to her, too shy and fearful to even greet her. One day, our eyes met, sending a shiver through my body and stirring deep emotions within me. After that brief exchange, I started timing my walks to coincide with hers, feeling a sense of comfort just by being on the same street. I began to wonder if this was love, the emotion often spoken about. When our eyes met again, my heart raced at the sight of her. On the third occasion, her smile and the flush of her cheeks as she hurried away left an indelible mark on me. Eventually, I was content just to watch her from a distance, not daring to hope for more than that. It sufficed to know that I had loved and that she understood it well, especially as she sensed my eagerness to see her every other day. I knew I had to cherish this feeling without seeking more, at least until I graduated and was in a position to propose to her properly as I was raised. My cousin Hassan's situation was a constant worry for Ibrahim, who had filled my head with concerns more than once. He took me along to monitor Hassan's movements to verify the information and the report. We confirmed several details. We saw him meet with Abu Wadi, park his car near the headquarters, enter the Saraya showing a special ID to the guards, and disappear for hours. We observed his frequent visits to well-known collaborators' stores and his disgraceful harassment of women on the streets. It became clear that Hassan was involved in morally corrupt activities, leaving no room for doubt or interpretation. Isn't this the guy they broke the legs of? My mother was strict about us not staying out late. If one of us tried to sneak out thinking she was asleep or busy, she would immediately question where we were headed. Ibrahim knew this would complicate his plans regarding Hassan, so we agreed to return home early, study, and sleep, then sneak out around midnight. This plan went on for weeks, until one night Ibrahim returned troubled, changed, and went to bed without speaking. After that night, he never involved me in any mission to monitor or follow Hassan again. About a week after that, Ibrahim told me, Ahmad, there's no need to stick to that schedule anymore. Take it easy and do as you wish. I found this odd but didn't question his reasons. On one of the following nights, as I was returning home late, I took a detour and noticed the car of the intelligence officer, Abu Wadi, parked by the roadside. Oh, isn't this the guy that had the villain speech? He was standing next to it, dressed in civilian clothes as usual, pointing at something on the wall of the mosque. I veered into an alley to avoid running into him and waited until he left. Then, as I passed the spot where Abu Wadi had been, I noticed he had marked the wall with symbols and some numbers. When I got home and entered the room, I found Ibrahim reading one of his university textbooks. I told him what I had seen, and he looked at the clock, commenting that if it weren't so late, he'd have gone out to see it himself, but he didn't want to risk our mother's wrath for leaving at such an hour. We decided to wait until dawn to go for the morning prayer. Before reaching the marked wall, Ibrahim cautioned me not to point or make any gestures, but to talk to him about it without indicating it physically. He saw the markings clearly as we approached. After we passed, he whispered, there are many such markings in various such places. I thought there were municipal markers for sewer or electrical services, but they're actually for intelligence. Whoa. Espionage. Meaning they're for very secret and dangerous operatives, as known agents wouldn't require such elaborate methods. We prayed at dawn and took another look at the markings on our way back, with Ibrahim muttering to himself about deciphering the day, hour, and location from them. That afternoon, Ibrahim took me for a drive, instructing me to jot down certain details. We circled the streets, slowing down at walls marked with similar symbols, compiling dozens of them. At the evening prayer, we returned home, where Ibrahim compared the numbers, concluding that they had matched dates, hours, and possibly minutes, essentially a code for intelligence meetings with their agents. I took this opportunity to broach a subject I had long held back on, suggesting we use his device on this information. His sharp look of anger made it clear he didn't appreciate the reference to the sources of the report on Hassan, despite our previous agreement to leave the matter behind. I realized I didn't actually know what I wanted from this conversation. We went to sleep after Ibrahim thoroughly destroyed the notes, leaving the matter unresolved. End of part 1. And it's like almost like a perfect halfway through. Yeah. I feel bad that, that I like ruined like the earlier part of the reading just by like taking so many breaks in between it, but there's another version of it like this one, I guess. I mean, it has 225 slides. So, I mean, it's like this one must be, I mean, it's longer, so I could just keep reading. Freaking Hassan Piker, Hassan, I'm gonna break your legs. You're gonna buy a Peugeot, Hassan. So it's like a home raid is the next chapter. So it's chapter 18. I mean, I could try to go for like 3 more chapters, because that's what I did the first time. So who knows the next time I'm gonna be able to read. Like that I'll make myself read. Or I could watch Funny President Man.
You stood up to the attack by the Houthis in the Red Sea. Last year, I spoke with women and men aboard the destroyer. Took down the first Houthi attacks. It was the USS
Let's look at what you got to say about the no comment country, the ask them country.
to weaken Hamas, to defend Israel against unprecedented attacks on Iran. Imagine had we not.
There, had you not, imagine had you not. Things are so much better now. Has anything gotten better? They still have they haven't even gotten the hostages back, bro. Imagine had you not. I think you should have not. I don't think the $25 billion was well spent.
My mother would be very upset.
Yeah, my mother, my mother, What?
On America's watch, dictators do not get to do whatever the hell they want. Then following Hamas's terrorism on October the 7th, I asked you to, excuse my back, by the way. My mother would be very upset. I asked you to deploy to the Middle East.
Oh, he has his back to the troops. Is that like bad for the ceremony or something?
Again, you stepped up, pulling long nights and long deployments to weaken
Digging
Hamas,
deep.
to defend Israel against unprecedented attacks on Iran. Imagine had we not.
To defend Israel against unprecedented attacks on Iran? I mean, I assume he means by Iran. But it's like, when Israel does stuff, is that like by the U.S.? Or like when any of the countries that we have bases in, is it by the U.S. when they do stuff? If it's apparently by Iran. It's like, what?
Defend Israel against unprecedented attacks on Iran. Imagine had we not. If we don't lead the world, who will lead the world? Who?
China. That's the it's China. They're in a lot of ways they already do lead the world. And it's not just going to be China, it's going to be a multipolar thing where there's different countries leading the world in different ways. And America is not even going to be the biggest polarity in that. And you're like thrashing out against like this tiny thing in Israel and Gaza and Palestine as far as like geography goes. And America hasn't been able to accomplish any of its goals there. Like their strategic goals, like they said about like destroying Hamas and demilitarizing Palestinians and freeing the hostages, none of that has happened. And so if the U.S. hadn't led the world into committing the first live stream genocide. I can imagine it. Yeah.
Twice, you stood up to the attacks by the Houthis in the Red Sea. Last year, I spoke with the women and men aboard the destroyer took down the first Houthi attacks. It was the USS Carnation. And I want you to tell you all what I told them. We owe you. We owe you. And back in May, yesterday I announced the proud announcement
For
of
what?
ceasefire.
Oh, who? Oh, people on the USS Carney?
The hostage deal between Israel and Hamas. The road to that deal was not easy. It was 8 months ago I laid down the elements of that deal in May, embraced by countries around the world.
So this is interesting that he is bringing up, it's been 8 months, and now Israel's like, well, okay, maybe we'll do the thing that we could have done 8 months ago.
So no, we say what we mean. Endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. It's taken 8 months of non-stop, relentless effort from my administration to get it done. But because of you, all of you standing behind me, because of you, because of so many diplomats and defense professionals, we kept the pressure on Hamas, and we got it done. We got.
Yeah, and it's what it's because of. So I guess these are like Marines or something. I mean, it's the people of the military is not what gets it done. It's the big planes and the big ships and the big bombas. That's what gets it done.
It done. And finally,
Man for man, it's like it's not even a thing, dude. Man for man, it would be a way different situation.
When I ask you to strengthen America's position in the Pacific, in the middle of all the other conflicts and crises, you said no problem. You kept China in check. Remember when we took office? China was going to overcome the United States, economically and politically, by 2030. Everybody wrote that.
It ain't 2030 yet, bro. Okay. That's what America does. We did it. It wasn't me. It was America. We did it. That's what America does. Remember that? Camp David said we couldn't do it. What?
And our first trilateral partnership between Japan and South Korea. Remember that? Camp David that said we couldn't do it. It wasn't me. It was America. We did it. That's what America does. And people know America's acting out of character. Our nation is so much, so many others. Our nation has asked so much, so many others as well. Doctors and nurses, helping service members to learn to walk again, eat again, speak again. The National Guard members.
And America is asking for more and more. They're asking for Ukraine to go to 18-year-old conscription. 18-year-olds who were like, definitely kids when the war started, and there's still kids now being 18, and that's what our country wants to ask of Ukrainians and Ukraine. 18-year-old conscription. Even Ukraine doesn't want to do that. Like, why do we want Ukraine? Shouldn't we? Like, why are we pushing Ukraine to go farther? Especially with something like that. Like, holy. So it's like, it's just like, it's so self-congratulatory. Like, we're God's gift to the earth. When we get so much more out of all the different, like, deals we have around the world. As far as influence goes.
Of potential IHL violations by Israel, and yet your department has refrained from making a definitive assessment. There's a sense out there.
Yeah, let's look at the actual interview here, though.
Let me answer some questions.
I look forward to answering questions. Thank you.
Instead of making another speech every day.
Sir, would you like to be escorted out?
Go away.
You don't have the responsibility to
Supply chain resilience to pushing back on China's overcapacity and unfair trade practices. At the same time, we've managed our competition with China responsibly so it doesn't veer into conflict, while also cooperating on challenges where the world expects great powers to lead and where it's clearly in the interest of the American people, from climate change to fentanyl.
From climate change to fentanyl. First world problems, dude. I mean, it's a real problem, obviously, but it's like, what about the whole, like, $25 billion to a genocide thing?
We've also demonstrated that other countries can rely on the United States to tackle some of our biggest shared challenges and deliver on some of our own their own national aspirations, preventing disease outbreaks, enhancing food security, accelerating the clean energy transition, bringing together a global coalition of more than 160 countries to address the synthetic opioid crisis. As we celebrate the return of hostages in Gaza, including Americans.
Wait, have there been any returned? Or is that like preemptive? Yeah, and it got delayed in Parliament, or the Knesset, or whatever. It hasn't happened yet. I mean, I guess you can celebrate it, but I'll believe it when I see it.
As we look to relief for the people of Gaza, I'm also thinking of all those U.S. citizens who are held wrongfully, who are hostage in countries around the world. I carried with me.
Miller says he doesn't know about the Hannibal Directive.
Again, I'm happy to address questions in a few more minutes. I look forward to answering questions in a few more minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let him answer some questions.
I look forward to answering questions. Thank you.
Instead of making another speech every day.
Sir, would you like to be escorted out?
Go away.
Okay, so that must have been the the initial confrontation that led to him just like being pulled out later.
You don't have the responsibility to tell me where to go. Do you want to be
Okay.
escorted out or not?
Thank you. I look forward to answering questions in a minute. Thank you.
I'm not a potted plant.
Everyone will have an opportunity to ask a question in just a minute. Thank you.
Miller
So,
has explicitly told me he will not answer my questions. I'm justified in
So-
what I'm doing.
I have no greater pleasure in this job than crossing off a list I carry in my pocket, the names of those who had been arbitrarily detained and unjustly held hostage, and bringing them home, returning them to their families, returning them to their loved ones. Finally, I just wanted to share this morning.
Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me.
And so it's like, I have no greater joy than crossing hostages off my list. Like, just say it's like bringing Americans home. You know, it's like, it's like we're celebrating crossing people off a list. It's like, I have no greater joy than bringing Americans home, and we have made the deal for that to happen very soon. But they don't speak like that, dude. It's like they don't even acknowledge they I would bet money that later when he gets a question about the delay in the ceasefire deal, that he's going to be like, look, you're going to have to ask Israel about that. We've made it clear to them what we want them to do, and it's going to happen. That's probably what he's going to say.
Answer a damn question.
I look forward to answering questions in a few minutes.
You know about Israel's nuclear weapons. Everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled by 2 or 3 people. You pontificate about a free press. You pontificate about a free press. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I'm asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asked.
Please, sir, respect the process. We'll have an opportunity to take questions in a few minutes.
Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders.
Please, sir, respect the process. Thank you.
Oh, respect the process. Respect this process. Well, everybody from Amnesty International, to the ICJ, saying that Israel's doing genocide and extermination, and you're telling me to respect the process. Criminal! Why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you in The Hague?
Finally, we've worked to modernize our diplomacy so that we're more agile, we're more effective, we're more prepared for the challenges of a new era. We've reorganized this department.
That one's going in the history books. That one's getting the... It's like, what are we going to look back on Biden's administration? Journalists getting pulled out for saying, why aren't you in The Hague?
Lead on issues that increasingly animate our diplomacy.
Democrats are so nice.
Whether it's emerging technology, public health, strategic competition, economic statecraft. We've embraced new tools and approaches, from integrating data and AI into the work that we do, strengthening our capacity to, and strengthening our training. It was gratifying to me, and I think to everyone in this department, that among the first and last stops President Biden made in his tenure was right here at the State Department. I think that is powerful evidence of the trust that he placed in us to carry out this country's foreign policy. Our diplomats represent this country with exceptional skill, with professionalism, with heart. They often do so at great personal sacrifice, little fanfare, in some of the world's most challenging environments. It has been, simply put, the greatest of honors to be able to work shoulder to shoulder with them. These past 4 years, there have also been moments of disappointment, of hardship, of heartbreak. But I leave this job knowing that we spent every day thinking about and working toward what we believe is best for our people, the citizens we have the immense privilege of representing. And I'm confident we leave office.
And it's like the best for our people around the world, which goes, it's like, you want the best for the people in your country, But you don't want the best for them. Like, the people who live around the world should probably have it the best for their people where they live. And if you're like a part of being there too, it's like, it's just so misplaced.
With our country and with this department in a much stronger position than we found it. Now, with that, one last time, I look forward to taking some questions. Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for your very opening comments about the work, the cooperation with us, the press corps. Even when we haven't always been satisfied or with the answers, we do certainly appreciate your willingness to engage with us, and so thank you for that. I want to start. Actually, I only have one question. Exactly 16 years ago today, January 16th, 2009, former outgoing Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice had her final press briefing here. And all of the questions she got were about Israel and Gaza. Every single
Oh, that's crazy.
one. And she said, we were working on an enduring ceasefire. She was about to sign an agreement with then Foreign Minister Livni that would move toward that way. She was working with international partners. Names have changed, but countries pretty much the same: Egypt, the Europeans, the Gulf Arab states. And so, 16 years ago, we were in the same situation that we're in now, particularly because the ceasefire, current one, still seems to be in limbo. I'm wondering if you can point to any progress that has been made over the course of the Bush administration, the Obama administration. Has there been anything that has changed or given you hope? Because we're basically back in the same position we were 16 years ago.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. This is a long story. It's an enduring story. It's a story that is not likely to end anytime soon. And if you go back over the course of...
We will not win anytime soon. That's literally what he just said. This is a long story. There is no path to victory. We mission accomplished, but there is no path to victory. Dude, that's crazy.
This is a long story. It's an enduring story. It's a story that is not likely to end anytime soon. And if you go back over the course of many administrations, not only Secretary Rice, but so many of our predecessors and so many of her successors, and now me, this is a story that...
But Biden's out there being like, imagine if we didn't. It's a long story that isn't ending anytime soon. Imagine if you didn't. Probably less people, more people would be alive if you didn't. It's a long story that isn't ending anytime soon. What'd you add to it? A $25 billion like massacre, dude. Like, holy.
We've been engaged in.
Imagine if you didn't. I do imagine.
One way or another. And I think each of us has probably brought the conviction to it that we could and should do everything possible to try to get to and write a better conclusion, a good conclusion for the story. And so many of us, for many years, have labored to do just that. I think one of the lessons that we have to take away is that as resourceful and as powerful as we are, at the end of the day, we can't make decisions for others. They have to make them. They have to make hard choices. They have to take chances. We can do everything possible to push, to prod, to encourage, to support, but ultimately the decision lies with those most directly concerned. That's one thing. But the second thing is, and I believe this strongly, there's also no substitute for our engagement, for the efforts that we make in trying to move this forward and get to a better place. And yes, we've absolutely seen both progress and promise. And the question is whether leaders on all sides...
There's no substitute for their engagement. Maybe the story could come to some kind of conclusion without... Anyways.
But the people behind them will find a way to seize on those opportunities. So, as I laid out in some detail just the other day, when we took office, we were very focused on pursuing greater integration in the region as the real answer to creating more security, more peace, more opportunity for people. Not trying to change individual countries, governments, societies, but bringing them closer together. And before October 7th, we've done a lot of work on this integration, building on the Abraham Accords of the first Trump administration, pointing toward the normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And as you all know, we're all planning to go to Saudi Arabia and Israel because we've made so much progress on the normalization accords on October 10th, a trip that of course didn't happen, to do two things: to try to help finalize agreements that were necessary to get to normalization, and as part of that, to find a clear way forward, a pathway to a Palestinian state, vital to Saudi Arabia, very important to us as well. Even with everything that's happened since October 7th, I believe strongly, including from my many conversations with leaders in the region.
So that was a bunch of failures.
Whether it's in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, or beyond, that the desire to pursue integration, the desire to bring countries together, remains strong, remains powerful, and can be a driving force for finally resolving some of these other questions, including the Palestinian question. Israel's deepest desire from day one of its founding was to be treated like any other country in the region, to have normal relations. And it's been demonstrated that that's possible and desired. But
The Palestinian question, and I get it's just like semantics, but like you can't say you can probably say the Israel question. But you can't say you can say the Palestinian question apparently, but you can't say the closest you can get is the Israel question. You can't take that to the actual like other one, dude. And I don't know what the reason for that is, but it's just kind of crazy that you can get away with saying the Palestinian question when you obviously can't do the other one.
even with everything that's happened since October 7th, I believe strongly, including from my many conversations with leaders in the region, whether it's in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, or beyond, that the desire to pursue integration, the desire to bring countries together, remains strong, remains powerful, and can be a driving force for finally resolving some of these other questions, including the Palestinian question. Israel's deepest desire from day one of its founding was to be treated like any other country in the region, to have normal relations. And it's been demonstrated that that's possible and desired. But it requires, among other things, ending the conflict in Gaza, which we are now on the verge of doing as a result of everything that we have put into this, an agreement that President Biden put forward.
I'll believe it when I see it.
For the world in May, got the entire world to endorse. And in the months since, we've been working to negotiate the final details and get it implemented. And that's where we are now. So, end Gaza is one. And then, yes, a credible pathway to a Palestinian state is two. And leaders will have to summon the vision and the courage to do that. I laid out some ideas for how you can get there just the other day, but I believe that is possible. I believe the driving desire.
One country, one vote, one government.
For integration is something that can carry this forward. Finally, I'll say this. We've also seen, as a result of so much of the work that we've done, what the possibilities are. For Israel, when it was attacked in an unprecedented way by Iran, a direct attack with hundreds of missiles, hundreds of drones. Not only did we come to Israel's active defense for the first time ever, we brought other countries along to do that, including countries in the region.
Dude, it's so sad. Like Iraq, like I'm pretty sure they like worked with the U.S. a lot more than Iran has since, you know, the revolution. And they was still like, oh, in Iraq, I mean Iran, bro. Look at my foreign policy director, dog. Look at my head of the State Department, dog.
And Israel now sees
I'm going to be treated racistly. Like,
powerfully what it stands to gain from greater integration in the region, including in a common security architecture. All can see that this is a way to effectively isolate the troublemaker in the region, Iran. So all of that is there. All of that is possible. And I think for the incoming administration, it'll be important to continue to show here's one path and what can be achieved by following that path. And then there's another, which is perpetual violence, destruction, terrorism, despair for people. That's the choice. I think
Iran is a real troublemaker. We tell troublemakers, don't.
I think we've now put in place and done the work that handing it off can be used to build a strong foundation and move down that much more positive path.
Leon. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for your service. Thank you for doing this. I trust you're not going to miss the million of miles that you've done in the last 4 years, and that you're happy to finally see your children.
Oh my God. Wait, is that really the only question he's gonna have? He doesn't get a follow-up? Usually this guy goes, I mean, he's like probably afraid of getting thrown out.
I wanted to ask you on Gaza, of course. You mentioned a tremendous relief in the region, both with Palestinians and Israel. There seems to be uncertainty.
Is anyone gonna ask about the delay?
For the ceasefire, and it was announced yesterday, and it's supposed to be implemented on Sunday. That's 4 days, quite a long time. Israel has led new strikes on Gaza today or overnight. How confident are you that this ceasefire is actually going to happen? And if I may, just a broader question.
Okay, here we go. That's a good question.
And now that your tenure is coming up, what is your proudest accomplishment in these 4 years, and what is your biggest disappointment?
So on the ceasefire, yes, I am confident, and I fully expect that implementation will begin, as we said, on Sunday. Look, it's not exactly surprising that
on Sunday. Isn't that like the day before Trump takes office?
A process and a negotiation that has been this challenging and this fraught. You may get a loose end. We're tying up that loose end as we speak. I've been on the phone in one way or another all morning with Brett McGurk, with our Qatari friends, and I'm very confident that this is moving forward, and we'll see the start of implementation of the agreement on Sunday.
I mean, I guess all we can do is wait and see.
In terms of my own tenure and what I take from it, and I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to reflect on that in the weeks and months ahead. Look, in terms of satisfaction, as I said at the outset, we came in knowing that we had to reset the foundation for American diplomacy and American foreign policy. And resetting that foundation meant, as I said, re-engage, rejuvenate, reimagine these alliances and partnerships. It's the greatest strength that we bring to virtually every issue we have to tackle around the world. These voluntary partnerships and alliances that have stood us in such good stead over
Voluntary.
for so many years, and I think are vital to effectively operating in this more complicated, this more contested, this more combustible world. And that's exactly what we did. But the point is not doing that for the sake of doing it. The point is doing it for the sake of more effectively dealing with the world we're operating in, and I think we've demonstrated that. When Ukraine was attacked by Russia, because of the investments that we made in our partnerships and our alliances, we were able to bring together 50 countries, keep them together, and marshal their focus and their resources on helping to defend Ukraine. And we've done that very successfully. And we've done that in a way where
We've done that successfully in a way where now we're asking them to lower their conscription age to 18 when even they don't want, they're very hesitant to do that to protect their country.
many other countries picked up the burden. When it comes to maybe the biggest systemic challenge that we face in the international system, and that is China and the capacity that it has, uniquely, whether it's militarily, whether it's economically, whether it's diplomatically, to reshape the international order. What we've been able to do through these stronger alliances and partnerships is to focus other countries in ways that we haven't seen before on how to deal effectively with the challenges posed by China. We have much greater convergence between us and partners in Europe, between us and partners in Asia, among all of us, in confronting these challenges.
But when you get your Amazon package, what does the thing inside say? Made in China. What does probably more than 50% of the things you own say? Made in China. We ever gonna say, hey, thanks, China. Thanks for making everything we have. Or not like everything, but like a lot of stuff. Hey, thanks, China, for being the labor and industrial backbone of the world.
And I listed a few areas in which we're working much more closely together. And as I said before, when you bring just the United States to the table, well, we have a lot of weight, but when it comes to economic issues, for example, where China's engaged in unfair practices, where it's engaged in overcapacity to try to drown our industries, our communities, our workers with their products, well, when we're taking that on and we're doing it alone, we're 20% of world GDP. When we're doing that in concert with allies and partners across Europe and Asia who are similarly aggrieved.
And so Trump will joke about, like, I mean, I say joke, Trump will talk about buying Greenland or what's the other one? Canada. I mean, what's next? Mexico. But Blinken right here is talking about GDP being like, well, when it's America, it's 20%. But when it's all the other countries we own, I mean, collaborate with, you know, we can stand up to China when it's all the countries that are doing their own thing that we just have partnerships with. Are they America too? Well, GDP wise, you know, like what even is the statistic? Who cares? What can America do on its own? But like once you like ask that question and then you look at China, it's like, oh well, I mean, China, it has more people, one, but like its economy is more important to the world in GDP wise, like apparently. So
by these practices, well, we're 50-60% of world GDP, and it's a lot more effective in getting China to change its conduct. So those are just two ways in which we've used.
So it's just like a negotiation tactic, but it's like, it's as ridiculous as Trump being like, yeah, we need to buy like Greenland and Canada. I mean, it's different in that like, but they're still like essentially acting like these other parts of the country are like included in America's like economy or like thing. Like not just like trade partners, but like they're part of our GDP. No, they aren't. They have their own GDP.
This investment in our allies and partners to get real results, to tackle real problems, to meet real challenges. And again, through so many of the issues that are affecting the lives of our people, we brought countries together in a way that's going to have a material impact on making things better. I mentioned earlier the coalition we built on synthetic opioids, on fentanyl. You've heard me say this before. The number one killer of
Like, what does that have to do with GDP?
Americans aged 18 to 45 is fentanyl. And it's by
Other than like an example of why our GDP isn't that great because, you know, we have drug problems.
definition a problem that has to be tackled cooperatively with other countries, because the ingredients that go into making it may be made halfway around the world. They come close to our borders. They get synthesized into fentanyl. They come to the United States. They kill people. So the fact that we brought all of these countries together, now working in close concert to deal with this problem, that's going to have a material benefit on the lives of the American people. In these ways and so many more, what I take satisfaction is that we now can approach each of these problems from a position of much greater strength, much greater effectiveness.
Just because you had like good conversations.
Disappointments? Yeah, of course. There are always many. There's always the things that you didn't get done. There's always the coulda, woulda, shoulda that you ask yourself. But I think it's also important to take a minute and take
Disappointments, nothing specific. There's nothing that comes to mind.
Take stock of what we actually have done, what the men and women of this department have achieved. Would I have wished? Do I wish we could have gotten the ceasefire agreement months ago?
Okay, so at least the ceasefire is a disappointment. That's named specifically.
Of course. The suffering since, the lives lost since. Sure. Could have been avoided if we'd gotten this over the line sooner. But in something as complex, as complicated, where different events have intervened and the work that we had done, the progress we were making toward bringing it to conclusion was delayed or derailed, as the president again said yesterday, almost every time you're trying to deal with something this hard, and as George Mitchell put it so well in the context of Northern Ireland peace, you're going to have many, many days of setback and struggle before you get to that final day of success. But every one of those days of setback and struggle is necessary to get you to the day of success.
Like, why is Northern Ireland the success story when a bunch of Ireland is still technically Britain? Like, why isn't a country, Algeria, for example, why isn't that the success story? Like, they actually got their country back. Ireland is still like half Britain. Like, that's the success story.
For your service, and thank you for taking our questions over the last 4 years. Since the Gaza war erupted, there's been a flood of reports supporting videos and evidence of potential IHL violations by Israel, and yet your department has refrained from making a definitive assessment. There's a sense out there that you gave Israel a pass on this issue and that that's part of the administration's legacy. Is there any chance you will deliver a definitive assessment on this in your final days? And if I may, on another region, we're reporting that the U.S. will impose sanctions on Sudan's Burhan today. Could you confirm whether the administration will take that step, and why do this now, and why wait till now?
Thank you. We and I take very seriously the work that we do, and we have a responsibility to do to assess in any place whether violations of international humanitarian law are occurring, war crimes, other abuses of international law, international norms.
But the official U.S. policy right now is to deny that there is a genocide going on in Palestine. I don't know. There might be a clip of Tony saying those exact words, but many spokespeople for the state and the White House have said it. It's not their official policy right now is to say it is not a genocide. It is officially a denial policy. So that's kind of crazy.
Violations of international humanitarian law are occurring, war crimes, other.
And anytime like there's overwhelming evidence of at least war crimes and not like the big, they'll just straight up deny that it's genocide. But when they can't just straight up deny that there may be war crimes, they're like, well, you got to ask Israel about it. You know, we make clear to Israel they have to respect human rights and, you know, they have to prosecute themselves. And
abuses of international law, international.
But like, it's like even though like we give the weapons, the money, 25 billion of it, but it's like, well, you know, countries make their own decisions. But we tell them to respect humanitarian law when we're giving them unconditional aid.
Violations of international humanitarian law are occurring, war crimes, other abuses of international law, international norms, international practice. And that's what we continue to do every day, whether it's in Middle East, Gaza, or in many other places around the world. And I'll come to that because your question about Sudan goes there as well. In Gaza, we faced a uniquely challenging situation in trying to make final determinations. Because uniquely in Gaza, besides having a population that's been trapped there that has nowhere else to go, you have an enemy that embeds itself in and among civilians. Houses, hospitals, mosques, schools, and getting a clear picture and a clear understanding of whether any one incident in that context constitutes a violation of international law in one way or another is an incredibly complicated thing to do.
So mosques, schools, just family homes, it's incredibly complicated when events occur at hospitals. What else? It's incredibly complicated, guys.
Because, and among civilians, houses, hospitals, mosques.
Houses, hospitals, mosques. It makes it all super complicated. Modern warfare is complicated. It's almost like war. You can't make sense of war. Like, dude.
Schools, and getting a clear.
And there was like a time where war crimes were established to at least make some kind of sense of war and make it off limits for like religious sites and hospitals, civilian centers of administration. But they don't see anyone in Palestine as a civilian. Their institutions aren't civilian. Their mosques aren't civilian. Because it's all complicated now. They aren't just civilian. So, I mean, it's really testing like what the international order can put up with before it puts any like actual authority behind it. Because everything right now is like, well, we can sue you in a court that has no, I mean, like NATO. Yeah, because like NATO occupied countries, but has like the UN. I mean, the UN has like enforcement forces, but it doesn't have like a right to direct their own forces. I think they can only collaborate with like other, I don't know, whatever.
Picture and a clear understanding of whether any one incident in that context constitutes a violation of international law in one way or another is an incredibly complicated thing to do, especially to do in real time. So we continue to gather the information.
It's incredibly complicated when you like, there's literally footage out there of people living in tents outside of hospitals. It's complicated though. That's not a war crime. There was. Anyways.
Continue to assess it. If we have any conclusions that we can draw.
But like there's no way to rationalize it. It's just the policy, and all they can do is make the best case they can for it, which doesn't have a lot to do with like being direct or making sense.
In the time that remains, we will. I'd also point out that in Israel itself, there are hundreds of cases that are being investigated. They have a process. They have procedures, they have rule of law, and we also look to them to carry out that process, to carry out the rule of law themselves. That's the hallmark of any democracy. We have reported in a number of ways.
And it's like, when does the international order, like, when does the world become the hallmark of democracy and not just this like, well, every citizen for every nation. That's democracy is limited to nation states. When is democracy going to become an international thing where it isn't? Well, it's on Israel to investigate this themselves, and they also don't even have to let the ICC like do an advisory kind of investigation. They don't have to let anyone in their country, because that's what democracy is all about. It's like, when is democracy is inherently limited by national by the nation state, by the rule of law through nation states. 'Cause democracy is worse because democracy is limited. If democracy is so great, and it is, this whole this whole compromise with democracy to nation states, who at the end of the day don't even have to respect, like, in war, like we'll see, but like at the end of the day, they're not just saying Israel isn't doing genocide. They do have the policy of denying the genocide, but they're also saying you don't have jurisdiction even if there is a genocide. Like,
on what we've seen, including in the NSM report, we've taken actions in a variety of ways in a variety of places, particularly, for example, in the West Bank, where we've seen abuses committed by extremist settlers against Palestinians, and for the first time, taken action against them. And I believe and trust that this process will continue, and as we are able to reach results, we will. When it comes to Sudan, the actions we took in the direction of the RSF just a few days ago. The SAF has also committed war crimes, and it continues to target civilians. It's obstructing.
well, has Sudan investigated that and come to the determination that those people did commit war crimes? Wait, did the UN come to that determination? Oh, did the US come to that determination? Wait, do you have jurisdiction over Sudan? Like,
Advantage of that opportunity, we're handing them off, and my hope, as I said, is the administration that's coming in will continue them.
Jim. Mr. Secretary, on shaping those policies, looking back, is there anything you would have changed in how you negotiate to shape those policies? And do you regret not being firmer on the red lines you gave to Israel on humanitarian aid and civilian harm, given the state of Gaza right now?
So again, a few things I think are important, at least that I take away from this. One is, it's I think, a mistake to ascribe to any one individual or any small number of individuals policies that, in the case of Gaza, were basically supported by an overwhelming majority of Israelis.
what? The overwhelming majority of Israelis who also were in a state of fury and rage, like a post 9/11 style fury. And it's like, I don't even know if the overwhelming majority, or whatever you said, believe that. It's like their emotions after the attack means they had every right to do what's happened. Like, what the heck?
In the case of Gaza, were basically supported by.
Yeah, it's like, who cares if is that democracy at work? Well, the majority of Israelis support whatever he was referencing specifically. Oh, well, it's democracy, so the overwhelming people support it. So,
a small number of individuals. Policies that, in the case of Gaza, were basically supported by an overwhelming majority of Israelis after the trauma of October 7th. This is a deeply traumatized society, just as Palestinian society is deeply traumatized by everything that's followed October 7th. And
everything that's dude, he's doing it all. Palestinians weren't traumatized before October. Like, it's everything that followed that traumatized them. Bro, he knows this isn't true. It's just, it's the best sounding answer to the question.
If you don't understand that or don't factor that in, it's really challenging to make progress. So I think we looked at that, we've understood that, and as I said, we had certain priorities the president set that we tried to carry forward in approaching everything we.
So if you don't understand the post 9/11 style rage of the average Israeli to overwhelmingly support the policies that their government also implemented, the small group of individuals, you got to factor that in, the trauma. Do you have to factor in the trauma of the Palestinians for stuff that happened before October 7th? Like, it's like he's trying to act like he's acknowledging the trauma of both sides while completely invalidating one and saying the other one we have to go along with the Coca-Cola, Pepsi, like 9/11 rage, like
done since October 7th, and we are now in a place where we're finally, I think, making good on those priorities. We, as I mentioned, one of them was to avoid a broader war with more countries coming in. And at various moments throughout these last 15 months, we've been right on the edge of having that wider war.
Right on the edge. You might say it's already a wider war. It's just.
And because of American diplomacy, because of American deterrence, because of America's ability to mobilize others, we've avoided it. When we had those unprecedented attacks by Iran on Israel, we marshaled other countries to come to Israel's defense. And then, when it came to Israel's response, we shaped it. Shaped it in a way that it was strong, but also calibrated.
Have you shaped Israel's response to Gazans? Or just their response to Iran?
So that Iran's air defenses were taken out, but we didn't have actions that were escalatory and that produced a wider war. And that didn't just happen. It was the product, again, of American diplomacy and American deterrence. Throughout the 15 months on the humanitarian situation, when, and again, in an environment that is unique, which doesn't obviate Israel's responsibilities, doesn't excuse things that haven't been done that should have been done, but.
What about America's responsibilities? Well, you know, at the end of the day, it's the rule of law and a democracy within their borders. It's like, but they don't actually just straight up say Gaza is Israel. Like, I don't know.
Is important because operating in that unique environment with a population trapped in Gaza and other places where there are conflicts, people can usually go somewhere else. You're a refugee, not a good thing, but better than being trapped in a crossfire. Gaza, almost uniquely, people are trapped, and as I've said many times before, trapped with an enemy that deliberately uses them, hides with.
So the people of Gaza are trapped with the enemy Hamas? They aren't trapped. Well, so, okay, maybe they're trapped with the enemy that's Hamas. I don't know if. I mean, enemy is subjective. But, like, who's trapping them there? Like, they're trapped with an enemy. Is the enemy trapping them there? No, they're not. They're not. They've embedded themselves within them, but they're also trapped.
Hides among them, looks for civilian casualties as not only a necessary cost, but one that actually advances their agenda. And we know this from the leader of Hamas himself, Yahya Sinwar.
What? Did he say that? Should I have not been reading that book? Am I in danger? Did Yahya Sinwar say? Yahya Sinwar probably said something about, like, becoming a martyr being something good for civilians. I could see him saying that. I don't know if that's. I don't think that means you can stretch it to be like, well, Hamas wants civilians to die by embedding them. No, it's like, if they're martyred, you know, if a civilian is martyred, it is not some kind of shameful thing. Is that what I imagine he was getting at? Not like, yeah, we like human shields. We want as many people to die so so Pallywood has more clips to make the world hate Israel. Like that's so yeah, I'm sure there's like a quote, but it's just it's being stretched into this whole other narrative that's like I don't agree with.
As not only a necessary cost, but one that actually advances their agenda. And we know.
Yeah, and like becoming a martyr doesn't advance an agenda, but there's still like, I mean, like a civilian. Yeah, I don't know. It's just he's taking some quote out of context of saying martyrdom is still like glorious for just any even a very I don't know, glorious might not be the right word, but some kind of flowery like religious thing. But yeah, that does not mean like they want anyways.
Hides among them, looks for civilian casualties as not only a necessary cost, but one that actually advances their agenda. And we know this from the leader of Hamas himself, Yahya Sinwar. So that's made things very challenging. But whenever on humanitarian assistance, we've seen things moving from bad to worse, we've engaged strongly and we've gotten results, whether it was back in April or May, whether it was more recently in September, October. But fundamentally, the only way, given the complicated, incredibly complicated environment, to really get at the needs of the people was through a ceasefire and a hostage deal. And that's why we've been laboring so hard on it. And that's why now, as it's implemented, we're finally going to see the relief that people so desperately need. Let me just add this, and I'm sorry for going on. At various points along the way, in terms of getting that deal, the biggest impediments really have been Hamas and its refusal to get.
What about the delay in the democracy of Israel? What about the delay? What about the delay in the democratic process?
Yes. Now, have there been moments when Israel has done things or taken actions that have made life more complicated, more difficult? Yes. But.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There you go.
Broadly speaking, and especially in the last months, until we got to success, Hamas has been the major impediment. And there were two things that were factoring into Hamas's thinking. And we know this. One, as I said, was the hope that they could get a wider war, that others would jump in, that the cavalry would come to the rescue. And it wasn't until recently that it became clear that that was not the case. And whether it was Iran, whether it was Hezbollah, whether it was Iranian proxies, whether it was the supply routes for those proxies through Syria, as a result of actions that Israel took, as a result of actions that we took, as a result of conflicts and problems that these various actors had gotten themselves into that we exacerbated, it finally got to the point where Hamas concluded that, as I said, the cavalry wasn't coming to the rescue. That wasn't going to happen. Second, Hamas held back at various points because it saw or hoped that public international pressure was mounting on Israel, and it could just wait it out, and that pressure would get to a point.
Yeah, and so this is the narrative they have to go with by saying somehow Yahya Sinwar wanted Palestinians to be like it advanced his agenda, their martyrdom, and it's because it's like, well, the worse Israel looks, the better. It's like I don't know. Maybe he made some speech somewhere where he talked about how the atrocities Israel does is turning the international attention. People don't agree with that. Or like international pressure. It grows international pressure on Israel to like stop doing that. But yeah, it's just it's a total fabrication. It's the whole Kim Jong-un puts people in a labor camp if they say he poos his pants. He poops. In North Korea, the people get thrown in a work camp if they say Kim Jong-un poos. Like it's literally like that level of like narrative spinning. That's like, well,
Hamas concluded that, as I said, the cavalry wasn't coming to the rescue. That wasn't going to happen. Second, Hamas held back at various points because it saw or hoped that public international pressure was mounting on Israel, and it could just wait it out, and that pressure would get to a point where Israel would have to accede to all of Hamas's demands. And that includes the hope that there would be a lot of public daylight between the United States and Israel. And so, while clearly we've had differences, real differences with Israel on the way it's gone about the necessary defense of its people and its country, We've expressed those clearly at various points, but we've mostly done it privately, precisely because we didn't want to feed into Hamas's clearly held views that if that pressure was mounting and if there was daylight, they could do nothing. They could refuse to engage on the.
And so this, the reason that for months and months, anytime any question about Israel, the answer was, well, we can't really comment on that, is so that they don't feed into the international pressure. It's like, well, we haven't really come to a conclusion. We actually don't really investigate that stuff. You're going to have to ask Israel about that. Also, we disagree with the ICJ and the ICC.
But we mostly.
And so here's like an admission that like that's a part of their strategy of not feeding into the international pressure.
In Israel. And so while clearly we've had differences, real differences with Israel on the way it's gone about the necessary defense of its people and its country, we've expressed those clearly at various points. But we've mostly done it privately, precisely because we didn't want to feed into Hamas's clearly held views that.
Yeah, and so that's why they wouldn't publicly comment, even when they had come to conclusions. They had done investigations about what happened, like the questions that the reporters asked, and when time and again they wouldn't publicly comment. They would maybe even deny having done any investigation at all. They were privately begging Israel to turn it down a notch because of their strategy to not publicly comment about those things. Isn't a part of the free press, like, don't you have an obligation to answer questions like that? If we're like paying $70 per American for a genocide, like $70 doesn't seem like that much money, but when it's literally every single American, $70, $70 is a lot of money. Like, I mean, $70 is like, you know, you can get something really frivolous or something really fundamental, like a cell phone or something like that.
If that pressure was mounting and if there was daylight.
But you don't have to publicly answer questions about stuff like that. Like, look, what is this body language?
They could.
You got us. Hands up. Hands up. What can we do? $70 a person, and you only convey your disagreements in private and go as far as to like obfuscating whether or not you've done any investigation at all into what the public already knows about.
Do nothing. Or
at least the reporters are talking about.
They could refuse to engage in the negotiations, hold back on a ceasefire and releasing the hostages, and thus perpetuate the suffering, the loss for the people that they.
Because at the end of the day, what Hamas wants is the suffering of the Palestinian people because it makes Israel look bad. I don't buy it. I'm not buying it. I don't think people are pushed to resistance because that's what's happening. I don't buy it.
Purport to represent. All of those dynamics were in play. All of those dynamics are ones that we had to make judgments about, navigate.
Because it's like, what's the motivation? The motivation of Israel making life as horrible as possible in Gaza is so that eventually everyone leaves and they get to settle it. What's the point of making life horrible, a living hell? Israel has a lot of settler colonial societies have every motivation. Resistance groups, they're motivate. It might be wrong to go to resistance instead of just like leaving. I mean, one, they can't leave, so it'd be a different thing if you're just saying, well, why don't the Palestinians all just leave if the suffering is so great and find a life somewhere else where it's less complicated? But I mean, one, it is impossible, but two, it's I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't really know if I can't really make a judgment on if that's like some kind of like valid argument. But um, but yeah, it's just crazy. He just thinks they're just evil people who want their own people to suffer. And I don't know. Whatever.
With eyes on the prize of getting to the day we got to yesterday, which is the ceasefire and hostage.
The prize is the deal itself because it makes us look a little less bad. Shouldn't the prize be like when it actually happens? You have the eye on the wrong prize. You're like if that was the prize, and you're looking back on that when it hasn't even been done yet. It's just, dude, this is crazy. I don't know why I subject myself to watching these like government things. It's brazen.
Release. So it's absolutely appropriate to ask questions about that, to ask ourselves questions, for everyone to ask questions.
Yeah, but we're gonna keep our criticisms to private conversations, so as to not to feed into the international pressure our domestic reporters are asking us about. We're gonna keep those questions and their answers to private conversations.
Some people say we did too much to restrain.
$70 a person, domestic American reporter talking about like it's literally like public knowledge being reported on internationally. We're gonna keep responses private because that's what's in our interest, apparently.
Israel, when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Hezbollah, when it comes to others. Others say we did much too much to enable. And all of those questions are the right ones to ask, and they'll be asked for a long time. We had to.
And dude, it's like average Democrat. They're like, after they have like an administration, they're like, and well, if the Republicans want to be even more brutal, you know, maybe we made some mistakes along the way. Maybe we weren't.
To keep our focus relentlessly on getting to this place where we could actually get a change, where we could actually get an end to a conflict, an end to suffering, and the prospect of something better.
We'll take one more, Mr. Secretary, thanks very much. On why you got to the ceasefire deal, as you just highlighted, you talked a lot about Hamas and pressure, Hamas being diminished, helped get them across the line. But on the Israeli side, do you believe that Trump and Steve Witkoff, either through direct pressure or through Netanyahu's perception of Trump, that helped get this deal across the line? And I want to bring up for Ukraine and give you a chance to do legacy on Ukraine. You've argued that you've taken a lot of recent steps to try and give Ukraine leverage and give the Trump administration leverage. Let me just point out, though, that there's no money left in the replenishment fund. Ukraine struggles on the front line. Russia has a reconstituted defense industrial base because of China. So do you fear that your legacy on Ukraine could actually be defined by your successor?
On the ceasefire deal first, look, the important thing is not who gets the credit. The important thing is getting the result. And that's exactly what we've gotten. As I said, the deal that was agreed is based on the proposal that President Biden put out months ago in May. The framework that he made public in detail, that we then went around the world and got country after country to endorse, culminating with the UN Security Council. That's what moved Hamas in the first instance, because up until that point, Hamas had been rejecting the idea of having an initial phase of 6 weeks, ceasefire, hostages begin to come out.
And so, I mean, it's kind of crazy. You're saying Hamas was moved on it from what Joe Biden put forward months and months ago, but it's also their fault it hasn't been implemented thus far? Israel does stuff too. Like delaying it right now, it hasn't even happened yet. But Hamas was by Joe Biden's work 6 months ago that moved Hamas. But they were the ones delaying it for the next 6 months right now.
Prisoners are released, humanitarian assistance surges, and we used the time to reach an agreement on the conditions for an enduring ceasefire. They'd rejected that scheme. And it wasn't until May, when the president went public, detailed it, we got the whole world behind it, that Hamas was isolated and it moved. And then practically every day since then, has been work on trying to actually negotiate the details that had to follow from that to fill in the framework and understandings on its implementation. And we got very close to completing that on a number of occasions. And as I said, events of one kind or another inevitably intervene, that delay, that derail the work that you're doing. But we kept at it. And meanwhile, as I just described, I won't belabor, all of these other factors that went into the calculus of Hamas changed dramatically, and in no small part because of actions we took in a way to exacerbate the challenges of Hamas and its many potential supporters, as well as actions that
in a way to exacerbate the challenges posed to Hamas and its many supporters. Its many supporters, like the Palestinian people, like, I mean, even if they don't, I don't know.
Israel. So I think that's what got us to this day. Our diplomacy, our deterrence really isolated Hamas to the point where they finally came back to the table. Got to yes in recent weeks.
If we just, dude, we made them isolated and life sucked so bad. It finally worked. Making life suck really bad finally broke their spirit. What?
Just to cite some other examples, when Hamas was refusing to engage.
The unfortunate thing about life sucking is it builds your spirit, and I mean that might be like a controversial take, but like what broke my spirit personally, to take it personal, it was life getting too easy. The unironic, like, hard times create strong men meme. And so that's what's flawed with this whole, like, well, if we just make things so bad, they'll give up. Did that happen in Afghanistan? Did that happen in Vietnam? Like, it didn't even happen in the wars the U.S. were on the winning side of. That's not how you win anything. Like, making things isolated, like North Korea, they're as isolated as could ever be. And it has built their spirit in a way that, as bad as you may think their spirit is, stands on its own. Isolating China, like, anyways, it's just
in the fall, I went to our friends in Qatar and said it's time to tell them that their political operation, housed in Qatar, is no longer welcome. And that's exactly what the Qataris did. In recent weeks, we went also to other actors, including Turkey and President Erdogan, to use his weight and influence to get Hamas back to the table to try to conclude an agreement. And he did.
And I like how it's kind of crazy. Like, Syria literally went through like a coup, and is like has been in a civil war for like a really long time. And it's like that doesn't factor in as somewhat of a failure that whole thing happened. Like, the USA having to drop a bounty it has on some guy because now they have to be allied with them because of a war in the region went away that could go in their interest. If they drop a bounty on a guy, you have to
and they did.
You go from having a bounty on a guy's head to supporting them. That's crazy.
So it's a long way of saying that all of these things coming together over many months, I believe, is what's gotten us here. Now, having said that, it was, I think, very important and very responsible to not only fully inform the incoming administration of what we were doing, but also, yes, to involve them in this last part of the process that got us to the agreement. And the reason for that is virtually everything that now needs to be implemented under the agreement will be implemented under the Trump administration. And it was very important for the parties to know that the Trump administration stood behind the agreement that we negotiated and that President Biden put forward. And I both appreciate.
Okay, so yeah, credit to the Trump administration for that, I guess.
Appreciate and applaud the very good work that Steve Witkoff did, working closely with us, with Brett McGurk, in helping to get this over the line. But I think being very clear with all concern that the incoming administration supported, endorsed, and would carry forward its responsibilities under the agreement, that was an important thing to do. I'm sorry, on Ukraine. So, as I look at it, first, where we started was Putin's intent, desire, and plan to erase Ukraine from the map, to subsume it into Russia, to realize.
Dude, the narrative spinning, dude. Like, Putin thinks Ukrainians are Russians. You can think he's wrong about that, but he's like, you want to erase Ukraine off the map. Dude,
his imperial designs, and
it's literally it's the Kim Jong-un poop meme. It's just narrative spinning.
As a result of the actions that we took in support of the Ukrainian people with many other countries, that's failed. and it won't succeed. Ukraine is standing, and that's the most important thing of all. Now, the question of where Ukraine goes from here and where we go from here is obviously a very important one, because there's an opportunity, again, an opportunity that we're handing off to make sure that Ukraine can go forward as an independent country, increasingly integrated with Western institutions, because that's the desire of its people, and a country that stands on its own feet, whether that's militarily, whether that's economically, whether that's democratically. And if its people and elected officials so desire to pursue some kind of resolution or ceasefire with Russia. Now, that requires Ukraine to decide that that's what it wants to do. It also requires Russia to agree.
Is that going to include any of the currently occupied territories going back to Ukraine? Maybe. I'm not so optimistic.
And there, what we've been working to do all these past months, right up to the end, is to make sure, that I've said many times, that Ukraine's in a position of strength to be able to make those decisions, whether that's to continue fighting if it's necessary, or to negotiate, but to negotiate from a strong position. Part of that, though, has also been imposing extraordinary costs on Russia, and I think you should not discount those, including the impact.
We've made it worse, and like, this is just a wrong ideology. Like, the reason Russia fights its war is to not make it worse in the U.S. Like, the reason the U.S. supports Ukrainians should not be to make it worse in Russia, to make it so costly to be in a war that they surrender. If America was fighting a war like on its borders, you know, I mean, I guess like in this parallel, it's like Ukraine's fighting a war on its borders, so it is willing to do the work that America isn't doing. But yeah, making life suck in a place people are from, like, they're just gonna stay there. I mean, a lot of people will become refugees, but not. You can't refugee a country out of existence or like into surrendering. Like, I don't know.
Or to negotiate, but to negotiate from a strong position. Part of that, though.
So yeah, it's just it just shows like a flaw in the military strategy of this country that's like supporting all these wars abroad when you know, it's just not as simple. And the solution isn't just making things so bad people surrender. Cuz you know, just you can look at anyways. Yeah.
Has also been imposing extraordinary costs on Russia, and I think you should not discount those, including the impact that they have on Russia's decision making. The losses that Russia has incurred are almost unimaginable. I think by some assessments, 700,000 to 800,000 casualties. That includes those killed and those wounded.
Yeah. What's that to a country that has 10 times the population of a country it's fighting? If it's about inflicting losses, Ukraine has suffered a lot of losses too, and they just objectively have fewer people to lose. You know, I mean, it sucks, but it's like, where does that make 700,000 Russians being dead good? Where does that make that a good thing? Because it hasn't brought Ukraine any closer to winning the war, because on that front, Russia has a 10 times advantage. And America isn't coming to directly participate. It's not going to bring its people, and Ukraine doesn't have the people to. I mean, it'd be to inflict losses so great that you can stand a chance on a border war with a country 10 times your population. You'd have to like have some crazy KD numbers. That's crazy. And usually war crimes prevent anything like that. Anyway.
The flight of so many of its most talented people from Russia, the weight of sanctions, export controls, the weight that's such that everything Russia tries to do, even the workarounds that it's done with its war economy, everything is harder, takes more time, and costs a lot more.
So even when they just get around it, well, it took them a while to do it. They got around it. They got around it. You lost. They got around it. Yeah, but we made it a little hard on them to get around it. They got around it, dude. This is what failure looks like.
See the impact on its economy. We see the impact on its future, its inability to invest in the critical industries of the future that would be a source of strength for Russia. So there's a heavier and heavier weight bearing down. So I believe that the incoming administration is in a position where, if the Ukrainians so desire and so choose, it can help to negotiate a good deal. And President Trump talks about having good, strong deals. I think there's an opportunity to get one. One of the most critical things will be, if there is to be a ceasefire, is to make sure that it's enduring, that it holds. Because what we know is this: in Putin's mind, if there's a ceasefire, he's simply going to rest, refit, and then, when he deems the moment right, reattack. So you have to have built into any ceasefire.
What does that remind me of?
The effective deterrence necessary so that he doesn't reattack. That is, I think, a necessary part of any good, strong deal for Ukraine. So there are lots of ways of doing that, and we've been talking to European partners about some of that. Again, all of that I'm sharing with the incoming administration, and I would hope and expect that they can help land this in a place where everything we've done to make sure that Ukraine not only survives, which it is and which it will, but actually thrives, can be realized.
And ending it with some like Hallmark like coffee mug ad. Life isn't about just surviving, it's about thriving.
Take a couple more.
On Austin Tice, it's been a few weeks since Roger Carson had said they were narrowing down locations where he may have been held. I just wanted to see if you had any more fidelity on that. And then separately, yesterday, your successor before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee commented on the Panama Canal. You've been dismissive of the incoming administration's overtures on Greenland, but not as vocal on the Panama Canal. He said the issue is not a joke and it's a legitimate issue that needs to be confronted over questions of neutrality and China's ability to choke off commerce on both sides of the canal. So I wanted to see your comments on that.
Sure. Look, on Austin Tice, all I can tell you is this. Not a day goes by where we're not out there trying to obviously find him or get information about what has become of him. And I don't have anything to report beyond what we've already said, but we have people throughout Syria who know the importance that we attach to this and are leaving no stone unturned to find Austin. So he and his family remain in my thoughts, all of our prayers, but mostly we're working in any way that we can to find him. And of course, if we have any further information and hopefully have Austin, we'll share that, or the next administration will share that. Look, on Panama, on the Panama Canal, we have a treaty, we have a settled policy of many years, and that's not going to change. And as I said before, I think doesn't warrant spending a lot of time talking about it. Now, when it comes to the resilience of our supply chains, when it comes to making sure that we can get what we need and we don't have risk attendant with it, including from countries with which.
So no talk about Panama. The Panama Canal is Panama's. It's just like, well, we have our policy. He doesn't even say it's theirs. You say, well, we have our policy and you know it. But we do need to protect our trade routes.
We have challenged relations. That is important, and that's something that we've worked on pretty much around the world for the last 4 years, building a greater diversity of supply chains, building a greater resilience. Also, trying to make sure that countries that were trying to build up and build out their own infrastructure to improve the lives and livelihoods of their people had a better offer from us, so that they didn't have to turn to others on much more onerous terms. And we've made extraordinary progress on that these last 4 years. So I think that's where the focus should be.
It's a very good afternoon.
Oh my. And it's a good morning, President.
Because at long last, I can announce a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas. More than 15 months of conflict that began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th. More than 15 months of...
Bro, he said Hezbollah did October 7th. Dude, these gaffes are like, everyone has gaffes, but it's not like one every like 30 words. Hezbollah, bro.
It began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th. More than 15 months of terror for the hostages, their families, the Israeli people. More than 15 months of suffering by the innocent people of Gaza. Fighting in Gaza will stop, and soon the hostages will return home to their families. The elements of
I mean, he'll say the phrase "the innocent people in Gaza," like hypothetically civilians do exist, but what are they like actually doing?
this deal for what I laid out in detail this past May, which was embraced by countries around the world and endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. The deal is structured in 3 phases. Phase 1 will last 6 weeks. It includes a full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas of Gaza, and the release of a number of hostages held by Hamas, including women and elderly and the wounded. And I'm proud to say Americans will be part of that hostage release in Phase 1 as well. And the Vice President and I
I wonder if they're like alive Americans. That'd be cool if they were alive.
cannot wait to welcome them home. In exchange, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And during Phase 1, the Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods in all areas of Gaza. And the surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza will begin. And the innocent people can have greater access to these vital supplies. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get Phase 2, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from Phase 1 to Phase 2, but the plan says if negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue as long as the negotiations continue. I've spoken to the Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt, and we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long.
So yeah, that all sounds cool or whatever, but what if they just stop negotiations and end the ceasefire? They can just do whatever they want.
That were by Hamas, 8 days later, whatever it was. And I told them we were going to help. When I went to Israel, immediately after their attack by Hamas, 8 days later, whatever it was, and I told them we were going to help. And I said, but Bibi, I said, you can't be carpet bombing these communities. And he said to me, well, you did it.
Bruh. Any country, any traumatized, self-respecting country would act like it's after 9/11. Or even, I mean, he's talking about World War II. Wasn't that the Germans? Or is he going to talk about the nuke word?
You carpet bomb, not his exact words, but you carpet bomb Berlin.
Wasn't that like the English?
You dropped a nuclear weapon. You killed thousands of innocent people because you had to in order to win a war. I said, but that's why we came up with the UN.
Yeah. And he should also say, and you've dropped 6 times the amount of bomb, like weight or whatever, however people calculate it, than we did in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You've done 6 times what we did there. And so, I mean, I get he's talking about like a conversation from like day 8 of after October 7th. But like he's giving this conversation now, and he's not like even he's just sticking to the script and not even bringing up like, well, he made the comparison then, how does the comparison stand up now? They've done 6 times that. As bad as that was, as devastating as that was, they've done 6 times. But nah, I mean, he just has a script, so he just kind of acknowledges it and moves back to the script. So
But that's why we came up with the UN. New deals by which what we do relative to civilians and military.
So he was comparing 21st century war tactics, battle tactics, with World War II.
Well, what he was really doing is he was going after me for saying you can't indiscriminately bomb civilian areas, even if the bad guys are there. Even if the bad guys are there, you can't take out 2, 10, 12, 1,500 people, innocent people, in order to get the one bad guy. And he made a legitimate argument. His perspective said, look, these are the guys that kill my people.
And that's not a legitimate argument. It's not. And that's like the issue with nationalism and saying, well, our citizens first, this and that, because like it's my people. They did it to my people, so I have the right to do much worse things to them. It's not that's illegitimate, but it's the world we live in. So
The legitimate argument, his perspective, look, these are the guys that killed my people. These are the guys that are all over in these tunnels. Nobody had any idea the miles of tunnels were down there. It's amazing what they built. And they're sometimes 200 feet under the ground. One way to get to them is take out the places where they were under which they got to the tunnels. And so that's the first time I had the discussion about bombing.
it seems to me like if you want to actually get rid of tunnels, you would go into the tunnels and not try to bomb them when they're 200 feet in the ground, apparently, from the surface. Well, we want to try out all these bunker busters. Hypothetically, they can do it. Oh, what if they build a tunnel beyond the... Can your bunker busters go 200 feet in the ground? Or are they only using those? Oh, so the tunnels are not all... It's like, they're... If you want to destroy a tunnel, you could probably go into the tunnel. If you want
First time I had the discussion about bombing civilian areas was when I went over after the 9/11, after the massacre that occurred. So on that,
and so the 9/11, actually it was like 50 bajillion 9/11s if you like count it proportional to like the population there.
first trip, 10, 11 days after October 7th, you already raised the issues of how to get to a ceasefire. Well, not a ceasefire, how to prevent innocent death. Yes. And then I pushed really, really hard for more humanitarian aid to go in. And
So yeah, that's crazy. I don't know what he thinks that does for him. It's like, well, and then they did it anyways. I said don't, and they did it anyways.
I was asked by a commanding officer to pin a Bronze Star on a soldier for his heroism. A soldier's teammate was hit while driving in a Humvee. And this soldier did everything possible to rescue his colleague. China in check. Remember when we took office? China was over, going to go. Got it done.
Wait, why are you talking about China at some Department of Defense thing?
And finally, when I asked you to strengthen America's position in the Pacific, in the middle of all the other conflicts and crises, you said no problem. You kept China in check. Remember when we took office? China was going to overcome the United States, economically and politically, by 2030. Everybody.
And now it's 2028, and that's not going to happen. If you count our GDP, it's 20%. But, like, if you count all these other countries, China isn't taking us over. If you count all these other countries' GDPs as a part of our own, they haven't taken us over. They haven't taken us over. Unlike other countries, China's thing isn't taking over. They aren't going around trying to take over everywhere. That doesn't mean we don't rely on them for a lot of stuff, and that ain't changing.
Nobody wrote that, except here in this building. The skies open, the seas free, and our allies close. You established our first trilateral defense partnership with Australia and the United Kingdom. Our first trilateral partnership that we said couldn't get done with Japan and the Philippines. And our first trilateral partnership between Japan and South Korea. Remember that? Camp David that said we couldn't do it. It wasn't me.
Said we couldn't do it.
It was America. We did it. That's what America does. And people know America's acting. But like many others, he was exposed to those burn pits, which are within about half a mile of where he bunked. He has stage 4 glioblastoma like so many other of our folks. And I watched the nurses. Ships, planes, and subs. We have the smartest, most well-trained force on earth. That's all critical. But that alone is not what makes us strong.
It's the massive missile arsenal.
I'm sure that will always be true. As I said when I began, 1% of you defend 99% of the people across this nation. That's why you all deserve a special place in our hearts and in God's heart. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For a country that says it separates church and state, they sure bring up God a lot. Okay, I should just... I don't even know why I'm still streaming. I'm just hypnotized. One-on-one with Iran's president. Whoa. Let's see what their president... Let's see what he's got.
To run for president?
Because of difficulty in the country and also in other country around
He speaks English. Whoa.
us, I decided to solve this problem.
You decided by yourself?
I hope so. I hope so.
Is it more than you expected?
Yeah, it's more than that.
We traveled to Iran at a critical moment for its president, Masoud Pezeshkian.
I want to first talk about Donald Trump. He has promised increased sanctions, maximum pressure on Iran. Do you have a message for him?
What is clear thus far, we are living in Iran. Ever since the very beginning, the United States has tried to topple Iran. The trend that we see shows an increase in the levying of sanctions. We have always endeavored in the region to live in peace and tranquility. Sadly, however, the trend that they are perpetuating is to increase pressure by day. The sanctions have, in fact, made problems for us, but not in such a way for us not to be able to outlive and lead our
But don't you just want to make the U.S. look bad?
lives into the future? You've been in Tehran for some time. You see that people are leading normal lives in plain tranquility and calm. I do hope that Trump will conduce to peace in the region and the world, not conversely contribute to bloodshed or war. Our expectation is to live up to the agreements we have already reached. We do hope that that will be the way forward.
When you talk about agreements, you're talking about the JCPOA agreement of 2015?
Generally speaking, our agreements began with the JCPOA.
Are you willing now to have direct, open talks with Washington? With
every second
President
house
Trump?
has an access to tunnel. So this is, and of course, ammunition.
But that's an argument for destroying the whole of Gaza, every single building in it.
So do you have another solution? One of the things we realized that every school, every mosque, every second house has an access to tunnel. So,
and as Anthony Blinken would say, that makes it complicated.
This is, and of course, ammunition.
But that's an argument for destroying the whole of Gaza, every single building.
Well, it's complicated. What solution do you have? What?
Well, welcome to the Capitol, everybody. Good afternoon. This is a great day for...
Dude. They got the Pierce Morgan chick. It's not a lot of men up here. Not a lot of men.
Women in America. House, yes, that's close.
Can we blame white women for this one, or is this just gonna be men's fault too?
House Republicans have yet again stood up for women. This is a commitment that we have made because it comports with what is right and what is common sense. We know from Scripture and from nature that men are men and women are women, and men...
We know from Scripture and from nature. Look at my separation of church and state, dog.
cannot become women. It's sad that we have to say that. It's a matter of biology. It's how we're made. And if we try to ignore that or to undo it, we do so at our peril and to the detriment of our daughters. Across the country, female athletes like Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon and Peyton McNabb have had to compete head-to-head against biological men. It's just not right. Around the world, it's estimated that more...
Okay, whatever. What a joke. Both sides of the
President-elect Donald Trump said he wants to dramatically shift immigration policy once he takes office next week, promising mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. While the number of illegal border crossings has steadily declined since June, thousands of migrants in Mexico are still dead.
Like, is that... Did he really promise to do that? Am I living in reality right now? He promised mass deportations. I wonder how, like, how much of an attempt they're going to actually go for. That could get like crazy. That's wild.
Desperately trying to enter the U.S. despite the president-elect's promise of harsher policies. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camila Montoya Galvez took a trip to both sides of the southern border to see how law enforcement officials and migrants are preparing for the next administration.
This has been a proven deterrent.
Along the U.S.-Mexico border, our drone captured a group of migrants, including young children, trying to enter the country illegally. But they were unable to get past a razor wire set up by the state of Texas.
Some people may look at this and say, this looks like a war zone.
Yes, sir.
And to be honest, it kind of does.
It kind of resembles it. The tactic behind all this optic is doing what it just did right now. It prevents them from coming over illegally.
Texas credits its aggressive efforts for the current 4-year low in illegal border crossings. The Biden administration attributes that drop to asylum restrictions, Mexico's efforts to stop migrants, and a phone app known as CBP-1 that allows up to 1,500 people per day to schedule legal crossings. But on the Mexican side of the border, we found a bottleneck of people desperate to enter the U.S., awaiting the appointments under the app. President-elect Trump has vowed to shut down the app, expand border restrictions, and conduct mass deportations.
¿Has pensado en cruzar ilegalmente? Have you thought about crossing illegally?
Cualquiera de nosotros en algún momento lo puede pensar.
You're saying everyone here, to some degree, thinks about that at some point because of the desperation, por la desesperación.
Exactamente.
Casi no salgo, ni la cuento.
You almost did not make it out alive.
Venezuelan migrant Yahya arrived in Mexico after crossing the deadly Darien jungle in Panama with her 1-year-old daughter.
Are you scared that it's going to become even more difficult to try to enter the U.S. under the new administration?
Sí.
Yes.
Todos tenemos ese miedo de quedarnos.
Everyone has that concern.
Here in the food pantry in Chihuahua, Mexico, migrants.
Okay, what's the story there? What do you think about Trump?
So Iran today, 2 points I want to make about Iran, and it's really important. When we talk about Iran, I'm talking about the radical Shia clerics and not the people. The people of Iran are...
What about like the head of the government?
people of an ancient civilization, an ancient culture with tremendous pride and advances. And I don't know who take great pride in their Persian heritage and identity. And I don't know of any nation on earth in which there is a bigger difference between the people and those who govern them than what exists in Iran. And that's a fact that needs to be made repeatedly. In no way is the clerics who run that country representative of the people of that country and of its history and of contributions it's made to humanity. And it's a point I wish we would continue to make. Iran and that regime is at its weakest point in recent memory, maybe ever. Their air defenses have been badly damaged. Their Shia crescent that they were trying to create has been badly damaged in Lebanon, in Syria, where they've been basically forced and driven out. Their economy is in shambles. They now are, on some days, having 6, 8, 12, 9-hour blackouts. They are on the verge of potentially, if not having done so already, having to pull back on the energy subsidies that they provide people in that country that are incredibly popular, and it would be unpopular to reverse. So they're in a lot of trouble. And now what we need to be wise about is the following.
They give their citizens energy subsidies. What's that like? If they have to take those away, the American people, we don't get energy subsidies, and we don't go like crazy.
I imagine that within that regime, and I'm just saying this because of common sense, there are two schools of thought. There's one group that's saying now is the time when we need to find ourselves an off-ramp. Not going to turn into really nice guys, but we're really in trouble here. We need to find an off-ramp and buy ourselves some time. And then there's another group that's probably saying now is the time to prove that we are a nuclear power or nuclear capable power, enriched from 60 to 90 and press go. And that's how we're going to buy ourselves immunity from foreign action. And this is a tenuous moment in that regard, but it's one we need to acknowledge. My view of it is that we should be open to any arrangement that allows us to have safety and stability in the region, but one in which we're clear-eyed. Any concessions we make to the Iranian regime, we should anticipate that they will use, as they have used in the past, to build their weapon systems and to try to restart their sponsorship of Hezbollah and other related entities around the region because they seek to become the dominant regional power. That's their stated goal, and it's been clear by the actions that they've taken.
When the Israeli military ordered the evacuation...
Wait, this is NBC News 8 hours ago? These are the kinds of headlines making it past editors at NBC News now? What?
Of his Khan Yunis neighborhood last year. Mohammed Shabir says he and his family chose instead to stay put. We had no shelter to go to, he told our NBC News crew in Gaza. Then on March...
The emperor has no moral clothes moment. Like, dude.
2nd, he says the IDF moved in, killing his father and sister and arresting him, 17 at the time, without giving him a reason. The next day, Shabir says Israeli soldiers used him as a human shield, forcing him to go from one apartment to another, looking for explosives, weapons, and Hamas fighters. When I entered, there were wires on the walls, he says. I immediately realized that this apartment was booby-trapped, so I came out and told them. He says the IDF took him aside, blew up the apartment, and told him to keep going.
They're using him as a minesweeper? What the heck?
Else they kill his mother and younger siblings. 20-year-old Mohammed Saad says the same orders were given to him, only he says he was forced to wear the IDF uniform and strap a camera to his head. Every time they see a wire, they say to us, "Cut it," he told NBC. They were monitoring us, drones flying above us. Tanks were outside, snipers, all of them watching. If you made the wrong move, they would kill you. After the last mission, he says he was shot through the back by Israeli soldiers and taken to an Israeli
Oh my God.
hospital. Israel, the United States, and other Western allies have long accused Hamas of hiding behind civilians and civilian infrastructure such as hospitals. The IDF has released videos and given media access to extensive tunnel networks, including those used to hold civilian hostages. NBC News hasn't been able to independently confirm how or when other tunnels were used and if they were being shielded by hospitals or schools. But over the course...
What about the shield of being built 200 feet under the ground? That seems like more of a shield. Dude. Oh my God. The ground is the shield. It's not the hospital, apparently, maybe on top of it.
Of this conflict, emerging allegations that Israeli soldiers themselves are also using people as human shields. Eyewitness accounts are rare, if any at all. Prior to searching an area, the Israeli military clears it of civilians. And while they're held by Israeli soldiers, the detainees are often blindfolded, not only to restrict their ability to move around, but so they're unable to see each other, the soldiers, and their weapons. NBC News hasn't been able to independently verify the allegations made by both Shabir and Saad, but their accounts are consistent with the testimonies of other Palestinian men we've spoken to, as well as reports by other news organizations. In a statement to NBC News, the IDF stated that the use of Gazan civilians as human shields or coercing them in any other way to participate in military operations is strictly prohibited under IDF regulations. The IDF also says it's unaware of the incident involving Mohammed Shabir, but is aware of Mohammed Saad's claims and told NBC News back in August the case was being examined by the relevant authorities. 4 months later, the IDF says the investigation is still ongoing. But they're not alone. In these videos obtained exclusively by Al Jazeera, you can see here a man who appears to be a detainee, stripped down to his underwear, leading soldiers through rubble. And another appears to have his blindfold removed, then, alone amid the ruins, a drone watching his every move. The IDF has not commented on these videos.
Bruh.
It all comes as no surprise to Nadav Vyman.
Right, it's not a secret that the IDF can keep in Gaza.
Vyman joined the IDF in the early 2000s as a sniper. Today, he runs an organization made up of former IDF soldiers who work to end the Israeli occupation. During his time...
So, like, look at all this evidence. It's like we have allegations from victims. We have video evidence. We have soldiers who have turned, soldiers who have become whistleblowers or whatever. But the investigation is ongoing.
I'm in the military. Vyman says he was ordered to arrest Palestinian militants using what was then known as the neighbor procedure.
You come in the middle of the night, you take the neighbor, and you tell the neighbor, you knock on the door. You call him out. And if he's not answering, so you will open the door. Now, a lot of the times, that neighbor will get shot. And we were told as soldiers that it's better that he will get shot than us.
The Supreme Court of Israel later banned the practice in 2005, saying,
Would you say those guys shielded you?
the procedure contradicts international law and that the civilian population is not to be used for the military needs of the occupying army. Fast forward to October 2023. Within weeks of the Israeli ground invasion in Gaza, Feynman says some Israeli soldiers reported to the organization what they were being ordered to do in the battlefield. And they came with what they claimed was photographic evidence. Feynman won't say just how many soldiers have turned to them, only that there are many.
They were ordered to use Palestinians as human shields. If you have soldiers from different units, different times of this year of fighting, and different areas in the Gaza Strip, northern Gaza Strip, center, south, saying the exact same thing and using the same phrasing, so obviously it's a widely used protocol by the IDF.
And when you say same phrasing, what exactly do you mean?
Cannot say.
For security reasons, Israeli military censorship laws won't allow him to answer that question publicly. That phrasing is known as the mosquito procedure, and the mosquito, or yatush in Hebrew, refers to the Palestinian being detained.
We heard from one of the soldiers that they asked their commanders, hey, what's going on over here? Why do I need to push a human being at gunpoint into a tunnel? And their officer told them that too many dogs in the IDF dog unit died.
So the Palestinian men are replacing animals, essentially.
Yeah, that's one of the soldiers said that. In other units, they were told, listen, do you want to be blown up for my ID or a Palestinian? And in other units, the officer told them, let me take care of war crimes, right? And you will execute commands.
Human rights groups say the use of Palestinian civilians as human shields is nothing new, nor is it restricted to war-torn Gaza. We traveled 80 miles northeast of Gaza to the city of Jenin in the occupied West Bank.
This is NBC News. But what are we going to do about it? Nothing? Leahy law doesn't matter?
The man we're about to meet survived what the U.S. State Department described as shocking and unacceptable. Back in June, this video made headlines around the world. It shows Mujahid Abadi, a civilian who'd been shot in the arm and leg by IDF soldiers, strapped to the front of an Israeli jeep during a military raid. When we met Abadi 2 months later, he was confined to his bed, barely able to walk. No one was shooting at them, he told us, because they were using me as a human shield. The IDF called him a suspect in a counter-terrorism operation, but was later released. Doctors have told Abadi he'll likely never walk properly again. The IDF says the investigation it launched over the summer is still ongoing.
Dude, we're investigating it. What does the Department of State have to say?
The U.S. State Department spokesperson tells NBC News the reports of civilians being used as human shields are extremely disturbing, and such practices, if true, are completely unacceptable, adding that...
And you know, it's like the presumption of innocence, like when there's like a video like that, like how can you be like, if true, they're allegations? It's like, what court of law is going to prove anything? Like, does your own country have a presumption of innocence it has to extend to another country and what it does? I thought I get the U.S. has a presumption of innocence for its own citizens, but it's like treating things as allegations is probably like a good general rule. But like, there's a video, dude. It's like when they have to like treat it as allegations when people do like atrocities in the U.S. It's like, dude, all the evidence is there. Like,
that Israel has a responsibility to investigate credible allegations of violations whenever they arise. Also saying in October,
there can be no justification ever for the use of civilians as human shields.
International law is clear. Even if one warring side uses civilians to shield itself, the other side is still required to protect those civilians from disproportionate harm. The Gaza Health Ministry says to date, more than 46,000 people in Gaza have been killed.
For now, the focus is seeing the ceasefire through and implementing the terms of a very complex deal. But as Gaza opens up to the outside world for the first time since the war began, among the things investigators will be scrutinizing is the conduct of Israeli soldiers. Whether there'll be accountability remains to be seen. Hallie.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
First time you said the words ceasefire to Prime Minister Netanyahu?
When the first time was probably really hard on the Philadelphia line, and when he moved really hard on the Philadelphia line.
You said the words ceasefire to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The first time was probably
He's like, oh, I'm really not sure. I don't know. I mean, that is like a kind of specific thing to like recall off the top of your head. But it's like
when he moved really hard on the Philadelphia line and took out a hospital. Now, it's true that Sinwar and those guys were hiding beneath the hospital. The thing about Hamas is they had all their facilities underneath schools, hospitals, churches. I mean, you know, so you had, and to get them, you had to take people out.
Whoa.
We're ready? Yep. Okay. Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing us in here today to be able to have this discussion. Really appreciate it. I want to begin where you left off in this room last night. I know you couldn't see me. I was way behind the cameras in the back of the room there under Mr. Lincoln, getting my peek at it. But I could see what America couldn't see. I could see your family, the Vice President on that side of the room. I could see the First Lady and the Vice.
Without the running the risk of starting a regional war, it's really not possible. And the idea that Israel is going to be able to sustain itself for the long term without accommodating the Palestinian question and their safety, their meaning the safety of American Jews, not possible. It's not going to happen. So I've been spending a lot of time the last.
The Palestinian question. You can't say that for the other people. You can't say their people question. I'm just saying. Just saying.
4 years with the Egyptians, the Qataris, with the Saudis, with the Arab countries to talk about what is their interest. Why is it their interest to see this change, this dynamic change? And I kept reminding my friend, and he is a friend, although we don't agree a whole lot lately, Bibi Netanyahu, that he has to find a way to accommodate the legitimate concerns of a large group of people called Palestinians who have no place to live independently. And so how did you...
Okay, that's two-state solution, I guess.
How do you deal with those things? So I did really put together, if it doesn't work, I got to take the blame for it, a plan with my national security team. But I believe that we could make it attractive to the Arab world as well as to the Jewish community to accommodate the kind of changes necessary. Get the prisoners released, get a ceasefire, move in a direction where we agreed how this was going to work and how Israel's troops were going to move, how we're going to bring in rebuilding the Gaza Strip and the economy, how we're going to clean all this up, how we're going to protect Israel. In the meantime, what we were able to do, and I know it was very controversial when I did it, we also decided that we were going to protect Israel from outside sources. So when Iran...
That's like probably one of the least controversial things you can decide to do as an American president.
Iran thought it was going to blow Israel off the map. They had those thousands of missiles heading their way. Well, guess what? We put together the countries and didn't let it happen. Now, every one of the countries and the groups and the like Hezbollah and Hamas, and they're all a hell of a lot weaker. Iran is significantly weaker than it was before. Israel is in a situation where it is physically stronger in terms of protecting itself from outside interference from major powers. In addition to that, you have a circumstance where all of a sudden, people began to figure out, well, it makes more sense if we work this thing out a little bit. I've been dealing since I got elected with the Saudis about, I introduced when the G20 occurred, a proposal as to how to
Wouldn't it be nice if everything worked out? But then it didn't. But people think it'd be nice if it worked out now. Okay, whatever. I'm done.